Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the clubhouse once again. We get a little double dose this weekend because it's a special occasion. It's the new year. What better way to bring in the new year than with good friends and family here within the community, right?
We knew they couldn't get enough of us, so we wanted to give
That's
them more.
true. I mean, with all this sexiness on stream,
Exactly.
it's pretty hard not to want to see more. Just saying.
See, but Ed throws off the the bald and beautiful concept.
It's
I'm just
true.
saying.
It's true.
I got
Does-
a razor. I could go take care of that real fast.
Yeah, no.
Ed, keep
I
your
think
hair
that
and
this
enjoy
might
it while
be
you
too much
can.
shock value.
Well, that's like on Largo earlier. Chad was crying about being the only guy on there with no facial hair, so everybody else had beards and goatees.
Well,
I'm sure he'll fix
sometimes you
that
gotta
once
get
he
that
finally
freedom.
retires. So,
Oh yeah.
I did get in this today.
Oh, what do we go?
What is that?
Whoa! Hold on, let's build this up.
So I will be doing some face masks
Ooh,
in Silverleaf.
Nice.
Okay, very cool. Very, very cool. Well, guys, gotta say, it's even with today not being as gung ho as a usual Sunday is, because it's like the busiest day for Toy
Yeah, there's,
Tube
like,
in
nobody.
general. Well,
Like
no,
everybody did it earlier.
yeah, everybody kind of went live a little bit earlier today, but it's still been a busy day. I mean, even I jumped on and was coloring with Allison and Brick earlier. And then Adam had a premiere like shortly after that. And Wilhelm was doing a stream today. And I caught pieces of that throughout because I got busy around here. And then, it's just been, man, even on a holiday, it's a pretty busy day. I know even Jesse, just shelve it. And
Yeah,
Curtis,
they were during the
went
day. I
live
was
earlier.
like, this is just strange. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
this is like
Yeah,
middle
they
of the day. Wait, hang on. What? No,
Right?
no, this doesn't work for me.
It's throwing off the whole schedule and all like that. I missed out on the chance to join Wilhelm's stream a little bit earlier because I got busy. But like I said, I was still popping in trying to catch everything. I know Ed was there. Ken had popped in for a little bit. And it was cool seeing everybody get together and hang out. And, it's always nice, again, seeing everybody. It's over the course of this past year, like the community has definitely grown and got stronger, more interconnected. And I absolutely love that about all of this. Like it's so much fun. It's great. Cause even though I've had a very exciting year with meeting people in person, it takes a lot. It takes a lot because I am much more of an introvert person and socializing through this is a lot easier for me than socializing with people in person most of the time. So, it's great. I enjoy that we can all get together and hang out and, again, just getting to see everybody in the chat every day. Like I can't imagine like all these people are still here waiting to watch me after they just watched us all for like 6 hours last night. Now they're here again today.
The only thing I don't like about being like the person that's not in control is you don't get to see how many people are actually watching. You just get to see the chat. So it's kind of.
I get it. I totally get it. Because it feels like earlier, I was on Allison's stream and I'm like, I'm not in the captain's seat for once. This feels a little odd. Because even when I do Toy Frenzy,
been in that seat for better part of 7 months now.
Right? Man,
I don't let it bother me. I let Luke run all the controls on my stuff, so when he's on, so
Ed just likes riding free. That's what
right.
it is. But you know what? It's his age is what demands that of him. He's earned that rank.
Yep, exactly.
All right, guys, let's go through and say hey.
And the chair.
That's right.
Yeah.
You got to have the chair to go with it. I'd say let's kick it off. Let's start saying hey to everybody who's here. There's a lot of familiar names even from last night. Thank you all for showing up and joining us again, in less than 12 hours. So appreciate it. And to start things off, we got Nolan here making sure that we are official Toy Tube property. Love to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. On Ryu as well. Again, we got Thanos, not on live stream, but hanging out with us in the chat. God, that beautiful, gorgeous figure. That was a fun open last night. I didn't think I could have as much fun opening a figure a second time.
You were having so much fun last night, Oz. You forgot you were actually on a stream. You just let the whole stream go, and you were just over in your own little world.
Yeah,
man, I'm telling you, because this figure is so cool. I still got him out over here next to me because I was
like, mine is still sitting on the desk.
Everything okay with Oz? And like, I think he's just busy opening up.
I'm debating where I'm going to put it. That's the question.
Got to make a glow in the dark shelf, right?
I got to make space on the mythic shelf somewhere.
There you go. Yeah, I'm reared back in all of his glory because he is one of the best looking figures, and we'll talk a little bit about that a little bit
Do you have
later.
other horses, Aaron?
Huh?
Do you have any of the other horses?
No.
Almost. I was really close to picking up Boreas yesterday. I was like, "Ooh, that's Dubin's horse."
Yeah. When I got Boreas, I was surprised at how actually big he actually like. They take up a lot of real estate for a horse.
Yeah.
You know what?
The only horse I might be tempted to get is Aerotheris, but
oh yeah,
yeah,
nice one too.
Well, I'm getting the undead one, but there's reasons for that. So again,
Oz like skeletons. That's why.
It's a little bit
skeletons. He likes the skellies.
Hey, look, all right, everybody can appreciate a good boner, okay? You actually only regret it when you don't have them.
Yeah, very true.
The boner. He likes the boner.
Let's continue on through the chat here. We've got Jason Hibbard. Jason, I'm sorry. This is the first time I remember seeing your name, and this is the conversation you have. Well, welcome to a clubhouse chat. It gets real weird real quick.
Weird transitions, but that's what we do.
Yeah,
that's how it is, right? We got Ed pulling the double duty here. Mary Atwell, Radical Mom, hanging out with us tonight. Good to have you here, Mary. Thank you for being here. Ramen Toy.
Hey,
Ace,
what's up, Ace?
One of the best. As a matter of fact, I did send him the link. Not sure if he got it. Not sure if he's busy right now because he is over in China pulling out the amazing stuff, making sure we're going to be getting some gull wings and all those other things. The Marshall will be on his way.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that patiently for that triple change tank, and I will be a happy camper.
It's going to come. It's going to come. Give it time. Ace has got our backs, guys. That's just the way of it. Ace has got our backs. We've got that cringiest name in Toy Tube, Speaking Moistly.
I don't know. There's some other ones. Unicron's Left Nut.
Unicron's Left Nut always corrects me.
Banana Hammock. That's another good one.
Well hung banana hammock. Another good one.
Yeah.
It's the mouthful names in the wrong way.
We love them though. We love them being here.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got Terrence St. John hanging out as well tonight, brother, saying he is listening in the car. Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year to you, brother. We've got Eldor all the way from Eternia hanging out with us. He may be joining.
And he's already in the new year, so he's in the future.
Yeah. He is in the future. He is definitely in the future. Matter of fact, I got a message from our good friend Rai Ken. Mm-hmm. He was sending out a big Happy New Year from him and his family to everybody, letting us all know he was already in the new year, as well as our good friend Dave Motu Origins Court gave everybody in the Frenzied a big shout out saying Happy New Year to all of us, as he is also in the future.
Yeah, already living a year ahead of us.
Right? Man, crazy. What goes on in 2024? Man, a lot of the same shit.
Yep.
Same shit, different day.
Yeah. Same shit, different toilet. That's what I prefer.
That's pretty much it.
Oh, speaking of, he has arrived.
What is that?
Happy New Year there.
Happy New Year to you, Eldor.
Eldor, you guys got flying cars yet over there in 2024?
Ooh, getting in some messages here. Hang on.
Oh, hey, Oz. I was telling you when you weren't listening that Travis said he might jump on if you send him the link later. Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah. It's when you were glitching earlier when you were changing over. Your phone went all wee.
Yeah. Okay, man. I did drop it in the Toy Network chat. So
okay, yeah,
definitely grab it from there.
Man. I have so much shit done. This is ridiculous. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right. Does not look like Ace will be able to join us this evening, but he does say
16.
Happy New Year to everybody.
16 things that I have to get open at some point.
We'll get started.
I have to make room on the show.
Okay. Well, yeah. If you got to make the room first.
So I have to make the room first, and that'll come down to doing some. I'm having to on the his tank dial. I'm gonna have to add some more figures
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to put down some stands so that they'll stand up because that's
Make sure
not
that they
exactly
can
level ground. I have
stand
a
erect.
range viper now with its axe in the rock, and it's climbing up with a gun
Oh,
in its
cool.
hand. So
I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
that's an awesome
Very
idea.
cool. All right, we've got Chef M80 mentioning that it's getting close to the end on the East Coast. Ain't
Oh,
that
yeah.
the truth?
What's cooking there, chef?
Andrew Davis is here saying Happy New Year's to everybody. Figuratively speaking, John is with us as well. We have
Good
the
evening.
Duchess of Darkness giving a big
Well-
Happy New Year's shout out. Cobweb Collector is with us. This man has been blowing up this weekend with his new video content. Definitely go
yeah.
check him out. Give him a follow and a watch and a like. Kate
Okay.
Rose saying, hey guys. And we've got the Briscoe here.
there, sir.
Now, that was all I managed to catch before the chat started popping off. And now it's going even crazier.
well, Ray
Well,
said
the
deny.
fireworks are starting early, I see.
I was going to say, we've got Sir Clifton here jumping in right after the Briscoe. Good to see you, brother. Eternity Lips,
Good
another one.
evening there, sir.
We've got Thor
Thor.
here as well. We have Ray Paz just hanging out
Hello, Ray.
over on Brick's news stream, joining us now. Good to have you, brother. Thank you for being here. And continue to scroll down. We've got Todd C in the house saying, Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year's to you too, Todd. See you. Bobby the Legend here. Bobby
Bobby
Dangerously
there.
saying, Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year's to you, brother.
Happy New Year there, sir.
Looking forward to a big new year of Decker Northcutt case files.
He's on the case files there, yeah.
We even have Skydro Walker joining us all the way from over on IG. If you guys aren't checking him out, he does some awesome dio work, by the way. His
And
pictures
photos and
are,
Oh, yeah. Skyder does some good stuff.
man, you know, he gets up and he gets that wake, bake, create, man. And
he is he's local to me.
no kidding. Okay, I didn't realize he was that close to you. Hey,
Yep.
Skydro Walker, let me know if you want to jump on, man. It'd be cool to have you join us here in the clubhouse for an
Yeah.
evening. Just hit me up on my IG, brother. All right, we've got Skyfall also hanging out with us tonight. Good to have you, my man. We've got Fat Red Foo joining in, making
Good
all the
evening, yes,
trouble in the chat. He's one of the diehards who's always here with us, almost like beginning to end on Saturdays. All you guys that managed to do that, I appreciate it, and thank you all for joining us. Oh, and Ray says he's going to be heading to bed. He's an old man and he's tired, but happy and healthy to all. Wishing you all the best for 2024. You and your family as well, Ray. Thank you
Happy
for
New Year,
joining us
Ray.
even for
You
this
too, sir.
bit, brother.
If you're still
And-
here.
Right? If he's still in with us, Happy New Year. And Skydro just saying Happy New Year to everybody as well. We got Kiwi GI Customs and Collection
Oh, yes.
saying Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Look at that hip. Look at that hip action. It's all in
Work
the
it, baby.
hips. It's all in the hips.
This is the boiled one, so this one got boiled
Okay.
so that I could dye him. And yeah,
Right.
he's
Soften up that plastic
he's
a little
super
bit.
loop.
Oh, yeah.
He's mighty flexible.
It's always fun when they get a little loosey goosey after you give them that hot bath, right? So I am still over here throwing together pictures from my favorites of 2024. I mean, I'm sure most of you
Well,
guys.
Brick
can
has
figure out-
all of ours, so
I never even sent him. I totally forgot about it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, Ed, if you're able to multitask, brother, you can do what I'm doing here. I'm going to definitely keep along with the chat as best I can as we carry this
I've got.
conversation.
Hang on, I can. Hang on, let me see.
What do we send it? Our top 10 pickups?
Just-
Top 10.
Top 10.
Mine's not a top 10. Mine's just these are the ones that I like. You know.
Yeah, it's kind of like I'm basically going my faves of 2024. That just happen to be things that I picked up as well because I can speak on those the most highly.
If I do that.
And of course, I'm going to do some other honorable mentions from throughout 2023 and some stuff, you know, talking about big announcements and successes for 2024 that we got coming.
I'll just grab a few of my favorites there. Don't mind me. I'll just pop out to the pantry there.
Oh man, because I mean, really, 2023 was a big year. Like, in some ways, I could still sit back and feel like where we were basically just doing this. It feels like just a few months ago. It's like, wow, it's already been a year that quick, but
Mhm.
it goes by fast. Like it really does. And before
You've
you
missed
know it,
it. Yeah, you're blinking and you're missing it.
yeah, we're already jumping into 2024. But there's been a lot of news and exciting things coming for 2024. We've had some big news and even upsets of the year 2023. So, why don't we talk about that a little bit? What do you
Which
guys
part?
feel like
What-
your biggest disappointment of 2023 is? Let's start with the negative so we can get it out of the way and go into the positive.
Well, it depends. What version of negative are we referring to? Are we referring to in the tribalism that I see occurring and then that stuff, or are we talking about specific toys? Which way we want to go with this?
I was just going to say the same thing.
I say let's go disappointment in toys this year. Anything happened that disappointed you this year? Toys in general, not necessarily anything in the community, but
Well, I mean, I think for me and toys in general, I think that whole shoving a year's worth of merch in 6 months really doesn't
that was some BS.
Yeah.
that doesn't help you keep a brand long, because what you're going to end up doing is clearancing those things out. And what happens when you clearance those things out 16 to 18 months later? Oh, well, we undersold all these, so we don't need those. And it's a self-perpetuating cycle.
Right? I gotta say, as cool it has been to see everybody get all of these amazing, sweet deals at Ross, and another great addition to the team here tonight. If it'll bring him up, there he is. We got the man. We got Lawrence in the house. Punk with
What's up, Paul?
toys.
Why
What's
do I
that?
have to go look for a general link that all the commoners can also use and not
Oh my
a
god!
personalized one?
You just come on here with your ball full of fucking beautiful, positive energy and ruin the whole fucking thing.
Gosh,
Listen.
we're bitching about
God,
stuff.
you
You
just
come in
tuck
here
us
and
in-
glowing about how great it
Pull
is.
the fucking pole out your keister.
What's going on there?
Put a smile on your face.
There is
All
no
right, hang on,
smile
Az. I got
that goes with
something.
this
I
face.
mean, give me a second to.
Guy turns a year older and he becomes
Hold up.
worse than he was before he turned a year older. I'll tell
I
you.
don't know about that.
Right.
It's
By
cool.
the way, Lawrence, if you weren't
Bitter
in the
as
chat
shit.
last night, we did give you a big shout out for your birthday, brother. Happy
Yes.
birthday.
Thank
I wasn't even
you.
on. I hadn't been on Facebook, and Facebook tells me when people's birthdays are. So when I did see that, and I saw the note from your daughter, that is awesome, man. That is absolutely awesome.
Hey,
Don't worry,
Oz, I got
I love-
something in the share screen.
Let's do it here. Let's bring
I
it up.
pulled up my photos, and
Here
So,
we go.
in no particular order, these are my favorites of the year.
Why do
I'm
we
a
have an
buzzer
order?
person, so it's saying that I like Ripper better is it almost hurts. It almost physically hurts. But there are little touches with him that are just fantastic. Yeah, I don't care that he doesn't have a backpack. That shit doesn't bother me. I don't need the backpack. I don't need it to be a 1-for-1. That's what the retro versions will be for, is to get those kind of things. So I was pleasantly surprised. I like how he looks. I love that little, 90s nod with the smiley face eye. It's fantastic. Next up, I did not expect to like this more than the regular Trouble Bubble. But there is something about the way that the color scheme pops so much differently. And I just love the patterning on it. It's a great looking toy. And it's really fun.
Right. I gotta say, I do like the color on the Python Patrol Trouble Bubble than I do over the regular. The regular one was just kind of blah to me. So I
Yeah.
appreciate that
I
different
like
color.
the smoked canopy too. The smoked canopies are really cool.
Yeah, that is nice.
This is another, obviously the fire team. It's all repaints, but I love the coloring. I love that they have the 788s on the helmet, and that Range Viper. It's fantastic. The coloring
Right?
is.
I don't think he's-
thankfully this really is 3, but it counts as 1 because they came together.
But wait,
Right.
but Payne, I don't think the Range Viper is even the best looking. I think the Cobra Officer colors and even the Cobra Trooper.
Yeah, he is.
I think
I
they're-
like the Range Viper because I just like the Range Viper. I didn't have the Range Viper when I was a kid, but
Oh, I didn't
something
either.
about the other one and this one, it's a cool look.
Oh no,
I love
and I'm
the
not saying
helmet.
that. I'm just saying, as cool as he is, I think like the Cobra Officer, just the way the black accents and the
Oh, yeah,
reds
it's
are
beautiful.
on it, I think that one even looks cooler. And I'm not trying
Yeah.
to, put down the Range Viper because I think it looks good too. Because I think
Yeah,
the Range
they're-
Viper is way better than I expected.
Yeah, that whole thing, I was just like, I had 2 originally on order, but then I went back to 1, and I'm glad I did because I don't have room for 2, but it's just a great color. And I love the little 788s on the helmets and on the Range Viper shoulder. It's just cool. All right, this guy,
Yeah.
I really, really like it. Now, I can't get that helmet to stay on for the life of me, even with the new piece. So I have surrendered to the helmetless gods. So
Okay.
mine is displayed sans helmet.
As you do.
But I love all the little hoses and all the other stuff that you can do with him. And his weapon is cool, especially the one with the actual little lightning in it. It just looks cool. And I love the actual face sculpt of the figure itself. That's fantastic. This one, this was one of the ones this was the first figure that I pre-ordered ever from Mythic or Cosmic Legions. This was before this was my first toe dip. And it is by far my favorite of Cosmic Wave 2. There's just something about the way it looks. That armor is fantastic. It's the way that you can customize the look. So I'm probably going to pick up a couple and customize at least 2 more. Just to have a little army of bounty hunters.
And I really dig the head sculpt on this guy too. Like
Yeah, I wanna do
something
some
about
more-
that just looks
Yeah,
ferocious.
I want to do some more with the teeth though to make them pop a little bit better. But
Sure,
Yes,
yeah.
that was the head sculpt used on that fellow's clawful custom there.
here's another mythic. A mythic and cosmics, you're going to see quite a few of these. Sorry, guys. And it's not 10 for
same.
me. It's more than that. But Duban, I did not expect to like him, but I really do. I did
With
not
good
expect
reason.
it. There's just something. It's a cool look. Now, my only thing that I would really have liked, I would have liked to have been able to take his helmet or his hood off his
Put
head.
off.
I would love
Yep.
for that to be soft goods too, but that cape is fantastic. His is actually great. I don't know if
His
they
is
changed
the
the wire,
best
but his
cape.
wire seems like it's different than the others.
It's a lot better than even the Horseman's cape, that's for sure. I give a lot of credit to that figure. He is also, we'll be seeing him again too.
Now, this is a 2-pack, but I absolutely love the color pops. I love the ornate armors. I love those shields. Big ol' ass meaty shields with big old characters on it. They're fantastic. And I got to get my satyrs in because I like the weird animal characters. Sorry,
Yes.
I just do.
Well,
Give me
most of us do this,
the orcs. Give me the animals. Give me the give me the dwarves.
I
give
don't
me
even
some
have to show
elves.
my list. Aaron just gave my entire list except for the one cosmic. Just switch that with AS and we're good.
This one I just got for Christmas, and he's on here because after seeing Emil Wickman's Lion-O earlier in the year, I was inspired to get him. So I ended up buying him, and then my wife bought him for me for Christmas. So I ended up with 2. So Lion-O will be coming at some point when I get
Throw
around.
that
to
hat
it.
on your Dubin figure. That'd look awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree.
And of the Street Fighter figures, which are by far the best posable figures I have, next to my Mezco and Mafex, and then my Mezco Destro doesn't have that much flexibility because of the fabric. But my Mafex that I had from last year, I mean, as far as posability and the way they stand, the way they're balanced, it's not too heavy, not too light. You can get it to do things that I can't do with other figures.
Yeah.
And it's Chun-Li is obviously my favorite of the group, even though I have two Ryus. I have the evil Ryu and the regular one, so it's whatever. All right, and of course our friend that we opened last night.
One of
I
the
love the
top
horse.
figures.
There was more to that horse than I was really thinking originally, and there's just little details in that horse's musculature. There's the way it looks, the way it feels.
Now,
The legs are a little
Lawrence,
bit weird for me, but I'll figure it out.
Lawrence, were you watching last night's stream when we did the glow?
No.
Okay, hold on. We got to do this one for Lawrence. That and I just like playing with my new toy.
I can get it to glow. I mean, if it sits on it, like if the light sits on it, it glows.
Hold on.
You're gonna have to put yourself in a
Yeah, I gotta darken myself down here now, which means I gotta.
And you gotta
minimize
put yourself
all
in
windows.
solo so they can see it.
Yes,
Oh,
otherwise
that
you'd be
would
go
help,
getting
wouldn't
a
it?
magnifying glasses there, sir.
That would help, wouldn't it? Let's go ahead and blow that one back up then. Okay.
And the light show begins.
Now, Lawrence, yes, I am going to use a UV light to supercharge, but he's got a lot better glow than what I was thinking. Now, I will say, though, the painted, where it's not infused with the plastic, it's just kind of painted on there, it does not last long. That's for sure. And like you said, with Scare Glow, or even the Undertaker figure from the WWE Masters of the WWE Universe, those guys will glow forever, especially with a little bit of this light on it. Like they last a long time. But he's got a decent glow when you hit him with this. So
If I have him sitting there with that light just pushing right down on it, he'll glow. But
Yeah.
if that light's not on it, you have to look for it when I turn the lights out. But what I can see is the cover of the box. I can see that light up.
that is amazing. I didn't quite realize how nice that looked.
I can see the Blueberry box that we bought. I can see that glow actually better than Blueberry. But
That Blueberry is great.
But what I see more than anything is Scare Glow and the Sun dude, Powers of the Sun guy that only has the vest.
Oh, Digitino? Yeah,
Digitino.
he's got that really highly infused glow in the dark chest piece.
Yeah, they actually glow better than even the
Skeleton Warrior ones?
They don't glow as good, nearly as good as Scare Glow.
Right.
But that Scare Glow, I mean, I don't need to have light on it, and it will glow.
Yeah. Yeah, he is impressive. He is definitely impressive.
And I will be interested when, I know people hate to hear this, when the Valaverse one comes out. I want to see how much that thing glows. Because they have the glow in the dark Scarab. There's whatever Scarab.
I'll give it this. The little swarm guy with his blue and his purple. I like that color scheme. That's
And we're going to see how good it glows because that was one of the 2 figures that I ordered.
All right, so back to my list.
Yes, sir, Aaron.
The PowerCon exclusive Tanger. I love the whip. it's just something great, and he's and the obvious homage to Beastman. So it's kind of that's why this is the only legend on my list, and it's just because I am a huge Moon Knight fan.
I like the
Maybe
fact that they did the white hood with the black.
Yeah,
I was glad they did that because all the other figures for it were like, very much in line with his look from the show.
yeah,
I like the classic, Moon Knight look.
yeah. Moon Knight's
Yes,
one of my
I had
favorites for
one of
years.
the older Moon Knight comic books there in the old storehouse.
So this is one because this is my nostalgia pick more than anything else. And of course, there's the breakdown of the kit that I had to send. It's all in the same file. That's why. But that's everything.
That's a good damn list. Like I was saying, like this year has been a really, really big, fun year for a lot of great toys. And
I would say the Hiss tank is my number one, but not everybody has access to one, so I'm not gonna.
Not everyone has access to the fire team either.
Do what?
Not everyone has access to the fire team either.
That's true. Now they had plenty of time
Unless
to
you got a
order
bit of
one.
cardboard stored back there, you make one out of cardboard or whatnot.
But everyone had the ability to get the hiss.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, the thing
throw
is
that
here's
thing
the
on
other thing:
there.
is
Throw that
it's
thing on
exactly like the Trouble Bubble. There'll be more of them shortly. It's just going to take a little while for them to come out.
I don't know how many of that fire team's going to come out. I had forgot. They were pretty adamant, like, hey, this is a Pulse exclusive, and we're doing it just to go with the hiss.
Yeah.
I'm not
they
saying
did
they
that-
won't.
They'll
I'm just
find
saying.
some at some point. They always do. Oh well, this is a back in stock. Okay, no, you got a new shipment in. Great.
well, sometimes it's not even a new shipment. They'll hold
Yeah,
certain
back in
amount back
stock.
for QC issues
Yeah.
that, basically once they've gone through and they're like, okay, everybody who's bought this thing that could have possibly got a damaged one now is taken care of. So we'll put these back up. Like, because you do see that, right? A lot of times with these now in stock sales with the Horsemen.
Well, that's
it's
how
they
that
hold
that's
back
how
a
that
certain-
HasLab in stock sale worked. There'll probably be another one in a couple years, but I don't think it's going to be every year. I think it'll be every couple years.
No,
But any of those ones that weren't picked up that people had QC issues, they'll have some back for those and they'll sell them again.
And that's a smart thing to do to get rid of them. I mean,
Yep.
the way people were acting, they were like, oh my God, see, they're going to have this available. It's like, no, these things are sitting there. Everyone has reported their problems, or at least
Yep.
they've given everyone enough time to report their problems.
Exactly.
Yep.
To get it taken care of. And I've heard people that have said that they've had issues with the hiss, like things on the hiss, and they've gotten stuff really fast.
I
right?
haven't.
Well,
Like,
that's
they
good,
reported
though.
it.
Great. I don't have any issues with mine.
Yeah.
It's-
Oh, I
it's-
know
Even, even
I
the
thought
windshield, if
the old-
if you push it in there
uh,
properly, it'll stay in.
What?
For the new people are complaining about the left side of the
The gull-wing doors, they don't stay.
glowing
they don't-
door not staying
They
down.
don't stay closed for me.
Oh.
Mine does. I don't know.
Yeah. I've heard people say both, that they stay on, that they don't. And
Yeah.
I think
Mine's
it's one
been
of those
fine.
things. So, but I don't have an issue with my
Yes,
ladder.
I thought I would never get my hands on that Masterverse 2-pack for the He-Man and Skeletor. And yes, I thought it would have been well sold out there until Mattel had a bit of a mishap
well,
with
They weren't going to ship you something, but they
And
managed to
they-
still ship you
and they-
something. Yeah.
Yes, and they gave me a list of in-stock items to choose from for a little apology package there. But I wasn't even expecting that. I just sort of
Mattel is special
contacted them
in
to let
this.
them know what had happened, you see. And the lady said, oh, just choose from this list of in-stock items for an apology package. So, yes, there was the Powercom pack there. And then there was the Masterverse 2-pack set. So I chose that one. And even though they said they weren't able to ship out to Eternia anymore, they were able to ship me out that set.
Yeah, I gotta love that. Oh, sorry, we can't ship
We
out
can't
to
ship you.
Eternia.
Yeah, exactly.
How can we
Which one is it,
accommodate you? Would you like one of these? So
Yeah,
why can that
exactly.
get shipped, but this other thing can't get shipped?
So, yes, obviously
Yeah.
they had a few of those lying about, I think.
That's still special to me. I'm like, how do you do that? How do you say, oh well, we can't ship out what
Well,
you
the-
just
the good
wanted to
thing-
Can't ship
buy, but
this to you, but we
Now
can ship
they're
this.
now shipping back to Eternia again. So
we're
we
not
can-
shipping
we
to
can all the
New Zealand
exclusives now.
anymore. No.
It's
I
just.
think
a
I think
crunch.
the one fellow here said they got into a little spat with Eternian Post or something. I don't know, but
Yeah, they got into a little spat, that's for sure.
Hmm.
So we don't feel like paying distribution costs to an Eternia.
the
but
shipping's
since,
not all that bad. It's about a $29.95 US to the standard shipping rate out to Eternia here, so that's not too bad.
right. So Lawrence, what are your tops of the year, brother?
Well, if you guys are paying attention to my channel, you know I just dropped it.
You know what, man? We're live to talk about it.
Okay, so what do you want? Do you want the classified or everything else?
Just
Give
go
us
for a
everything
mixed
else.
grab bag of everything. Give us
Okay,
all.
so-
Just whatever you
So
feel.
I'll
best,
do my classified really quick since I already have it. Or I just did it. So I did a top 11 because I had 10 done, and then a figure came in, and I was like, "Damn it, this needs to be in the top 10." So I had Grunt, which I didn't expect. That really shocked me. No way that I think that one of the boringest O-ring figures would be one of the best classified figures they've done.
I'll give it that.
And just the fact that they made it so it can be an army builder, no matter what anyone says, it is an army builder. Hence, Lenny told me, told everyone actually, didn't tell me, told everyone. But yeah, that one it's such a solid figure. I had the Snow Serpent on there, which I just think not only the amount of stuff that he had, but he really gave you a real solid figure. A lot of stuff. I do agree with people that as an army builder, $35 is kind of pricey, but since he's coming out in the retro carded figures,
Yep.
it's going to make it easier. So now people can just kind of wait, and if you picked up a couple of those, now you can pick up 5 or 6 of the other ones and buy them for $25. And hell, they'll probably be on clearance. And especially if they go to Walmart, they're probably on clearance like that week. Not here in Michigan because they don't do that. Let's see. I had low light on there.
Okay.
I know people don't like his gun, and I think his gun is perfectly fine, other than if it's sitting straight out, the what is it? The barrel will start to sag from the weight of the suppressor. But other than that, that figure's dead on. Snow Job, again, just go back to Snow Serpent. You kind of see a pattern there. But I think Snow Job, I think they nailed it out of the park. The only thing they didn't do with the Snow Job was give them the laser rifle. That's the only thing that their misstep was. But when they do the retro card, again, they'll probably throw that in there. And I have an extra one from one of the grunts anyway, so. And then Mutton Junkyard is the one that threw a wrench in everything. Aaron, have you gotten Mutton Junkyard yet?
No, but I just got the notification that it'll be shipping soon.
Yeah, so Mutton Junkyard was everyone was getting it from Amazon or from other places. BBTS got it, so I looked. I'm like, all right, Amazon hasn't changed. It's going to ship out the 16th. I'll have BBTS just ship it out. I hadn't canceled it on the 27th. My buddy hits me up and he's like, yeah, Mutton Junkyard just showed up. I'm like, yeah, mine still says the 16th. I go click on it. Oh, it's all for delivery today.
Nice.
Oh, I have an extra one coming. Where was I at? That was 6. I'm gonna do it all the way. Oh no, I got it right here. I got the eel. Oh, I forgot Ripper. I had Ripper on there.
Ripper's
think-
a good one.
Everything what Aaron said, like that figure knocked it out of the park. He was not even close to being one of my favorite Dreadnoks as a kid, but the amount of detail they put into him was absolutely awesome. The only misstep that I can probably say on that is The magazine doesn't stay in very well, so you got to take a little bit of sticky tack if you don't want to glue it on there. And then the stupid sidearm that he has. But it's never going to be removed out of his holster, so I don't even care. But I just wish they would have done it because it looks so stupid.
It's
Aaron
no
was-
different than Shipwreck's, flintlock
but
shotgun.
at least that goes. At least again, don't make me defend Shipwreck.
I mean, it's
at
a
least
flintlock
that-
in the 2020s. What the hell?
It's a blunderbuss.
Okay, so
It's a pirate gun.
So from what I
You
understand,
know, maybe it's nostalgia, perhaps.
there were a few naval people that said that they still do use that for ceremonial purposes.
Okay, well, that's great.
So didn't
Ceremony
you
is
have one of
fine,
the
but that
Listen,
means
I-
that
there?
listen,
Too,
I'm
have an old style.
I'm not going to carry it.
Gun name.
Listen,
What is
I'm
this,
not disagreeing. I'm just saying,
1776?
and that also goes back to it came with the original one. But again,
Okay, but
yeah,
if we're
I
gonna
don't-
go there with Shipwreck, I mean, he has a fucking parrot. Okay, sailors don't walk around with parrots on their shoulder either. So
and ones with peg legs.
right. If we're
Hey,
gonna
you
go
leave
there,
my
let's,
damn peg legs alone.
let's go all the way.
But yeah, I thought Ripper knocked it out of the park. And again, I'm not gonna buy it, but if you need one that has a jackhammer, Gridiron did a wonderful one where you can mix and match it. And again, I still don't care what anyone says, unless one of your parents worked in the fire department or the EMS. You did not know that was Jaws of Life. You thought it was a jackhammer. All right. I don't care what anyone says. I put the eel on. I put the eel on there because eel is one of the best.
Well, and then you got Buzzer with the backpack, the Gridiron loadout for him. It's tempting because I actually like the way it looks. It is a lot smaller than Muchas Gracias Designs because that one is way too big. I bought that one originally.
I haven't even looked at theirs.
So,
Yeah.
our first time zone is coming up in about 5 minutes. For those of some people don't realize that there's a time zone right before the East Coast, Atlantic time, and the very northern East Coast of Canada hits that. And that is where Radical Mom is at. So we're gonna have a countdown here in just a
Oh,
bit.
nice.
So let's keep going. We just got to remember we've got this coming up.
So Oz, I got a slideshow together when Lawrence is done. If you want to run through mine after we do the countdown,
Yeah, sure. Did you want to send it to me, or you want to try to do a present?
I'll just present it. It's fine. I can share
Okay,
the screen.
perfect. Yep.
So then I had the eel. Again, he just was everything that the original was. And the one thing that I don't mind about them not when they don't upgrade the Cobras is Cobra was already futuristic and not realistic anyway. So it doesn't bother me when they're not updated. And then again,
I did have to switch out their weapons. Mark II Design did a really nice
I saw that.
spear gun. I bought 4 of those
You
immediately.
don't like shooting spear guns around corners, is what you're saying?
Yeah, no. Not my thing. Not my thing.
That
Come on,
That
man.
was
That's the
probably-
best thing about a spear. Gonna go.
That's so if
Yeah.
there's a dolphin in between you and a shark, you can shoot around the dolphin.
Yeah,
with the
exactly.
Shark.
I thought the Gridiron one that was I believe it was an MP5 with a spear gun on the underneath it.
yeah.
I thought that one was really cool, but I couldn't justify the price.
Yeah.
I just couldn't justify it. But that was everything that that the other that we had as our childhood.
Athanatos Unlimited has some they're like tanked spear guns. I bought 2.
Okay.
I'll send you a picture of what it looks like. You have to paint them, but
Okay.
Not bad.
And then
Yeah.
Ace is mentioning, hoping to see everybody at Joe Fest 2024. We're hoping to see you there
it's the
too.
plan.
Well, you might not see me
Definitely.
though. A bit far to travel.
I'll be there.
and then I had Torpedo again. See what I said about the eel? It's the
Well, you
same
still got
body,
that one
but
too.
it's such a good figure, and at least they gave him an MP5. So
Yeah.
they both should have had a weapon. But again, I have so many weapons. Some guy sent me like 30 3D printed weapons, and I'm so blown away by how good they are. They are absolutely amazing. Scrap Iron, because I think he's a face sculpt that no one really talks about.
Yeah.
But everything that he comes with for $45, I think it's a great deal. For $45. Don't get me wrong, I understand $45 is a lot of money, but
Now you can get them for $29.99.
Yeah, I know. I don't think I made that much money off him. Actually, I paid more than that for him because I got him overseas.
It's
so.
okay. I ended up with two of them, and one is in one display and one's in another display. So
But I'm the same way. I don't mind having multiple figures because it's not like I have one whole display going on. I have multiple.
Right.
And then I put Retro Storm Shadow on there. I mentioned it before.
Another good one.
If you have a figure that is just you're looking at it the whole time, and he was number 1 on my list last year, the first Storm Shadow, and I think they made this one just a little bit better. Other than he may have the worst weapon, and that was his bow and arrow. Super, super soft.
Yeah.
And flimsy,
John,
awful.
good to see you, brother.
I don't
Hey.
like those bow and arrows for whatever it is. For
They don't-
whatever reason, they don't look right. They don't feel right. Even with Shadow Tracker, I'm just like, I gotta find something different.
All right.
I'm fine with how they look. And then
We
my
got-
number one.
It's time, folks. We finally
All right,
hit New
it's
Year's
cups
in
ready
the
there.
Atlantic time zone. Happy New Year to all of
Happy
our
New
friends in the
Year.
Atlantic time zone.
Yeah, I didn't even realize there was an Atlantic time zone. Like, how far over are you? I'm like, you in the water? Like,
Pretty
Well,
much.
because
They're,
your only
they're
state
like,
that you know about is
Mid-Atlantic.
Ohio because you love it so much.
Yeah, exactly.
piece of shit.
He's getting transferred there in a couple months.
Oh, dude,
You can come stay with me, Lawrence.
Oh, I don't think they allow me in Columbus for longer than the day that I was there.
Columbus has a restraining order on you. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's the other way around.
it's the rats of the Columbus don't really like Lawrence.
Dude, I'm
They're
from
big
Detroit.
enough to eat them.
The
but
rats
then
and
my
the
number
meth
one-
addicts.
Yeah, my number one Joe was the Retro Snake Eyes.
Okay.
That thing should
So
have
one I have
been.
to get in my collection there.
That one should have been. I mean, like, if you looked at that, if it wasn't made by Hasbro, if it was made by another company and they charged $60 for it, I don't think anyone would complain. The weapons weren't a problem. The articulation was awesome. Now I know it's the same buck, but there's nothing. I hate saying this. Soft on it.
That's what you said.
I know.
That's
And then I had a whole list of the other top 10 that I did. So I can run that off if you want.
Well, what were they? What were they?
go
So-
ahead.
So my non-classified was. Let's see if I even have it in here. They make me think about this stuff. Well, okay.
Are you telling me that
In
you
no-
have a
in no
top 10
order.
list you don't even remember?
This is from a few days ago. So how can I
Oh,
remember that?
okay.
I barely remember the one that I literally did this afternoon that I just told you. So I was looking at it.
Fuck.
Let's see. I had in no order because I don't remember. Both Mezco, Destro, and Roadblock. I think they were both awesome. You don't realize how good the soft goods are, and Mezco feel different. Now you don't get the same articulation. You don't have butterfly joints. It is hard to cross over, and anything that's underneath those soft goods, you worry because you don't know if you're putting stress on something. But everything moves smoothly, and you don't feel like you're going to. So they were on there. I had the Target Black Widow. That one was number 2. I know that. That one just knocked it out of the park. She was so damn good. That articulation on it. And not to mention the alternate heads that you can use on different Joes. If you don't like, let's say, Scarlet, you can swap that out. I don't really have a problem with Scarlet, but I thought the head for that one of the Black Widows was perfect for Scarlet. But once I get once the retro one comes out, I think she's going to go into retirement anyway. Be put back in the box, put on the shelf, and let it just go up in value. I had the Headless Horseman on it. It would have been higher if it would have glowed. If the head glowed better. How would you say it? Glowed better? Without a black light or a UV light. I don't have to buy it.
without
I already
the
spent
actual
$140 on it. Why do you want to spend more money on a UV light? And don't tell me like $5 because I don't care. But he was awesome. I think what Payne was saying, like the detail on the horse.
Yep.
The detail on him The fact that you can have both heads, he's carrying one head and
Yeah,
you're in the other head.
I always love the fact that they include that hand with the neck peg molded to it so he can hold the head, and you can put the stump in the neck.
I didn't realize that was a stump because when I
man.
did my review, I was like, I don't know what that is. And then I figured it out, like literally, like it was like I figured it out, and then I see, and then a comment comes over. It's like that's plug in. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's like a gruesome little detail. Like, it was a big shock for me when I opened up the original one and that was in there. I was like, what is this madness? And like, hey, surprise, here's a stump. Like, all right, I'll take it.
But it's a great detail.
Yeah.
That I think most companies wouldn't even think of.
No. Nope.
I put Dubin on it. Like I said, if you have a character with a bird on your top 10 and it's not Dubin, then you're wrong.
Dubin is a great character.
I'm liking to see like a lot of us are kind of all in that same headspace with.
Well, and the other thing is, and I know like Aaron talked about how he wishes the hood wasn't plastic, and I fully understand that. The thing that I look at, and if you're not looking at it, you can't tell that the hood is plastic and that the cape is cloth.
I've always said that they did such a good job matching the plastic on that hood to that cape. It's not even. I mean, it was incredible.
Crazy how well they match.
Yeah.
I had Fangor on there. I wanted to put I was looking. There's not much when it comes to the origins. They're very basic, but there was something about the Fangor that felt more action figure based than most of the Motu figures. So I know that was number 10. I had Pale on there. I just think that if you give an AWOC figure to a kid, he's not coming back in 5 minutes with it broke. You can't do that with Mythic Legions. You can't do that with Valaverse. You can't do that with any Hasbro product that's a 6-inch figure. In 5 minutes, a kid's coming back with it broke. Now, you can't give them the weapons because they will obviously stab through someone. One of your kids will come back with one eye.
Valid. Very valid.
That's right. But it's all fun and games till someone loses an eye.
Yeah. Figure-wise, those things are not going to break at all. And then, I'm trying to think there was anything other than my number one. I don't know. But my number one, and I think I got him in January. I mean, that's how much I love the figure, is Elf. That figure is so really damn good. That figure, again, you look at it and it's like, I had no interest in getting Elf other than I watched the show and didn't even watch it all. Like, it wasn't like it was one of my favorite shows. My sister's initials were Elf. So we always used to call her Elf. But the accessories that he comes with, there's no pins to see in it because of how he's created. Even though he's not soft, he looks like he actually has fur on him. But he's just awesome. Like, I haven't heard one person say a negative thing about that figure.
Yeah.
Everybody that's had that figure has loved it.
Yeah, I would have loved to get the San Diego Comic-Con, but for what you were going to pay for it to get it shipped and to get it, and for what they gave you extra, it's like, it's not really limited. It's the exact same figure. So, there's my 20 figures. I think I missed one, but oh well.
Nah, you're good to go, man. Like, that's actually a solid list. And I think, you're going to realize there's quite a few of us that are kind of all in agreement with what you're saying. So,
And here's the whole thing. Like, I said this at the end of it. I went through 10 figures here that have nothing to do with classified.
About to get everything all right there, John.
I went through
John,
10
are you
figures
still with us?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Well, his internet been playing up all late, I think.
But I went through 10 figures. I eliminated classified because I knew it wouldn't be fair, and I didn't have one gargoyle on it.
I'm shocked.
I was too,
crazy.
because look at this. I actually brought her down, or brought her up, shall I say?
Did you
was
give her a firearm, Lawrence?
Of course I did. What the hell? She's a cop. She has to have one.
Look,
I
look.
don't
all right.
understand that.
I
She's a cop
collected-
with no firearm.
Look, I collected X-Files toys back in the day, okay? And you know what? 2 FBI agents couldn't come with a gun. You had
That's
a
right.
flashlight and you had a walkie-talkie. Mulder, quick, bring the flashlight. We've got aliens.
But
Well, don't
Sure,
mind this,
they always
Ellie. I'm
carried a
sure someone
gun.
has one locked up there somewhere.
can I say, when it came down to the gargoyles, as great as they look, you can you're pretty much setting them up, and that's where they're at.
Yeah.
The weight of them, and I hate to say this, will eventually start to distort their legs. Their feet will start to
Okay.
bend.
Yep.
My Demona, her leg kind of popped out of it because of the weight of her. But you can't move around. The Elf is the only NECA one that I feel like you can move around and not feel like it's going to break. These are better than a lot of the other ones. I mean, I wouldn't dare try and play with any of the Army of Darkness or Evil Dead figures that I have.
Oh no, those are old though.
No,
too, so.
no. Like, I'd love to play with that Ultimate Ash figure, but like, I'm so scared he's just gonna snap. I'm sorry. He lost the arm once, and I don't have a mini chainsaw that can, replace that.
Yes, I was going to say you'd be looking for some other gardening tool to attach to himself there.
But yeah, I had brought her down, and she was going to be number 10. I'm looking like I'm missing something, and I'm like, how did I miss not putting on an AWOC? Because I really raved about them. I mean, you can't complain too much. They're one line of figures that so far I haven't really heard anyone have a negative thing to say about.
Nope, I haven't. I have yet to hear anything negative across as many lives, as many reviews that I've seen. Nobody has had anything really bad to say about AWOC. And that just goes to show that Jason, he's doing an amazing job over there. And it's such a small team comparatively to like some other ones. Like, we give a lot of praise to Four Horsemen, but like, they've got like a fully staffed team of creators doing each of the individual parts to things. Like, Jason, a handful of guys, including Adam, helping them, on a volunteer, like, helping them fix like their email situations and like backups and sorting through orders. So like, a lot of credit to what they're doing. And like, to me, that just speaks even more volumes for the quality that you're getting too. Like, they've got that good of quality control. You're getting solid products, and you can't really beat those prices either.
It's like the only complaint that you could have, and again, this would be nitpicking, is if you complain that they didn't have pinless joints. And that's so minor because, as I said before, excluding McFarlane, who his joints are like his pins are like an inch wide.
Yeah.
If it's the same color, if there's not like a line going across it, it doesn't really matter. Or if it's not a different color, when it's a different color, then you're like, son of a bitch, why would you do that? Spider-Man's a perfect example. Don't have a blue pin inside of it, and the rest of his, he's red, and you're going, well, I can kind of see that from a mile away.
That's one of the difficult parts with Spider-Man, especially when it comes to your arm joints, because one side of the arm's red, the other side of the arm's blue. So you got to do a solid pin in one color or the other. Pinless joints are the way to go for characters like that. You've really got to go pinless.
Oh, yeah.
It does pull you out of the sculpt when you see it in that other color. And that's a shame.
But yeah, that's like the only complaint that I could even see somebody having.
Okay. Thanos has himself a gripe about AWOC. He wants to know where the Frel, nice term, by the way, I appreciate that, For
Yes,
those of you who
Farscape
get
there.
it. Yep. Yep. Farscape swear word. Where the Frel is issue number 5. It's coming. Adam told us. It's
Right.
coming. All right. So, Ed,
Yes, more is on
Yes,
her way there.
I will
in
share
other
my
words.
screen.
go for it, brother. I will
Now,
pop
these
you
are
up.
not in any particular order, and I have like 12
Alright.
instead of 10. So,
Okay, cool.
Had to one up me with my 11, huh?
Had
course.
to.
Yes, I might be all over the place with mine too, so.
But I
Can you
did
guys-
20.
can you guys see
21
my screen?
I got it coming up now, brother. Nice. Now, is that the
This is the Holiday Gomez from Christmas of 2022, but I didn't get him until my birthday of January 2023. So,
Oh, yeah.
okay? Yeah, yep, valid. It's
Yep.
something you got this year,
right, it's
So
everything
that's
I got.
kinda
All these
like
pictures
what
are
we're-
everything I got this year. So,
Yes, I think we're both the same there, Axion. So.
yeah, this is a great figure. I love the Mezco Gomez. So there's him, and then of course the Awok Shinari Legionnaire, which was awesome.
Now, what made you pick? Now, did you pick multiple AWOC or just one?
I got 2 on here, but this
Okay.
is
What made you pick him? I'm just wondering.
uh,
Because they're so very similar with just paint. Paint.
this
apps. I'm
was
just
the
wondering.
first one that I bought, and this was the
Okay.
figure I bought to test to see if I actually would like the figures. And I just liked the way he looked in the promo shots and stuff. So then this is one of the first ones I got. So,
Okay.
and then Dubin and Boreas, of course.
putting the two together.
Yeah,
Very nice. It's a magnificent horse. It's basically the same as the
it's the Horseman's horse.
it's the headless horseman's
Yeah,
horse.
just a different face.
Of course.
But yeah, Dubon and this figure are amazing. I've taken so many pictures of these two together in the woods. It's not even funny. Probably my favorite figure of the year that I got next to the Holiday Gomez.
Take soft goods out there and
And then I got these 2 Awoks, which I love the ancient orangutan characters. So I got 2 of
This
those.
picture just screams Planet of the Apes
Uh-huh.
to me, and I love it. I love
Yeah.
it.
Doing a little horse surfing on the back there.
It's Balius.
Yes. And this is Zezre's gladiator trainee. These figures are really nicely built,
Yeah.
but they don't have a lot of great articulation, but they look great photographed. So
what are they?
this is the Zezre figures. They made the gladiators. Like they had the gladiators and the
Okay.
gladiator women. This is the
Yep.
gladiator trainee, they were called. They had 2 trainees, this guy, and then of course the Caucasian skin tone dude. Same
So-
figure though, just different skin tones.
Adam is clarifying every horse is a descendant of Balius because that was the first horse, I'm guessing.
Oh,
Is
very
what
good.
he is. I need to dig deeper into the Source Horseman. Like I go over it when we talk about it, but I need to read back through it after class. I got to do homework after Legion's class myself,
Sounds exhausting.
Yes.
but it's so good though.
Yeah, I got this is the only Zezre figure I have, but I really like the way he photographs. So he was one of them. Then my Condor that I turned into Tom Selleck, my Magnum PI.
Oh, yes.
And look, man, you know what?
Oh.
Tom Selleck's mustache saves the world. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying.
right.
He comes with flocked
like
hair.
Men at Arms there.
Flocked hair,
Flock!
flocked cash, man. Can't beat
So
it.
It's
like,
flocking hair. Flocking
so
hair.
that is flock there.
Yeah, that's flock.
That looks awesome.
Oh.
It's flocked.
But see, now you need to get a police officer and make him in blue.
Yes,
glove.
we just had one of those fly by just now.
And then of course this dude. Love this Krotos figure from Mythic Legions,
Right.
of course.
He is just awesome.
He's
He is
he
really
photographs awesome too, especially out in the woods. But this is on my Dio in the house. And then Memory Toys War Bear. Love this figure. Picked him up at PowerCon. He photographs great too. Lots of great use for him. He's a big honking beast too. And then some Cosmic Legions. Love this guy.
Was in the water there.
Yep. Eagle Force Jet Powers.
Those are so cool.
Yeah,
They really are.
they are very cool. I'm going to get the Eagle Force 40th anniversary figures coming this year. So that's my plan. I really like them for the being a 4-inch figure. The articulation is really well done. So,
Yeah.
And then Mask of the Red Death.
Oh, I see you went back to that altar there. You and
Yes,
your son,
that's the
came across
altar,
that
yep.
old fellow in the bush there.
Yes, that is the altar. It's out in the middle of the
So
woods.
good.
And then Father Christmas. Now I got these two guys. I
Yeah,
was waiting
probably
for
all Saint
the retail Father Christmas, and then I was looking because I needed a Santa Claus. So I actually went on looking for the Naughty and Nice Santas from last year. Couldn't find one of those, and some guy was selling these two as a set, both mint and box.
No kidding.
And I got them for less than this cost by itself.
Nice.
That's
Shit.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
So
these two
We've
guys.
got. I was just going to give a quick shout out. We got two newcomers coming onto the screen. You all know them. You all love them. We've got Bobby Dangerously joining us, as well as the wonderful Gaz here as well. Good to have you both.
Hey,
So,
Happy
guys,
New Year,
Good
everyone.
to see you.
Slay.
And I think the last one is Jacob Marley. Now, Jacob Marley beat out the Headless Horseman just because I am a huge fan of the Christmas Carol. And this, was a awesome Christmas surprise from my boy Oz. So appreciate that very much, brother.
You are welcome, my friend. You are welcome.
Let me.
All right. We got more incoming.
Screen. And that's my favorite
hi.
from this year.
Ellison, good evening.
Hello.
Hey,
Allison
Allison.
has joined us as well. Good to have you. Bobby, Gaz, Allison, how y'all doing?
Doing all right.
You know.
How about yourself?
It's New Year's.
Man,
Pretty good.
I gotta say, I'm glad to be surrounded by so many good friends here, joining in, hanging out tonight. I wasn't sure how the turnout was going to be, so I'm glad everybody can make it and everybody's joining on with us for
Can we not?
however long you're here with us.
How about,
you know.
how about we don't call each other friends? All right, we're just acquaintances. Okay.
Well,
So
Lawrence, you
here's
have
your-
no friends. So that's understandable.
Jeez.
Wait. let me in my best Marsha Brady. But Jan, you don't have any friends.
Very true. That's why I'm here on a New Year's Eve.
Right?
That's okay, Lawrence.
no, I'm
we accept
insulted.
you and all your shortcomings.
I know
Those
there's
are
a
short
short
We don't have to be friends.
Friends are
Well,
overrated.
I hope it wasn't anything I said.
Actually, Oz and Ed are actually I've actually met them in real life. It's crazy that there's people.
That's
here that
true.
You actually met Oz. I met twice.
That's true. He even drove to me, and I was kind enough to lead him down into the city where he could possibly get murdered.
Yeah, I actually went to a different house to meet. Oz.
Possibly getting murdered.
Well, I was
Well,
just
you
trying
know,
to do Ohio a favor by sending you downtown, but
Yeah,
it didn't work out quite.
mailing that first package to Oz.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
I've listened to enough true crime podcasts to know that going to different houses and anywhere in Ohio, like that's just bad. Like it's how you end up floating in a river somewhere.
Oh,
I didn't realize Ohio was that bad.
it's awful.
Technically, it's
bad.
not. It's just Lawrence has a hard on for him. So, you know.
Oh no, it's awful. It's
Look, Ohio's not as bad as Detroit, but Detroit is just one place. Ohio
Detroit's
is
just
an
one
entire
city.
state. Like it's a
Detroit is
state.
just one shithole of a city.
Like-
Ohio is just a
Oh,
shithole.
good.
Yeah, it's an entire
Todd, we
thing.
will definitely be counting down again as we get closer to midnight here on the East Coast. And as Mary's stating, we already did one quick countdown for the Atlantic time zone. We've already had one midnight hit.
And we did our one, of course, there last night because we're in the future.
Yes,
That's
yep,
right.
for
Yeah.
you guys over in New Zealand
Eternia,
or
it's
Eternia,
already like 2024.
How
right?
many people are on the East Coast time right now?
I know it's me,
I
Ed,
am.
Gaz. We're all East Coasters.
Oh,
So,
I am.
yep. You're not Central? I thought you were
No.
Central. You're still East Coast? Okay.
No, that's Chicago.
Right. There we go.
All of Michigan is East Coast.
All right. All right.
Even though they're
Bobby,
more
I'm
in the
loving the Yummy Mummy shirt, by the way.
Oh, thanks. You like that?
Noticed it as soon as you hopped on. I was like, yeah, it's a Yummy Mummy, because we were just talking about how badass
Oh.
Booberry is.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let's while we're talking the
It
cereal.
shows super
Just
impressive.
pitch your nipples a little harder. What was you doing there?
Yeah, right.
All right, Aaron, fine. You take over the stream. Okay.
Can we discuss how disappointing the Carmela Creeper was in the grand scheme of things? Like,
Yeah,
was just
that
I
not
wish they had done more with her. I really,
just-
really wish.
it was
cereal
very
wasn't
wonderful.
that great though either. So let's start there.
I would have rather them brought back the Fruity Yummy Mummy or Fruit Brute.
Yeah.
Frankly.
I do love whenever they bring those guys back.
I mean, like, there are a couple apple cereals, and Apple Jacks is still the best apple cereal,
But it doesn't taste like apples.
and neither does Carmela Creeper. It tastes like some weird
apples and oranges.
She's
You know what I'm
supposed
saying?
to taste like caramel. So
caramel apples, and she
Yeah.
tasted like neither apples nor caramel. And
Yeah,
it's
she-
caramel because there's an extra A in there. Stop doing that
What?
thing when people try
oh
to
no,
make it
I'm gonna say
caramel.
caramel.
Carmel
So-
is an island.
Carmel is a city.
Where did that
Wonderful.
stray bullet come from? The Lieutenant Falcon.
I started this a little bit earlier because before we started talking about our top tens, we were talking about our biggest disappointments, and I'm pretty sure all of us can
Yeah.
be
All
kind
right,
of
I'm
in
like-
alignment on this one. This is probably one of the
Yeah.
biggest disappointments
Yeah.
of the year.
That
Falcon's
stray bullet
face
came out of
on
nowhere.
G.I. Joe Classified.
I feel like Falcon's face wasn't as bad as everyone. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't
No,
as
no,
bad.
Matt Damon.
Oh wait,
I
now
have
that
to.
you mentioned that, yeah, it was terrible. Screw Matt.
Dude,
It
Damon.
is
I
have
Team
to
America
agree.
World Police made over. Look
So-
like a damn marionette
I
face.
think he kind of looks like William Dafoe.
The Thunderbirds are
No,
go,
Willem
not
Dafoe.
Falcon.
I-
Okay,
much
let's
better
not
at
talk
least.
about William Defoe because I'm having a little bit of the bubbly to celebrate, and that will ruin my buzz quickly.
Look, I got Streets of Fire behind me on DVD. That was
That's
a
a
Christmas
great
present
movie.
to me this year.
Great
and I
movie, man.
will be watching that
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Not,
So-
Street,
movie.
not Streets on Fire, the skateboard video, obviously, I'm assuming.
This
No.
sounds like a bit of a hot watch there.
No,
So-
the one with gosh,
Willem
what was
Dafoe?
that?
Michael Pierre. Michael Pierre.
Yes,
Right? Yeah.
Eddie from Eddie and the Cruisers. Man, that was one of
Damn
my
right.
first crushes as a
Got it.
child. Eddie and the Cruisers and Streets, and it had Deborah Vandenberg from Too Close for Comfort and The Warrior, which I didn't see The Warriors until like 2 or 3 years ago, so I can't pretend like in the day she was part of the appeal. But I always had an appreciation for anyone who wasn't a blonde that was presented as attractive in Hollywood in the 80s. Carrie Fisher, Marion Ravenwood, Deborah Vandenberg. I think that's how you say her name.
Meg Foster. Don't leave her out.
Jodie Foster is naturally a
Meg,
blonde. She
not
dyed
Jodie,
her hair
not
when
Jodie.
dark when she wanted to go be taken seriously. That's all I'm going to say about that. What does he do? What does he do, Clarice? He kills women, doctor. Like a bad
Yeah.
accent and brown hair was her secret to success.
It puts the lotion on its skin or down the
As it
hose
gets the
comes
hose
again.
Allison, do you like Carrie Fisher? I'm not sure by.
Wait,
It's
I'm
all
sorry,
right.
what did you ask?
Do you like Carrie Fisher? I haven't been able to tell.
If you haven't figured it out by now, Lawrence, I will not be
Hey,
that
Lawrence,
upset
do you
when
like Ohio?
Gargamel-
Because I couldn't tell.
When Gargamel finally captures
Hello,
you, I'm
puppy.
going to be a little
Hello
sad,
there.
but I'm going to be that sad.
So
I'm taller than 3 apples. Just gonna say that.
Three and a
Nolan
half.
is
3.5
Nolan is
apples.
mentioning the disappointment for his year was Motu Moss, man. I gotta say, yeah, distribution on that was rough. It shouldn't
I
have been that hard
enjoyed
to
the
get.
figure,
What
but
are you talking about? You can get anywhere and get it right now.
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 Duplica was my biggest action figure sadness of the entire year. I could overlook everything but the lack of Duplico.
Well, I suppose
gotta-
they've got to give the time for the moss to grow on him, I think.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's
Yeah.
true. They got to spread the chia seeds out, water it, and make sure it gets plenty of sun.
Or sometimes they
anyone that
take
has an
world
issue-
tours, you know. Yeah.
Anyone that's disappointed in
Yes.
Moss Man obviously doesn't follow Hella Dope Toys. Whether you got it or not, like that made so much amusement right there.
Really did. Ted was freaking hilarious with that. So
And it came out of
Largo's
nowhere. Well, I mean, was
really
it
did.
planned? It was just like all of a sudden, what the fuck is this?
So Largo's New Year's resolution is to find a damn good of coffee. I'm guessing cup of coffee. Aim small, miss small. It's very true.
I'm drinking some Black Rifle Sasquatch coffee right now. Delicious.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm drinking some good 8 a.m. blend.
oh yes, sir. The usual
And Gav,
grade there from there.
on point. On point right here. Scrap iron is looking very good.
That face sculpt is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
We've got shiny plastic people joining us saying New Year's.
Good evening,
Yeah.
sir.
We have Spaded One McDysentery. Giggity. I gotta say, some of the names people come up with are absolutely amazing.
He's probably watching from Lawrence's stream because he comes on
Gotta be.
the Monday Night Ramblings.
Yep, yep. And Dawn had popped in earlier here. Big shout out. Happy New Year, babe. Thank you for joining us. All right. So now, does anybody else have anything as far as a list of rundown or presentation?
Oh, yes, so. Yeah.
Oh, John, you've got one? Where you got it? Share it. Let's go.
Mine is mostly, I have 3 that I do not have in hand yet. However, what I do have in hand, my number 10 spot, because she is
God,
so
man.
much different. She is
She's
so
a
much
cool one.
different in hand.
The Muscle Mommy, Dark Lynn.
She is absolutely one gorgeous figure. I absolutely love the way they sculpted her. I like the fact that her cape is wired, and I really love the facial sculpt. That facial sculpt is absolutely amazing. So she hits my number 10 spot.
Very cool.
My number 9 spot that I have is, unfortunately,
It says
probably
unfortunately. That's not an unfortunate thing.
unfortunately, Boss Man hits my number 9 spot.
It's
Only
not
thing, the only thing that I can honestly say that I kind of don't like about this figure is the secondary face, because it is much more of a green Beastman face. But other than that, it's a really good figure. Really good figure, and he's obviously not taken out of the box yet. So.
Right.
Oh,
I got mine
no.
over here, spilling the tea.
My number 8 spot is Frogmonger.
Okay.
I love I really love the way the figure is. He is a different take. I'm glad that we got him from off the sticker into a figure form. And he's just an amazing figure. And Mattel did a really good job with it. My number 7 spot that I have is Duplico. Duplico is hard to get, and I do have him, but he's over sitting in my wrestling ring. I'm getting ready to do some pictures with him for my stop motion video.
He's not one that's been duplicating really well out there, I understand.
Well, it's great because he's not, for whatever reason, his not being on a shelf, and when they do these secret sales, why make the figure available to everybody? The only reason why he hits my 7th spot is because of his distribution, but his facial sculpt is point on for what the figure is, and I love the fact, considering that I have 2 of them, I can actually take the one that I have now, which I'm doing my customization, and you don't have to do a whole lot to make Cody Rhodes.
Okay.
So that's perfect. My number 6 spot is Fangor.
Oh, hey.
And I really love the fact that we got Fangor in the Mattel Creations the way that we got him. I love the fact that you can either make him the long tusk fangs or that you can use the short fangs. So he got my number 6 spot. I cannot decide for the life which one of these actually get my number 5 spot, which is Clawful and Too Bad.
Mm.
We should have actually gotten Too Bad in Origins already, but the way that they did Too Bad in Masterverse, and definitely the way that they redid Clawful in Masterverse, absolutely looks amazing. And I love the secondary armament that you can put on his back. So both of them get number 5.
Mhm.
My number 4, which I got from Brick Something, because she is so much different in hand as well, is Motherboard.
She's massive.
She is
She's a lot bigger than I thought she would be.
She's a
She
mother
is
of a figure
every
indeed.
bit of 11.5 inches with a 16-inch wingspan.
Mm.
Absolutely gorgeous figure, and she is definitely the centerpiece on one of my shelves. So she gets my number 4 spot. So getting into my Mythic Legions now, I don't have them in hand yet. They are being sent to me right now. So my number 4 spot is Mask of the Red Death. Absolutely gorgeous figure. I really love the whole deal and what they did with Behind the Mask. And if people don't know what's behind the mask by now, or if they don't know, to have that figure, I'm still waiting to get him in hand, but he is in the making. The other figure, which is my number 3 figure, is Jacob Marley. Seeing what I've seen from the toy tube community of that particular figure, I had to have it. Plus, it's part of A Christmas Carol.
Right. Classic.
So I absolutely had to have that. I think the thing that really drew me to that was the secondary head with the open mouth and just the grisly, ghoulish type. Yes, absolutely amazing. I love it, and I can't wait to get him in hand.
Wait till you see the surprise.
Yeah.
With my number 2 spot is definitely my Headless Horseman that I have coming in. And my my Headless Horseman is my number 1 spot. My number 2 spot is from Circle of Poxus is Azar. He is the yellow,
The demon.
almost demon dragon type figure, and he is just amazing. And ever since I had started looking in on the Source Horseman and whatnot, and started reading up on the different characters and what they are, just his outlandish yellow that he has on him, the head sculpt is just so superb. The 4 Horsemen really just, they know what they're doing, and they know how to please each and every one of the people who are now who are a fan or have now just become a fan of the Legion.
For sure, brother. I definitely hear that. All right. Who wants to go next? Who has a top 10 they want to go
Yes,
through?
I have a bit of a list there also.
Go for it, Eldor. What you got, brother?
Just a second there. All right. So top 10 there. Hang on a sec. Yes, I'm much like Axiom Figs there. Mine are just figures of what I got this year. So not necessarily the figures that came out in 2023. Of course, one of them came out there last year, but the fellow I pre-ordered them through, he delays quite a bit there. So I ended up getting him sort of midway through this year. And I've got a few screen shares set up there and what have you, but I've got a couple beside me also. So yes, a top 10 there was a bit of a special one. So I might present that one up there.
I'm not showing it on my end, Eldor. Are you?
Just doing it now, so it should
Oh,
be
there it
popping
is. Okay. Yeah, it's coming in.
up. Yes, sir. I'm quite beside myself there, you might say. And this was a great old piece there. I know it probably came out about 6 years ago now, or give or take. But yes, the Super 7, a vintage Powers of Grayskull, me, of course. So yes, that's one I've been looking to get for a while now. And a fellow over in here, he put up Eldor there and a Hero, my old apprentice. But I could only afford one, you see. So I went with the obvious choice there. So
That's kind of a new
myself.
definition of playing with yourself, isn't it, Eldor?
I guess you could say that. But no, he's still minty fresh in the packet there, so I haven't taken him out.
Well, no glove, no love. So
That's
keep
right.
it wrapped.
I suppose.
It's an MOD song.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yep.
So what else do we have here? What's counting down? Number 9. Oh yes, I don't have him up as a photo, but number 9 was a new Eternia a web store there. He's still in the old package too, but yes, I like the way he looked there with the legs on the back. So I hope when we get a Mosquito out there, he'll have a similar go with the old legs coming out of his back and what have you. And yes, so number 9. Again, I don't think I have a photo up for that one, but Lady Slither was my number 9 spot there. She's got quite a few pieces to her there, and you can swap her legs out for the snake tail. And I had a good friend. She was kind enough to get me a second one. So I have one for keeping a minty fresh and keeping the dust off, if you will. And yes, I got the other one to have a bit of a pose about, or do a review when I get back to doing all that. Because I've been bogged down with a lot of jobs, chores there, you might say. All right, so what else do we have here? Number 7 was the Origins King Hiss. So you might need to blow me up there a bit, I'll say.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So this is one I've got in the old hand, as it were. Yes, the Origins King Hiss there. He had quite a assortment to him too, you can swap him out there to have the snake bits popping out and what have you. Yes, just generally pleased with his sculpt. And of course, I got a spare vintage one that I've used the helmet part off to start on working on my custom Masterverse King Hiss when I get all the pieces that I need to finish that with. So yes, it was the older King Hiss there. And so next we have the speaking of another clever fellow in our community, you'll have to blow me up there again also.
Oh, can do.
And I don't know if he's still in the chat or not, but yes, Ace there, Ramen Toy. He's a rather busy and clever fellow there, bringing out all these 80s properties that we know and love that and for the most part, other toy smiths don't seem to be producing and just sitting on the IP, I believe we say there. And one of the pieces that he brought out was a bit of a fixer-up for one of the Masterverse figures that came out this year. Of course, the movie He-Man. It wasn't without its controversy, as the movie was. What? So yes, Ace there brought out the Master of the Verse heads, looking more like old Dolph Lundgren there. So that was fairly good, but the one I'm holding up here at the moment's gone for a bit of a face change, bit of a face-off, you might say. Yes.
Face.
Yeah, so I've been doing this one as a what if sort of movie faker. So I've done a bit of carving away in the side of his face there and sculpted in a bit of a robotic-esque look to one side of the face. So I just dunked the head in a bit of hot water there and boiled the old hair off, as it were, just to get a better handle on things. And yes, I decided to ruffle up some of the hair on that side also, because he had a bit of a swing down with He-Man's sword across the face there to expose the old, give it a bit of battle damage, expose the old robotics underneath. So he used to just lightly took a scalpel there and cut down the hair grain or of that side, and I'll re-glue some of it further back so it's sort of more swept or tussled about and so forth. Was that? And going down the list there, right? And number 5, yes. So will keep me blowing up there. This was another older release that I was quite happy to get, and it was a classic Sorceress there. I used to have quite a big classics collection there a few years ago, but I had to end up selling it. Unfortunately, I almost got a one-piece back. Was the classics Mosquito I sold to a fellow, and he ended up putting it back up on sale again. But yes, I put a bid on it, but then all of a sudden, my Great Eye of the Universe spent the dummy on me. What? So I had to buy a new one, and all that money it was going to get Mosquito back. Sadly, we went into getting a new Great Eye of the Universe. Best to stay on the airwaves, as it were. So yes, there was that spot there. Classic Sorceress. Of course, one I never got when I was collecting classics when they were coming out there. And all right, moving on. Number 4 there. I guess this fellow's had a bit of a hard time indeed. He's already been brought up a couple of times now in the stream. Old Mossy Boy there, old chap. It's around the world, was it? 96 old days.
96 days.
That was including the first time Axion attempted to send him out from the US of A there. But
Yep.
he got shipped right back to Axion again. We think the old snifter hounds must have caught scent of the old pine there, Although my senses are a bit gone at my age, so I can't really smell it. But they say a dog's nose is 100 times more powerful or whatnot. But anyway, he tried to send that out again after getting back home from PowerCon, and then yes, he was in and out of China and back to the US, and then finally arriving to me in about 74 days there. So we have him finally. That's good. But yes, the one that I was looking forward to getting indeed for this year. Okay. Well, the third choice there, and I do have a screen share for that one. So I don't know if we can stop that one. Oh, yes, there we go. And here we are. Was the Fans Toys Thomas there? Bit of a third party Transformer and what have you.
Very nice.
There is a nice big heavy bot. Of course, a lot of these third party bots have the old die cast parts on them, and
Right.
yes, that makes them kind of top heavy.
Now that is more commonly known as, is that Astro Train?
The Astro Train, yes, yes.
That's what I
The
thought.
third party folks, they to avoid getting the old slap on the hand there,
Yeah.
they go changing the names and what have you. And
Yes, let's call the train Thomas and not worry about the name, right? I mean,
Right.
But he did have the better of the
that's,
train mode.
that's not inviting a problem, too. I mean, let's just, you should have called
Dodge
it
so
one
this-
loss,
so this-
two
you
right
would've
into
been
the
fine with
other.
that. Instead, they
So
call
this
him
was
Thomas.
one of the ones I was
that's-
looking forward to getting this year. And yes, we had a bit of a mix up with him too, because the fellow I pre-ordered him off in our transforming group. He ended up giving my order to some other fellow to replace this one because it was missing the yellow streak in the cap there. And so Ace was gonna, not Ace, Ken, another Ken. He was going to try and order me a whole new bot there, but he couldn't. So the only other option was to see if he could get a new head for him. Which, of course, he was able to. So got 2 spare heads, and of course the spare faceplate makes him look a bit angrier, and so forth. But oh yes, with these MPs, quite a lot to them, with transforming and whatnot. So there's the shuttle, and of course the train mode, and you get the old train tracks there, which also doubles as a bit of a flight stand for the shuttle mode, or I guess you can use it in the robot as well. But yes, I just keep them in the train there.
Very cool.
And so that was that spot. Right. Number 2. I don't have them on me, really, so you can take all that down there also.
All right.
I'll just talk about him. Number 2 was old Serpentor there. So that was the one that I pre-ordered last year, but we've had a lot of trouble with this fellow. He takes a good long while, but eventually I got him about mid around this year, and I just took the figure out. I haven't opened out his little floating chariot vehicle there, but since I don't have him with me, I thought I'd bring in my alternate topper, and that was old Shipwreck there, the old Sea Dog.
That's Lawrence's favorite fig.
Yes, I saw him coming on there. I foresaw him coming on, so I thought, yes, we won for Lawrence.
Yeah, it's got,
But
it's
I
got to be
had him
Lawrence's
too as a
favorite.
wee lad. So he was one of my favorites when I was a little bit younger there.
Lawrence had 9 of them as a kid growing up. He had
I know,
a whole
heard that story
whole
there.
command crew for his flag.
I had a whole
Hey, gotta
army,
have the old salute ship man there, as they say.
whole army of
Had
shipwrecks.
lots of semen.
He had lots of semen as a young man.
Semen all over the place.
See, you hear Roman? He even barked because he didn't like hearing it. Okay?
And yes, so that leaves old Lucky Last, and I've got this one in hand too, but he's just sitting in his box for now. But why not bring up the artwork too? So the number 1 spot was see I do mine different.
Sun
Number 1's my top favorite, so I do the reverse. Counting down as you do for the old rocket launchers there. So yes, my favorite of this year was old Sun Wukong, Monkey King, and then we have the lovely artwork there by one Nate Barch.
That's
Nice
right.
gold, gold accenting around him there, and of course it's all magnetized. And you open that up, and there he is inside there. So I got this one from a fellow that's been getting them in, an attorney here, which is good because I initially missed out there because he's a bit rich in the older gold purse, So yes, I got him, and I also got the Father Christmas off that fellow. But yes, when I was going through this one, I noticed he's missing one of the feathers that's sticking his cap there. But
Oh no,
I wasn't
that's
going
not
to, I wasn't going
macaroni.
to have him. I wasn't going to have him with those in his head anyway. So yes, that was my list.
Very cool. So I actually managed our good friend Thanos. He went ahead and put all of his top 10 together in a reel. and sent me the link over to it. So I'm going to share that
So
screen.
I should have thought to have done that on IG there, but I might do that later on. I think would have made things easier.
All right. Since it's a reel, I'm going to pause it real quick and let me get in here to present. Now I'm getting all kinds of technical with it. Ooh. All right. So at his number 10 spot, we have the X-Men 97 Wolverine. I'm pretty sure that's the one he had. We got Jadis
Yes, I'm looking at
Chun-Li,
buying that one. I haven't decided on them yet, but yeah,
Masterverse Prince Adam at number 8.
that's a good one.
The Red Sonja figure, phenomenal. The Beholder from D&D. And then it went back to Wolverine at number 10. Thanos, I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like for some reason I've gotten a top
I did not load
7.
them all up, maybe.
It's on
Top
there.
top 5.
What is
Or
that?
bottom of your
the
top five?
beholder, I suppose, worth about 3 figures.
Your bottom 5 are missing, sir.
Are
We're
you
missing
using
some
a,
5s.
you're using
yeah.
a computer to look at those?
Yeah, hold on. Let
That's
me
what
try
it
to
is.
see.
Instagram hates computers,
Oh, you
Ain't
so
that
it'll
the truth?
often give you errors. if you
Instagram
try to
hates
look at it.
everything except,
Yes, I've been noticing on late on the old IG that every time I go to, say, go into the group chats or something, it says something has gone wrong. And, I
Yeah,
decided to do the refresh again.
it's been annoying.
Tried to pull it up in a window. I'm going to see if it'll play past 6 here.
I think
Nope.
old Zuckerberg there's outstretched himself. He's bought too many businesses or whatever.
Well, we've got 4 minutes here until we get to New Year on the East Coast.
Oh, Wilhelm, sir. Good evening.
Wilhelm. I had a great live stream earlier today. Oh, he is over on Grindhead Jim's channel right now.
Oh, yes.
But wanted to pop over and wish us all a happy New Year. Well, thank you for stopping by,
Tell
brother.
old Jim Happy New Year from us there. Yeah.
Exactly, definitely.
And I just want to say, I didn't think I was going to do it, but pushing out a whole crap load of content, I hit 3,400 before the new year on the East Coast.
That's nice.
Excellent.
Well done,
Yes.
Lawrence. Awesome.
Good work,
Congrats,
sir.
brother.
I think it was being on a Mega J's the other day for way too long.
That does give you a boost every now and then, right?
Well, that and those. Well, I was on because of the Delta 17
Delta
stuff.
17.
Oh, see, they've just come out.
Gotta say. Now, we're going to be talking more about that in a little bit here. I'm going to wait until I'm going to go through my top 10 right after we count down. We've got 3 minutes till midnight, so I don't want to be in the middle of everything and then have to stop.
Yeah, that would, you have to stop and do it again. And I was like, what are we doing?
I'm waiting for Mega J to show up any minute now and crash the stream and say, "Oh shit."
Oh,
I could do that for you if you want me to.
Well, you know what? Yes, since Bobby's here. Bobby, go ahead and kill the stream for me and make
Sure.
sure your last words for live 2023 are
Don't
oh,
say
shit.
it.
say
I'll do it.
something inspirational.
You know
Then,
he'll do it.
Yeah. I would eat
Hey,
my shit.
I managed to get it back up last year in 3 minutes, but that's what happens when you
The
play with
famous
it,
last
right?
words.
This year it's oh creamy shits.
Mm,
Creamy shits, 2023.
Creamy shits.
Creamy shits. If you guys have not seen that little reel for Christmas on IG, that is freaking hilarious. Grandma's so mad. Somebody pulled down some of her letters, and instead of Merry Christmas, it's just creamy shits.
Nice.
Just
Oh, too much time on your hands, I guess.
It's a
Hey,
bit
you
of
know
cream
what?
in the old
Yeah.
coffees pretty good there.
Well, I don't like creamy shits in my coffee.
Yeah.
Oh no, just
That
the
is
cream,
nice.
sir. Just the cream.
I was gonna say you don't mess with my
from the
coffee.
cow, you know.
I don't get you. That gets you stabbed.
Well, Oz got special cream though.
Oh, I got
Oh.
special cream.
I know.
Wait. I heard somebody else jumping in here. Hang on a minute.
What you say about someone about to
We got
show?
another legend jumping in right before we hit the new year on the East Coast. He must have heard us
It's a
mention Delta
surprise
17,
indeed.
and here he is.
The stream is
Everyone?
out of control.
Good evening,
Yeah,
sir.
apparently it is. We need that on a shirt in 2024, Allison.
Ken
That's
is
what we're gonna
vicariously living
We
through
do.
my Delta 17 video because it's doing so much better than his.
Can we bump him? How long has he been on the stream? Like, is his time expired?
It'll
Time
be
expired?
okay. He's only got a few more minutes until Gargamel shows up and tries to capture him, and he'll have to leave for a little bit. So.
Screw you and your 3,000 views.
All right.
I mean, sorry. You're
We got a
helping
minute?
Brad, I'm helping. So yes, please keep doing well.
We got a minute here
He
until
bought
it's
his
the new
he
year
bought his
on the
subs the
East
same place
Coast.
that
All right.
VI did. So
Your
don't
glass
worry
is
about
ready there,
that.
chaps and ladies.
And it is officially 2024 on the East Coast here. Happy New
Happy
Year,
New Year.
everybody. Thank you all for being here. Happy New Year.
Oh shit!
Cheers.
Bobby's killing the stream.
Nothing else to see here. Good night.
Yes, sir. I haven't
All
seen
the
you all
rap
since
folks,
last
if
year.
you
then.
wanted to know my top 10, sorry. That was
I don't feel-
2023. We're in 2024 now.
I don't
Right.
feel any different than the other day when I went from 47 to 48 on live stream. So I feel the same.
Damn, you're a fucking old bastard.
I know.
Not as old as me though.
Oh,
I've still got a few more days before I get to mine. So, hey, everybody,
weird.
Happy New Year!
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Love it, man.
Yeah.
Strange.
You know, we were able to bring in 2024 together, which is incredible. Baby, Happy New Year to you too, Dawn. Appreciate you being here.
Everyone that doesn't live on the East Coast, like when you were a kid and you would watch the ball drop in New York, was it like totally like anticlimactic because you're like, yeah,
Yep.
it's not really the new year for us.
Yep,
Right?
that's exactly how it felt.
But
Well, I grew up in
but
Chicago,
realistically,
so-
though, if you had good
Yeah.
parents, they would fool you and mess with the clocks.
Yeah.
So you would think that it's midnight.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, growing up in Chicago, it was like it was like the start of that last hour. So you saw the ball drop in New York. We had an hour before our New Year was there. So
But did they have an event like? I mean, I would assume LA probably has something where they drop a ball or something. But what about for like Central Time and stuff? Do they do something like that, or is like once New York hits, it's like, all right, we're done.
Well,
No,
didn't they stop
they had a
dropping the ball
countdown,
every hour
yeah.
now?
Yeah.
yeah, they'll do a rerun of
Yeah.
it on TV.
I was just,
That sounds awesome.
Wasn't on
Yeah.
Kathy Lee Gifford.
Well, I mean,
That's what it was
if you watch local news stations and stuff, they'll have live stuff there with
Yeah.
what's going around the town and stuff like that. But yeah, nothing huge like New York.
Right.
Everybody's got to shit their pants because they can't move and stuff like that. So hopefully they're prepared. But
Shipping my
everyone-
pants right now.
well, I mean, it's true though. They're all the people in Times Square. They can't move.
No.
Every
Like
time
no
I
real
watch
New Yorkers go to
that
Times
ball
Square.
drop in New York, I'm just looking at that like that doesn't look fun. It's like it's usually freezing out.
Yep.
Like you said,
Oh, come
everyone is
on.
Yeah,
at-
no.
30 degrees is not freezing, you pansy.
Well, technically,
it used
according
to
to
not be, but
science, 30
look at
degrees
the
is
desert.
freezing.
Well, it's
Yeah,
true.
I'm
If you
just
look at it
telling
that
you.
way, I guess you're right, Aaron.
when
but-
when I used to watch it, it used to actually be cold at this time.
Sciencing.
But that's because Detroit's on a
It's hot out here,
hellmouth,
though.
so you're so close to the hellmouth now. It never gets really cold there.
It's
Yes,
not cold till
Ohio,
it gets
that's
below
right.
0.
Ohio and Canada were right next to, so
Ohio is also just one big hellmouth, so you're fine.
You guys are probably going to get that Arctic bomb or whatever they calling it again.
no, we don't. Like
hope
where
not.
I'm at, we don't really get hit. Like I'll be looking at like the Weather Channel. I'm watching Ohio get hit. I'm watching Grand Rapids in Michigan. I'm watching Buffalo, who, oh, Ed knows. Everyone's like completely slammed, and I'm looking outside going, Well, there's a dusting out there.
Sadly,
good.
Buffalo
Yeah.
usually doesn't get it
All
that
right.
bad either.
Yeah, that's all the lake
Oh,
effects.
we're
so-
back on action there.
We got Thanos here with
Ah, we knew that was coming.
We're
I
5.
figured guts would be on there somewhere.
Ornitar. Just another great fig. Oh,
Kali.
getting into the AWA.
Oh,
Kali. Very
interesting.
good. Sun
Oh,
Wukong
Sun
in his
Wukong, very
number
good.
2. Who do we got for number 1?
Oh, yes.
It's one of those.
Oh, yeah.
Orgrim. I believe that one's Orgrim. Been so long since I've had them named. All right. We got it to work. We got it.
Very good.
I just want to say Happy New Year, everybody. I'm going to cut out and stuff.
All right,
So-
All right,
Happy
Bob.
Bobby.
Happy New Year, Bobby.
Good to have
Hey,
you.
brother.
Happy
Thank
New
you for showing up. Thank you
Yep.
for bringing in New Year with us.
Thank you.
See you on
Good
Thursday,
job,
my
sir.
friend.
Roman.
One day I need to
Good
have.
boy.
One day I need to be
Good
on a
boy.
stream with Bobby. And we can just talk about punk music.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's set it up.
No,
I'd love to do that.
I don't know him. I think I insulted like 3 people as they came in, saying that.
Yeah, but if you didn't insult me when I came in, Lawrence, something would be seriously wrong. I'd have thought like he went to church today or something.
Yeah.
Not
That's
you, I don't
how,
give a
we
shit
know
about
you.
you.
That's how we know you love us.
There we go. Right.
I didn't hear about any churches burning down today when a short guy walked through the door, so I
Yeah.
think we're safe.
It's because I don't go to churches.
That's good, man.
Hey, Palpatine.
Help
How
you,
you
my
doing?
lord.
See 1975 joining in here.
Happy New Year there. If it's not yours already.
Just saying, big celebration on the Vegas Strip. So that's awesome,
Oh.
Maybe they're just celebrating every New Year's.
right? I mean, that's what
Keep
we're
going
doing,
out
right?
every hour, right? Just keep going.
Keep counting it down. We did it
That
last year.
would have
We
been a
can do it
perfect
again.
time for the old
Do it
aliens
again
dropping
now.
out of the sky, I think.
Actually, this is the 1-year anniversary of the first mega stream that I did, where I had so many people on, and we just kept it going through the whole night. It was the first real big stream that I did like this. So absolutely, it kind of set the tone for what was to come for the rest of the year. I didn't know it at the time; it just kind of happened that way.
So the name of your stream is what? The final Clubhouse?
Of 2023.
Yeah, well, you have 2024. I'll just tell
Yeah.
you that. So technically, this is the final Clubhouse of 2023.
All right, guys. I'll see you all in 2025.
He's the final clubhouse
Cheers,
of
buddy, cheers.
2024
Let's-
on Sundays.
I was gonna say something about that earlier, but
It's
Hey, you know what? Call me out.
Shit
I
happens.
make mistakes. I've been rushing all day. So.
Isn't this also?
Shit happens.
Isn't this the first Clubhouse of 2024?
Technically, it is.
Technically, yes.
Even though
It'll
now
be
it's
the
the
last,
final
apparently,
countdown
as
of
well.
2024.
So we'll have to rebrand after this off.
But I'm just taking off a year, like PowerCon, right? I'm taking a page out of Val's book. A plan for 2025.
The scheduling just didn't work out, right, us?
It wasn't working out.
Yeah.
To which,
I gotta have
yeah.
exclusives ready.
I heard Val announce the 2025 date already.
He did. And that's because he came out and said it's like the dates weren't lining up for 2024. If they gave themselves a whole nother year, it gives a whole nother year of planning to get involved with everything. And he just decided it was the right decision. But that's okay, because like I said, that helped clear my slate. I'm not worried about PowerCon for next year, which is opening me up for Joe Fest. So
Joe Fast.
that is
Exactly.
what I'm looking forward to as part of my 2024. Let me count
I
down
was looking
my
forward to going to Joe Fest because I get to actually meet people in person.
Right?
So you're probably gonna go, right, Aaron?
Yeah, as far as everything's going well, so yeah, I
Awesome.
would anticipate we're going.
This is my list for 2023. Lady Slither is number 10 because I gotta say, I absolutely love that they did her in Origins. I'm glad that they brought this character to life. I love the giant snake tail. She might have ranked higher because I love that whole Gorgon look with the snake tail, except for the fact that even though there's articulation in it, she tips over like a motherfucker.
I think they had a
And
missed
even more
opportunity
so,
with
the
that,
more pieces you add,
with that waist piece.
Hey, Phil.
That really
Phil,
could
Phil's here.
handle
Phil.
that big gold pot.
Phil.
Hello, sir.
Phil.
You have to
Good
get
to
her
have
in the perfect spot.
Oh, Lord,
for her
goes
not
out
to
too.
trip over.
She's not as bad as when you put the male part on top, though. Like when you pop off the
Yeah.
mid base piece and then you put a male piece on, that's even worse because like you
I
got to have it lean so far back to balance.
I don't know if I did that. I might have done that in my review, but I don't have it like that. But yeah, you're right. Like either way, you have to have it
It's
balanced
such
perfect.
an awkward pose.
Yes.
But I love it though. I gotta say, I really, really do like the look of it overall.
I wish there was more detail in the skirt. That's kind of
Something would have been nice. Yeah, if they'd have done something to paint it,
like
make
some
it pop.
gold accenting around the.
Well, because they did it with the wrists, right? Like the wrist gauntlets on her have it. Why couldn't they just do it on a bigger piece?
Yeah, and I understand that piece isn't used if you're using putting a male on it, but again, like it draws away from it. That's my only issue with it.
Hey, Lawrence,
I
this is
think
the top
Bangor
10.
had the same
How about some
issue
fucking
there.
positivity,
Lack
huh?
of paint apps in his upper armor.
So,
What was that, Ed?
I said this is Oz's top 10. How about you have some little positivity? Jesus.
He's the one who said it tips over. I didn't say that.
right?
I
I
disagree with
did
him.
bring that up.
I
I'm
said,
just
fuck
busting
that
your
thing,
balls,
just
man.
tips the fuck over.
Does it,
It is a season to be jolly after all.
It's like trying to stand a 2-liter that's fucking warped and overfilled. It just tips right over.
Definitely does. So Fangor right here is another one of my favorite. I love all the sculpting. You know, again, there's minimal more detail they could have brought out on this guy. And he's again just a really, really cool ass figure that they brought to life with Origins that I didn't think we were gonna get. Oh, Mega J just sent me a message saying Happy New Year. I'm sending him one back saying Happy New Year to you too. Thank you for not crashing my stream.
Last year. That was epic last year.
That
I think he's a bit worried about coming on there, so.
He jumped on last night and gave us all a Happy New Year. So all right, and let's move it on down this list here. I throw a play set in there because you know what? This play set kicks ass. I'm sorry. Like the original Snake Mountain, I always felt was a little lacking next to Castle Grayskull because there just wasn't a whole lot of playability to it other than the microphone and the trapdoor, which kind of sucked. You know, now we got a jail cell, we got the bone throne, get a weapons rack, get a little acid pool that you can have. You can pop the torso off your figure and have them climbing out of. You know, trapdoor is pretty badass, and the snake moves. Now it can't actually bite anybody because they didn't put quite enough articulation in there, but they made a lot of improvements to the original playset. And
one thing more, it was gifted to you by an Eternian also.
I was gonna say this came all the way from Eternia, from Eldor. Love you, brother. Thank you so much, my friend.
No, not at all.
So now we're going to start getting into the Four Horsemen stuff because we all know I'm a big shill for the Horsemen. Mask of the Red Death, being from Baltimore, getting a little piece of Poe in my toy collection is freaking remarkable.
a piece of Poe?
A piece of Poe, Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah,
I like having a piece of
I
Poe.
thought you meant Ken Poe.
I was gonna say the lesser of the two Poes in the room is well, he just tells spooky stories. I go buy toys. I mean, you know,
A piece of Poe in
you
your
don't
collection is better than a
but
piece of poo, I guess.
It's true.
yeah.
Now, Ken, you don't just buy toys now. You're part of making toys now.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember
history.
that. Going into 2024, Ken is making history.
That's right. And now that Ken's you got some of his figures, so you got both Poes in your collection.
That's
There you
true.
go.
That's
There
true.
you go.
Ken has become a historical figure.
It's not toy history, it's toy.
Yeah.
And
Largo,
so-
you technically have
Sir,
some
welcome.
Delta 17. They're just not physically in your possession. So
That's true. They're on the
Yeah.
slow boat.
yes. Yes. Oh, and Lawrence Gaz figured out the T-hook, the leg issue. Just so you know.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Gaz figured out the leg issue. He found the right size T-hook to make the legs bend properly. So anyway.
Oh, I
There
thought
we
that
go.
was a Karate Kid reference. You always sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg. Speaking of
Sweep the
Cobra
leg.
Kai
Don't
comes
forget
back.
to wipe on and wipe off.
Cobra Kai
Oddly
comes back
enough,
soon.
somebody just sent me a link to
Well, spit
a
it out.
review that called me out about Delta 17
With the what?
about
dude?
not putting figures in the right size vehicles, and that I didn't watch other stuff. So
Oh, he called
What?
he called me out like 4 times over the past year. Don't worry about that guy.
I don't even know who it is.
What did he
He's
say,
he's
Lawrence?
I'm
the same
assuming
guy who's
it's
commented on your
person-
videos. He says
Okay.
he says he loves you, but he had to correct you. That's all.
You didn't put him in the right size
again-
vehicle. What right size vehicle would that be?
Again, well, the correction isn't that they don't fit in the right size vehicles. And I'm sorry, but you already know this. It's that their legs don't go in an L pose, so they don't sit properly.
Yeah.
It's not so much that they don't fit.
Oh,
it's
well,
that
that's a bunch of horse
they
shit because I fit Shepard and Leonidas into an off striker. And they
Yeah.
look fun. So I don't know what they're talking about.
More importantly, who's this asshole, Lawrence, that like is coming for you so we can get the pitchforks?
He came after a lot of people. He came after me. He came after Lawrence. He came
Yeah.
after.
no, again,
Yeah.
like it's
And
not
then,
that you
and then he
can't fit
goes,
them
"Don't
in
worry,
there.
I love you all. I'm just joking around." I'm like,
No,
"Yeah, but
it's
you
not that
don't
you can't
know
fit
us."
them in there, but the legs don't go into an L pose, so
Yeah.
it pushes it up. So if you look from the side of a vamp, the vamp doesn't matter; his head sticks out. You're never gonna fit seated properly. There's nothing wrong with it if it's something that gets corrected, but you're gonna have the same issue when you make vehicles how they sit.
Yeah, but the thing is they've got 3 different size bucks too. So you've got
No.
figures that are bigger than what the
You-
original Joes were.
No,
so.
you're not understanding. The legs don't go into an L position.
I'm well aware of that, Lawrence. I watched the video.
Okay, well then it doesn't matter what size. Like,
I'm just saying you got figures that are bigger.
no, I get
It may
that.
not fit anyway.
So Ace stopping in, just starting on his New Year lunch, dropping by to see how the stream is going. Brother, we are going over all kinds of great stuff, talking about new toys coming, talking about the toys of the last year, and glad you could be here as we just crossed over into the new year here on the East Coast. Thank you for stopping through, my man. We love you. Absolutely love you.
Ace, the man.
That's true. The legend. And Kenzo also saying Happy New Year's for the East Coasters. But we're going to keep rolling it because we still got another 45 minutes before we hit it in Central Time. So Sun Wukong naturally made it to my list as he is another fantastic sculpt. A lot of new pieces came in with this guy. And it's good to see some of it already getting reused with the Sons of the Rising Star. Or,
Sons of the Red
No.
Star?
Sons of the Red Star. Thank you, Ken. I'm getting that name wrong a lot lately. But yes, Sons of the Red Star wave coming out, up for pre-order right now. And Dubin, he definitely made it onto this list because he is just, again, one badass figure from 2023. And I love the fact that he's got that Falcon. It's amazing to have that. Now, if only I can get his vampire-like counterpart Valak. I'm trying to get him next. And I just found out last night, due to our good friend Joe, that the heads are swappable on their birds.
Ooh.
So that is really, really badass.
Yeah, that's a beautiful
So I
sculpt.
gave you a bit of a shout out there just before there, hey sir, for your rum and toy heads. You know the good work you're doing there.
Thank you, Ace. I was, we've talked about this quite a lot between Brick and myself. Like, we want to see some of the surrounding characters. Like, we want to see the rest of them come. No idea whether we will actually get them or not, but I'm really hoping we do.
Is it
And
like
forgive
Memory
me if
Toys
I
or
missed
somebody
it.
doing some other ones?
Yes, as a matter of fact, and at least they've done their version of a Sun Wukong, so we
Right.
can assume we're probably going to get more from them.
And they showed
You
some
never
off. I
know.
can't remember what the hell.
Yeah, You never know with the Four Horsemen whether they're going to be doing more or not from it.
Yeah.
And forgive me if I pronounced that wrong, but Jubaji. Yeah, I've only ever read the name. I've never actually tried to say it out loud.
Sadly, my
I think
only
you nailed
knowledge
it.
of the Monkey King is that one movie that had Jackie Chan and Jet Li, which I liked, but I know there's a
Forbidden
lot more to
Kingdom?
the legend. Yes,
So, that's actually a pretty decent movie, too.
it was fun.
My introduction with Journey to the West was actually Dragon Ball and Akira Toriyama's interpretation kind of thing that he went into that. And then that got me to actually read Journey to the West. And I was like, this is amazing. Jacob Marley, of course, also makes the cut. Just because, again, this list is my top faves of this year. So, like, you can agree or not agree, but, like, again, the sculpting detail, the new pieces we're getting out of here with the Victorian dress. Been talking about it a lot for the last month. It's just really epic. And then what was inside the safe as well, just another amazing piece. So, you get a lot of fun stuff when you get a figure obscura for the Four Horsemen.
Well, when it comes time for them doing the retail release, they might include the head sculpts for the other two ghosts, perhaps.
Well, I'm not so much sure that we'll get alternate head sculpts with the retail release, but they did say we will be getting visited by the ghosts again.
We will
So
be haunted again.
we
I think
may,
the door knockers was a nice touch. That's really cool.
right?
Yeah.
Like, it was an awesome throw in. They didn't need to do it. I have no idea what I'm going to do with all those extra keys, but it's really amazing. I'm going to make some kind of custom janitor figure, maybe. I don't know.
A jailer, maybe.
Just make sure you put them on a bit of a key ring there, sir, so you don't lose them.
We'll finally get that Viper figure. He
Window
makes windows.
Window
but he's
Viper.
a window Viper, but
The
he's going to
window
need all those
Viper.
keys. And Joe, could you imagine, like, Cobra, this giant terrorist organization, got trolled by a damn window cleaner to the point where the Joes raided them hard for, like, I don't know how long that campaign went before the Viper showed up. I can't remember what the time frame was that they did, but man, they raided so many Cobra bases trying to find this guy.
It's just coincidence, man.
It was freaking hilarious, though. I absolutely loved it. It's one of my favorite episodes of the cartoon ever.
Definitely.
So Vorgus Vermilion pops in here in a number 2 slot because although he is similar to the Unknown one, which I got at the beginning of the year, there are differences in the details and the armor, and the paint apps are phenomenal. And his translucent red head is freaking amazing. So, like, you put on this armor, you become like this unstoppable vampire monster, but it drains your essence and you eventually disappear. And that's why on the version 2, you've got a translucent red head to make it, look like he is eventually phasing out. So, really, really cool detail to throw in. And again, just an amazing, amazing figure. And then, as if anybody had to question it, my top pick for the year. This, at first I was thinking it's kind of a cop-out that I pick the same figure 2 years in a row. But I freaking just love this figure so freaking much. And there is an improvement on it from last year's
they made
version.
A few changes there, so.
The fire effect is nicer on this one. I just
Right?
think the trim, the green hoofs, the green eyes on the horse, the cape, the purple stands out more.
Yeah, the purple is
Right?
fantastic.
Everything about it is just
Are you able to put the pumpkin on the figure itself?
Chinese pronunciation. There's
Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely
Yeah. Hang on, I will.
I got
I
it.
was gonna say, you got it,
there's
Aaron?
there's a
I got it
port
right here,
for the
Oz.
head, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you. Hang on.
Somebody
gonna
should
say-
do a Christopher Walken
Okay, it's got it.
for that. That'd
You
be
can
cool.
show it off too, Aaron. Let's go ahead. Let's
It's all right.
make everybody know.
You know what? That's a pain in the butt to get that plug out. So
Right.
Oh, okay, because you got the
Somebody-
plug in.
Yeah,
should
the
do-
heads from your Mythic Legion skeletons will fit in there too if you want to give him a skull
Yep.
head.
Yeah.
I was just
Which-
saying, I think they should do a Christopher Walken skull for that.
That'd be cool.
That would be pretty cool.
I'm sure there'll be somebody that does something.
Let me see here. I should have an extra neck peg, and I will pop on
But you don't have to do
the.
it.
Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do
All
it. I want to pop on the scaphoid skull, just so we can get a boner
Nice.
on here.
It looks really nice. I've done it.
Yeah, and the scaphoid skull works really good too because it's that bright green. I just got to find my extra neck peg. I know I've got it in here somewhere. Well, moving along, I'll take myself off of big screen, and that's my top 10 list for the year. Those were my favorite pickups this year. And there's a couple like honorable mentions that I didn't really throw on that necessarily. And, you know, things like Moss Man didn't quite make the cut because, you know, as much as I love that figure and I think he looks great, trying to get him was a giant pain in the ass. Thank you, Skelly, by the way. If you are watching, my brother Skelly sent that out to me, and I really, really appreciate that because I couldn't get him here, and he was really pissing me off this year. Not Skelly, the friggin' Moss Man. And $40 for him, I still don't think was quite worth.
Yeah, I don't get that $40 price tag. It's not like he was that much different than a regular deluxe that's been
Hey, he was
$22
flocked.
price point.
You know, the only thing that I got to mention about it is that you know, the flocking Moss Man and then
Yeah.
charging $40 for him, and you charged $40 for freaking Battle Cat or Panther flock. And it's just like, come on now. No, they do not cost the same. They do not cost the same.
Really not. Panther's a much bigger figure there.
So that is the scaphoid green skull.
Oh, yes.
As
Is
you
that
can
glow
see,
in the
that
dark
actually
green
looks.
skull?
No, scaphoid does not glow in the dark, which is a shame.
I'm sorry.
But Hagnon
and-
will.
Yes,
Uh-oh,
Hagnon will.
Oh, I thought you said hang on. I think he's gonna show me one.
Hagnon.
Pretty dope. That's a cool figure.
Oh man, I wish I had known, Ace. I would have definitely picked it up from you, my brother. Well, that is all right, because you know what? We're gonna see each other. We're gonna see each other coming up at Joe Fest, brother, and it'll be good to hang out with you again, spend some more time.
So is Ace confirmed for Joe Fest?
He said that he hopes to see us all at Joe Fest 2024. So
That's right.
It's the unveiling of the bridge layer, Ken.
We can hand deliver our what do you call it? Our
Is
Brave
he,
Star.
is he doing more
Brave
work
Star
on his
person.
Aces figure
Marshall.
there?
Marshall.
Yes.
Was Marshall?
Maybe your figure will fit in his 6-inch bridge layer. Then people will be happy if I do that review.
As long as the leg bends all the way up.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Wait. 6-inch bridge layer?
Yeah.
Wait, I
Ace is
just
doing a
asked a
bridge
question. Why the bridge layer?
It isn't
It's
just a bridge
Out of
layer, though.
everything, just the bridge
It's,
layer.
it's
Because it's
modular,
gonna
so you
double
can
as the
take off
Wolverine
certain
tank.
sections. It can become a tank.
Yeah,
It can
why-
become
yeah.
a Wolverine. And
Yeah.
it
Well, the
can
Wolverine
become a
only,
bridge layer.
really, right? Because the seats are way back.
So,
You're not gonna get a
There we
Mauler
go.
or
Yeah.
cool though.
It's very unique. You can see it on his
Yeah.
Facebook page.
Yeah.
The design of it.
yeah,
So
it's good
It's
stuff.
it looks a good vehicle to get to, point A to point B and what have you.
either way, I'm freaking excited because that's going to look good. Now that I've gone through the stuff from 2023 that was amazing and fun, let's talk about the hype train we're going into here in 2024 because as much amazing stuff as we had come rolling out in 2023, there's a lot of it that's just a warm-up for getting into 2024, right? I mean, except for Hasbro and G.I. Joe, they busted their whole load all over the end half of 2023 here. Like there wasn't much that they
Oh, no,
didn't
no, there's
release
more coming.
before
So,
the
you
new
know.
year. There's plenty more to come, but
All right.
look, there doesn't need to be a figure plan for the vehicle. We all have figures that will go with it. It will complement many of our toy lines.
We don't need a toll booth anyway.
Yeah, who wants a guy with a
Sorry.
sledgehammer?
And for anybody who likes toll booth, I'm sorry.
Tollbooth was one of those figures that you're like, why?
He's like the
Why do I
guy
got
at
a
the bar.
sledgehammer? What the hell am I going to do with that?
Yeah.
I like Toll Booth.
Exactly.
You bunch of
I'm sorry.
assholes.
I'm
Jesus.
sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Poor Ed. I'm sorry. Did you like Tollbooth?
He's like that. He's like
Did you
the
like?
thug
Did
that-
you like the man with the safety helmet on?
I did actually like the guy with the safety helmet on, because that construction set was one of my favorite Fisher Price Adventure People sets, with the two guys with
Oh,
the
there you go.
wheelbarrow and the.
Wait a minute.
Isn't he? He's not no. He's a
Ace?
military engineer.
Ace is mentioning a job for Andrew at Joe Fest.
Ooh,
Are we handing out work at Joe Fest there, Ace?
don't forget your resume there.
Don't sleep on Ghost Jaga.
That's
That was
right.
another. I may not be into the Super 7 Ultimates, but Ghost Jaga was definitely. I still don't understand why that wasn't just like the regular release of Jaga for the line.
and the
but
other one's special. Yeah, there you go.
like, considering we had more of Ghost Jaga than regular Jaga in the series, but whatever. I mean, that's just splitting hairs. We did finally get it, which I'm glad. I remember Mega J and I definitely going off about that like early on with it. So glad we finally did get that. Toll Booth is a Village People completist figure. I don't think I've ever heard it referred to that way, but you know what?
Well, hey, you take Toll Booth, you throw in
Well,
Spirit. You
yeah.
gotta.
I want toll booth now. So
Right? Like,
Yeah, but
I feel like we
Sorry,
could do
I'm
that.
sorry that you want
you
toll booth.
might get away with putting Crystal Ball as the guy with the chaps on.
no, excuse me.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
gonna stop
gung
you
ho.
there.
Easy
I'm
on
gonna
Crystal
stop you
Ball,
right
man.
there. There will be no Crystal Ball slander. He is one of my favorite.
I like Crystal
childhood
Ball.
figures.
Crystal Ball.
He's
is
awful.
Miss
cool.
Allison. I'm
He's
just
got that-
saying, if he fits into the Village People motif, he's probably the closest.
He was created. His backstory is Stephen King. He has that cool like V-neck shirt.
No, not Stephen King.
He's
He looks
Vincent
like
Price.
Vincent Price.
It's Vincent Price.
No, Stephen
All right.
King and his
King's
son Owen
son-
wrote the
no,
back.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
Stephen King
file
and his son
card
wrote the
for
backstory
Crystal
for it.
Ball,
Yeah.
written by Stephen King.
Yeah.
Because he
All
and
right.
his son Owen used to
But
play with
but he
Stephen
was
Price.
not all
Real
Vincent
guy that
Price.
Cobra would hire.
Anyway, I'm just saying
Who's-
Crystal Ball and Raptor are two of my favorite Cobras from childhood.
Oh,
There's
And I get
nothing
why
wrong
like
with them.
the
They're
dudes
great
don't like
figures.
them,
They're
but
fun.
like they were sassy and fun. So I'm
I
just
like
saying.
Psych Out, so let's go talk about weird
You've got
figures.
Owl Daddy and like Crystal Ball with that like V-neck. Like they were at the club having a good time.
Because at the time, you wouldn't think that the
Some
guy that
Zimas.
does psyops would be the one that would be important, but nowadays it is.
Yep.
So
Ahead
Same
this
thing
time.
with mainframe.
what I want right here, right now, is because Matthew brings this up. I need to see, once all of these come out, a classified
Different
music
ad.
video of
Oh, we're doing-
YMCA. I want to see a stop motion classified
Why,
YMCA.
would
music
you add Wild Bill to that too?
Macho.
Yeah, you could.
Why not?
Yep.
Right? Why
Yeah,
not?
Balbo.
Let's.
There you go.
I
He would
disagree.
fit.
I think it should be Macho Man.
I mean, I put
Okay,
Gung
you
Ho
know
That would
what?
be way more
Yes.
Oh,
fun
yeah,
than
Macho
YMCA.
Man.
Let's do
Macho-
Macho Man because
Macho
actually
Man.
that would fit better. I want to see this stop motion video now.
Yes, I had to stop
Happy
my
New
work.
Year's,
There's too much
Tom.
emotion in his arms.
Like I just
Also,
Would be
since we're all
amazing.
here, it's a good time. Like, so there was an idea floated the other day on one of Larry's streams about in roughly March or April, we should all do Power of the Force 2 reviews.
That was
you
your
know
idea.
what?
You get full credit for it, and I love it.
I can go
will
pick
be
up
the
a
Monkey
bunch.
Face
I'll-
Leia. That will be the one I'm going to review. But all of us need to do, everyone here who has a channel or even your Instagram, if you do figure stuff, let's all review like before they stop making them buff. It has to be like this first year and a half, 2 years where they were all too buff.
All right,
Let's all
so
do
I
Power of the
call
Force 2 reviews.
Boba Fetish.
All
I'll
right.
make sure I'll give my
Lauren,
power of
did
the
you
force
do-
to
I'll
Boba
call
Fett.
C3PO there.
Ooh, that's a good one because it was really weird that they made a buff C-3PO.
I need Han
This oil
or
buff's gonna feel so good.
I need Han or
That
Luke.
is a dust
I guess I
contamination.
wouldn't mind it, to break down Darth Vader's workout because
Okay.
he was pretty large.
Mm.
But I don't know what's the best workout for a robot.
Well, he's not a full robot. Some of him is still there. He only burnt up partially in that volcano.
That's right.
planet.
His whole torso was actually still human. So
And he had half a leg because I still have somewhere the
Most
figure
of his
from
face
episode
was there.
3.
But I think Luke actually made show off the most chest, if I remember correctly.
You know, he almost looks like the Hildebrand.
He
Luke was
flexed
probably the
hard
buffest
with the
of them all.
chest. No. Billy D. Williams was still buffer because
It's true.
he had that billowy shirt, and you could still see the chiseled like
That
six
shirt was
pack.
not a
Hey,
Billowy figure
You
shirt.
drinking off Colt 45, you're bound to have a six pack, right?
His shoulders were so big. His
It
shoulders
was
were so
billowing.
big that the cape didn't stay on him.
No, it didn't.
Not only
at
that,
all.
the calves on that Billy D.
All right, we got to Google it and see.
So anyway, all right, cool.
We're gonna do a muscle comparison of all the figures from that line, which actually the Boba Fett was not that buff compared to the Stormtrooper and some of the other ones.
I don't think he came out in the first wave. I think he came out when they started to debuff them.
No, he was wave 2.5. The way this is how it broke down.
They did eventually move to a new likeness.
Yeah, they did
assortment of
eventually.
figures.
But the way it worked down was you got, and this was it. I can't remember shit from 2 weeks ago, but it was like Luke, Vader, Stormtrooper, and R2D2, Chewbacca, Han Solo, 3PO,
Obi-Wan.
Leia, and Ben Kenobi came out. That was sort of the progression. Then right after that, it was Boba Fett, Yoda, Luke and Dagobah, like his little wife beater. No, wait, we don't call it that anymore. His tank top, and Han Solo in his little Hoth outfit. And
But
then
didn't
X-Wing
Boba Fett get
Kylo.
released with that expanded universe special backpack thing first? Before they
No.
showed it on
Yoda
card?
did. Well,
The first release of Boba Fett was Return of the Jedi Boba Fett.
Yep.
The second release of Boba Fett was the IG-88 Boba Fett 2-pack from
Two-pack for
Shadows of the
Shadows.
Empire.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
it
then
came
you
comic
got
book
the
there.
deluxe figures because it was a whole deluxe wave. You had Han Solo, deluxe Boba Fett, and the deluxe Stormtrooper.
That was
Yeah.
Kenner
Or
getting their
Luke
ultimate
Skywalker.
revenge for,
Yeah, because the Luke Skywalker had the little skiff speeder thing.
Yeah, skip
And
thing, yeah.
Bounty Hunter.
But it was
Chewbacca.
Crowd
the,
control.
crowd control. That was it. Which I was just like, they're just gonna straight saying that this is police brutality stormtrooper set right here,
Yeah,
folks.
Pretty much.
Yes,
Well,
they did come up with some rather interesting accessories there.
all stormtroopers are bad.
Yeah,
They are.
Lando is absolutely gigantic. He's on
Like
the most
he was
steroids.
I
jacked.
bought how 90s is this? I bought that Lando at a Walmart in Beaumont, Texas, on my way to Houston to go see Kiss, the reunion tour where they put all the makeup back on.
Hey, I bought them at a Kmart, so I'm just putting that out there.
I bought a lot of shit at Kmart.
That's where I was getting all of my Star Wars toys because my mom worked at Kmart and we just used to grab everything. And I convinced her to put it all on layaway so that I can get it for upcoming holidays. And then I would
Nice.
convince her before the holiday that I needed that figure.
I got a lot of
Yes,
at Kmart.
Yes,
No
I
one
used to
knows
have
what I'm
quite a
talking
bit of the Power of the Force 2 figures, but sadly I sold them. You should have bought the idea out there sooner, Allison.
But here's the thing, though. Like, I don't know about in Eternia, but here, like, I recently
you can
acquired a
find them
Minton
everywhere.
card, Leia Bouche, in the Shadows of the Empire card for $5, which is the exact same amount I paid in 1997 or ish.
They're like the
Right.
Playmate Star Trek figures. You can get them fairly cheap.
They're a dime a dozen.
And that's what I absolutely love about them too. Because, like, again, for me, that was my Star Wars because I was too old for the vintage. And Power of the Force 2 was the first time I could readily get Star Wars toys with all their accessories. Because all
Shadow
the
of the
ones that
Empire was a cool set too, though. Those they had some cool
Shadows of the
figures in that.
Empire was
I
amazing.
love that.
Like,
I had enough adult money at the time those came out that I got to pick out and get all the
Yep.
ships and the vehicles.
I got
I got
all of
everything.
the stuff that I didn't get as a kid. So
As
The
kids, we
only
got
the
all of
first
the
time that
figures.
AT-AT came out, it was like it was an
that
immediate
was the
purchase.
one I did not get. I did not get the AT-AT, but like everything
Well,
else
yes,
that
I
came
had
out,
the AT-AT
Millennium
and the
Falcon.
A-Wing there, but they all got sold with the figures.
Yeah, I got the A-Wing. I had, of course, all the TIE Fighter, TIE Advance from Darth Vader. I got this. I'm saying it, I got the Slave one. I don't care, Boba Fett Starship, Slave one. I
You
had
get the
that.
wee Walker
There was
one there,
Slave one
the
in the
ATST.
Yep,
It's
got the
okay to call it
ATST.
that. It's just like you don't get to get salty because a major toy corporation doesn't want to sell something in the toy aisle called Slave One at a time where it's kind of tacky
I'm
to call it that.
Putting
So,
it
like,
out there so that I don't offend.
call it
anyone.
whatever you want, but it's like stop getting salty because the toy because if you go back, Kenner did not sell Darth Vader's Executor Star Destroyer because Executor like sounded too much like Execution. It was Darth Vader's Star Destroyer. This is just toy companies. We just as adult collectors get salty about shit like that.
But they changed.
Well, I wasn't salty about it. I was saying
Oh, yeah,
I
I'm
didn't
just
want to
saying,
offend anybody in the chat.
But
who
they
might
dropped
take
it in the
offense.
movies and the TV shows.
They have now. It's yeah.
Can I say
It
that?
wouldn't be as bad if they just called it the actual ship that it was.
Yeah, the
too,
fire
like
spray
fire
would be a
spray.
better choice.
Yeah. So,
Just
what
call it
doesn't
the
make
fire
any
spray.
sense
We have to
is
call it
everyone
Blue
knows it as Slave One, but the fire spray is actually a pretty damn cool name.
It's much
Right?
cooler. So,
Yeah,
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 that's
but the
what they
fire
do.
spray is actually the type of ship. It's not the name of
Yes.
the ship. That's the problem.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
It was
but
the model.
Boba Fett-
But
There, you might say.
X-Wings, B-Wings, it's not like
Yeah.
each one of them had like individual names. But when you get the bigger freighter ships, because of their designations and stuff like that, they did get named like, Houndstooth, Punishing One.
Yeah.
These are the other bounty hunters'
Yeah.
names of their ships.
Dash
But-
Rendar's Outrider there.
I was going to say I had that one, which they kind of also converted to their version of the B-Wing for a while because it had that weird rotation. Like
Yep.
you
Yeah.
separated it and then you spun it and then you pushed it back together. It was almost like the B-Wing. And we didn't get the B-Wing until much later in
Yeah.
Power of the Force, too.
The
So
snow
we got
speeder
The
for
B-Wing
Power of the Force
also
is
in
awesome.
and the recent Legacy
Yeah.
line there. That you got the B-Wing and that, and the X-Wing and the Millennium Falcon there, and the Y-Wing, I believe.
Delta 17. Steve's in the house. Happy New Year, brother. Hope you're enjoying the vacation.
Yes, sir.
Sorry if your email's been blowing up because we're talking up Delta 17 so much across ToyTube right now. As right, guys, show off that Shepherd.
Shepherd.
Got Shepherd and Jaguar. They're my desk buddies. I love them.
We got Shepherd and Thunder Trooper, Thunder guy, and Leonidas and Death Sparrow on my
Nice.
desk.
Well, when it comes down to things that I'm excited for 2024 is that, I'm excited for the return of the O-Ring with Delta 17 coming up. Huge. Anticipation is a lot right now for that. And we've got just a couple of weeks out from now, technically today, because we got 20 minutes until we hit 2024 in Central Time Zone. But that coming out this year, that is one of the big toy lines that I'm excited to finally see. And Super who? I'm not gonna crap on Super 7. I think it's great that they're getting into some O-rings. And honestly, maybe with them releasing out the O-rings, it's gonna get people to start Google searching O-ring figures. And
They released a thing today saying fatal fluffies. So
Yeah,
Yes.
we're gonna get
be
a
O-ring,
lot of
But you know what? That gives me hope that I'll get one, just for fun.
Right?
My Dreadnoughts. Just saying.
Why not?
Why this
not?
is why I no longer collect classified because of Delta 17 and now these O-rings coming out, man. I'm in heaven.
And you know what's great too? Like if you stop by and you're just looking like for some new little vehicles that are on the cheap to put with your Delta 17, but you want to stay on the cheap and not try to go complete retro G.I. Joe, you can always pick up Final Faction, their little rumblers and stuff like that. They work perfectly with these guys. On the pop.
Yes, I see Wilhelm and Largo. They pick up some of those vehicles on the cheap there in the store. Yeah.
I was telling Largo and a few others earlier that this tracksuit henchman that
Oh,
call sign
yeah.
longbow. I think, Gaz, did I tell you this one as well?
Yeah, you showed me
This
that.
this
think I ordered one
tracksuit
too.
henchman that call sign longbow is working on. That would look great with Death Sparrow on Delta 17. He just looks like the kind of mercenary she would hire to like subcontract out.
Even these dudes right here will look great. Hold on, where's the other
Right.
guy?
So I don't know.
Even
Just,
these guys right here look great with Death
Yeah,
Sparrow's
Skeleton.
action. What? What?
oh, you've got Gorky, is that, or is that
That's
is
a
that
Red Star
Big
and
Bear?
Big Bear. Man.
The version 2 Big Bear. Skeletron's O-ring figure and their 2 4-inch figures, including the Direwolf or Direwolf, I don't know how you say it, have now shipped. They've now left China.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we're gonna see some more stuff.
Yep.
Ramen Toys
Yeah,
asked me if there's any updates on the Cops and
Yep.
Crooks line. Didn't Fresh
haven't
Monkey
heard
Fiction? Didn't Fresh Monkey Fiction put up pre-orders for their Sundown figure?
Did they?
I
Let me
thought
check
they
it out.
did. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull that up because I hadn't really. I remember there was talk of, but I haven't heard anything.
Does Fresh Monkey Fiction only sell through BBTS?
Yeah.
They've got
Really?
like an exclusive deal, I think, but they
What?
also sell on their own too, don't
Oh,
they?
sorry. It
They only
wasn't Fresh
sell on
Monkey
their own
Fiction.
for their
I'm
pre-orders.
sorry. I totally gaffed. It was Chicken Fried Toys. That's
Chicken
that's
Fried
doing-
Toys.
That's doing Marshall. That's
Wait,
doing.
but look
I
at
can
that.
mix
remember
up.
that name and I couldn't. Thank you, Ken. Chicken fried
Yeah.
pork. You gotta write that
Jesus.
down.
I always forget that one.
Remember Chicken
Yeah,
Fried Movie?
right?
Yeah.
I think some paper. What's some paper? I don't have any paper.
Well, guys, I'm going to jump out because I've got 3 dogs that are freaked out by the fireworks, and they're going to start here. They're already starting
shit.
now, so
All
I'm
right.
going to go check on the dogs.
All right.
Well, Jim, happy
Awesome.
New Year.
Happy New Year to
Good
everybody.
brother.
Jim.
New Year, this is.
Take care, Jim.
You guys,
Jim,
yeah, I'll see you all in the
Yeah.
very near future.
I'll hit you up in a week, Jim, for the live stream.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'll be groovy.
Awesome. Okay.
All right, see you guys later.
Bye, Jim.
See you, Jim.
Happy New Year, man.
Yeah, when I hear Chicken Fried Toys, I just think of Chicken Fried Movie.
Well, their Dime Novel Legend stuff is interesting stuff. If you
It's
like,
good looking
you know,
stuff, but it's a little pricey for what you get.
if you're, yeah, it's pricey, but if you like westerns,
Yep.
it's right up your alley. Not for me, but you know,
Whoa,
So,
wait.
here-
Wait, you can be happy for other people getting toys that you might not like?
yeah.
I didn't, know
what?
that, I didn't think that was possible.
That's not possible.
We're learning all sorts of new stuff this weekend. We learned earlier this morning at like 2:00 that you can actually like more than one scale.
No,
Yeah.
No.
that is not possible.
Impossible.
Blasphemy.
I've been hiding my O-rings and 4-inch in the basement so no one even knows that I like it.
Wait, you've been hiding in the basement? What?
He's been in the cry
hiding
closet.
himself
Just
the
leave him
4-inch
alone.
What
version
is
of
that? What is that? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, there you go. Marshall Sundown.
Very nice.
Is it
There
not
you
available
go.
for pre-order already?
Pre-order
They're
summer
quickly-
of 2023.
They're
One of
quickly
my
down
one of
under
my
as well.
local vintage shops has a vintage Lone Ranger. I was thinking about getting one. I think I might.
One of the Gabrielle versions.
Yeah, the smaller,
Yeah.
like 3 3/4. It
Yeah,
comes
those
with
were my
silver.
favorite as a kid, man. I
Yeah.
love those.
I still have my original Lone Ranger and Tonto from when I was a kid.
Oh man, yeah, hold on to that, buddy. Treasure
They're
that.
not, they're not worth any money.
No, they're not.
Like,
Doesn't
I've
matter,
seen them at-
man.
No, but I'm
It's
saying,
all
like,
right
I've
here,
seen them
buddy.
at the toy shop.
All right here, man.
I know, but I'm saying I've seen them at the toy shop, and I'm like, I wonder how much these are worth. And I think he was selling for like $10, and I was like,
Well,
Yeah,
they have two of them. One has his pistols, and I think they're asking like $100 for it.
It
And the
depends
other
on
one
the
doesn't have the pistol. It's like 60.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh,
the
mine
pistols
have
that
it.
much?
The old
Yeah,
Western
nothing
figures that are
comes
worth a
up.
lot is the Butch Cassidy Sundance Kid figures.
Yeah,
Those things
yeah,
go
yeah.
for big bucks.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
Lone
mine-
Ranger hits like right here, man.
Oh
my
yeah.
Tonto and the
Totally.
Lone Ranger, both their pistols. Tonto had a knife and a pistol. I used to have
That was great.
silver. I used to have silver and the Tonto's horse. I don't remember his name.
Scout.
Yeah, but once G.I. Joe came, it didn't matter. None of those toys mattered.
So
Mhm.
according to their IG, Ken, Marshall Sundown went up for pre-order. This
Oh, I pulled
was-
it up. I had it on screen.
Yeah, October 31st.
Yeah, so I think they probably got the Bucks to be able to do long arm as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
I
so
imagine at
Are
this
they
point.
supposed to be? Are they supposed to be Brave Star, like Brave Star-ish?
What do you mean?
No, it's
The-
from the
those-
cops, the old cartoon cop.
Oh, you're talking about that. All right. I thought you were talking about something else. Yeah, cops
Yeah,
and
yeah.
crooks. Okay.
I think because it was called Marshall Sundown, so I think he
Yeah,
probably got
I'm thinking
got a bit
that.
got a bit confused there. But yeah, I overheard because they asked Chicken Fried Toys at the Joe Fest booth whether he was going to do O-ring. He goes, "No, I can't stand O-ring. It's got to be modern construction for 4-inch
Ooh.
scale."
Yeah.
So it's been unfortunate. Like I literally
So-
overheard him at his booth while I was looking at his Marshall Sundown prototype.
Let me ask a question. Favorite cop character?
Ooh,
Favorite cop's character could be bad or good. I'm gonna go with Long Arm. Got to go with the
Bulletproof.
beat cop.
I gotta go Bulletproof.
Got to go with the beat cop.
I'm with
man.
Ken. I'm with
Yeah.
Ken.
Bulletproof is badass though.
They were
I was
all
way too
fun
old
though,
for
but
cops.
that's
I
the
don't
thing
watch that
about
cartoon.
You could
they
still
were.
it, man.
I
They
didn't.
were
I,
just
I was like, I didn't
fun
see it. Is what I
toys.
mean. Like,
The animation was really good for that series.
yeah.
Very good.
I remember seeing
So-
commercials and stuff and wanting to watch it, but it was like past my.
Buttons make
Cartoon
boom boom. Love that name.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm checking out the Weird Western Tales pre-order they had for 2022.
Mm.
They had the cowboy Kringle lassos and a Krampus. So they made a Western Santa with a lasso and a Krampus.
You got an image? I want to see it.
Yeah. Oh man, this is great.
God, if I was gonna start a toy line, what would I do? I think I'd do chips.
Oh,
There
maybe
you
those
go.
chips.
Chips would be a
Yeah.
fun
You
one.
have John with a lasso on the bike.
So
Right?
not Mega. I'm surprised you didn't say Mega Force.
I would do Megaforce. I would. Yes, Megaforce. Most definitely.
That's hilarious.
That is
Right?
great.
Like, isn't that
Yeah.
great? How did we miss this? In hand by December 2023. Okay, did anybody out there watching get this set? Because I really want to see it in hand.
Oh, I love the
Really,
Santa
really.
stuff. It's really good. The Santa stuff.
Yeah,
that's
the
coming
naughty
out
or
great.
nice line.
Has anybody seen Fat Man with Mel Gibson?
No.
Nope. No. Oh God, you gotta see that. It's great.
I'll definitely check that out. So,
It keeps
what
popping
else
up.
are we excited?
I think it came
know-
out last year, a year or two ago.
Yeah, it keeps popping up on the streaming service, or it did right before Christmas.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
pretty cool. And then there was that other Santa that came out last year. It's a pretty violent one.
Violent
Deadly.
Night?
Yeah,
Night
that
was
was
awesome.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So,
Took Santa back to his Nordic roots and all that. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Travis mentions Toy Tubers toy line, and I'm just going to put it out there. He let several of us know that he got a 3D scanner, and
He
he
did.
can do some 3D scans of heads at Joe Fest.
Barry
We-
Bostwick, please.
Mm.
We could definitely see a Toy Tube toy line,
Well, we are getting Flipper.
It's true.
right?
We are getting
I mean,
football.
that's already coming. That is coming. Flipper confirmed.
Mhm.
Oh, Flipper Frank there.
It's gonna be so
yeah.
Yeah.
When was that confirmed?
You got to be in
just-
the know, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Like
Well-
you got to be like in the inner circle to know this stuff.
Okay, well, I'm not.
Oh, come
I mean, I
on.
remember asking him at PowerCon, and he didn't have an answer for me.
It
Well,
was
he
just
told,
ra-
he texted me at PowerCon going, "That punk asked me, but I'm going to tell you instead, Ken, because I like you more."
Did I tell you
Still
that I
bitter-
have,
sorry,
like,
I'm
3
still bitter
times
about those
as many
views.
on your product than you?
Yeah, I know. You have 2.5 times the number of views. I looked.
All right.
3,000 to 1,200. I looked.
I am rethinking the Toy Tuber toy line now that Thanos is saying sorry in advance.
Yeah. No. Nope.
I'm fine. They don't
Oh
do
gosh,
real
with his
figures, so-
Instagram.
You
Oh,
you
no,
can
no,
get
no,
a
no.
generic bald guy with a beard and pretty much covers most. Of
I mean,
the
it covers 90%.
We're
of
kind of
it.
screwed. I'm just saying.
And
But,
right, they
oh.
would just need like a tan plastic, mayo colored plastic, cream plastic. It would be it would just be the different colors of plastic. that they
Thanos,
would
just use the biggest tool that you have when you do my picture, okay? You can do anything you want. Just give me a big tool.
Look, you got to put my head on the Fisto body. Just saying.
You know, just short pack me as the chase figure, so Thanos has less chance to get me.
If it's no to fail, Lawrence would be Ram Man.
The issue is that there's only so many females.
Are you
so
sure
they can
Lawrence
pass
wouldn't be
around.
Vorko? I'm just saying.
Yeah, just do it a female-free line.
Happy New Year,
Like, you don't need
Steve.
to actually
Take
do
care.
anything.
Dirty
So,
Sam.
so due to reasons of height, do I have to share the same buck as Lawrence? Like,
Only to save us on tooling
How,
costs
how,
and deal with
how
it.
tall are you?
Yes, it was a little
I'm
bit tough.
I'm 5'6".
At
Oh, you're
least
taller
you'll
than
be,
Lawrence.
To the same buck,
at
but it'll be
least you'll be
different
buff.
head sculpts. So
Yeah. Make us a 2-pack. One of us dressed as Hitman, one of us dressed as a rocker.
Well, that's the only way we're going to be able to sell it for, $60, $75. And we got to pack in a bunch of random extra Super 7 hands.
You mean HBK, not the Rockers.
No, we got to put it in.
I don't want to talk Montreal screw job. That's why I went with the rockers.
Yeah.
Are we going to, why don't we just pack it in as the Heart Foundation?
So he has to be
Yeah.
Anvil?
We'll put them in black and pink tights.
Then will get 3 different tag team belts.
That would be freaking awesome.
where is your belt, Ken? I haven't seen your belt in forever.
Yeah, it's upstairs. I guess I could go grab it when I go change out the laundry in a little bit
Oh, no.
here.
There we go.
No.
There we go.
He
I
can't
could
pull it
go,
out until his video surpasses mine in views on his own product. So
I'm not putting the belt on the line just because you got more views than me.
I've already won.
It's a non-title match.
It's like we
Non-title
watched
match.
you tap out.
No, I
So-
can tap on a non-title match. It doesn't matter, bro.
We can put that belt on Lawrence, and then you just come back in with the $1 billion belt.
Special lines are drawn there.
So somebody once did me. Oh, come on, focus, stupid thing. Did me and
Wow.
AJ as the
Yeah,
Heart Foundation?
With that not focused, that looks way worse, and we
Yeah.
can still tell
That
who
looks like
that
a
is.
Thanos picture, not focused.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
There we go. We can actually see the detail now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who did that?
Adam from Go Figure did that.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I did not quite that, but I did a similar bad face cropping job on God, I made it ages ago now. Let me see if I can scroll back and find it.
Oh,
So there
you
was
did the
a-
one with you and Brick something for when you did your shows. There.
Oh, Brick did that one, and he did an
Oh,
amazing
alright.
job.
Mhm.
But there was this TKO that happened quite a while back that had Jay, and Jay.
Yes.
So I had to.
Yeah, that
And I
was
made
the
sure I
Mega
used-
J. Yeah. Mega J, Geeked Out Life J, and Jay Bartlett on the same stream. It was JJ and J.
There's a lot of J's.
Yeah.
And I made sure it was a lot of J. As soon as my computer wants to catch us up here.
I know which one you're talking about. That's how you introduced
And I-
yourself to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was. And I made sure to use the hot toy body so it was more relevant to the stream. Somebody did the hot toys in the meme. So I was just like, you know what? Why not?
I love
Let's
it.
go ahead.
I freaking love it. That was literally the first time you messaged me was to send me this photo.
Yep. And then shortly after that, I did a. Craig asked for somebody doing a meme of him as a flipper because he was selling his Black Series.
Mm.
Or was he selling classified at the time? I can't remember. I think it
I don't
was.
know.
his,
Craig changes his minds on what he's going to collect every 6
He,
months. So,
he
you know.
was going on about the Black Series for a time. This might have been
Yeah.
that.
And the next thing you know, everything's sold.
Here.
Yeah.
And
He
I
bought-
think they
rebought
made a
the
joke
North-
about it that he went and bought a Black Series figure despite wanting to get rid of them.
He's bought and rebought the
Well,
Motu Origins line 3 times.
We got 2 minutes till the new year for the Central folks like me.
Awesome.
Oh, we're already here, so
Well, then I will show this meme.
Is it
real
central?
quick.
Is this
I made this
central or
one for
mount?
him.
Oh, yeah, central. Yeah. There we go.
do you realize
And
that
I did
Craig,
make sure that
Craig sold his flag right before the Sky Striker came, the HasLab Sky Striker came.
I know.
Why wouldn't you
I
at least wait so you can see how it looks on it?
Yep.
I think he was talking about that when I made this for him. This was August of last year. But during that stream where he was talking about getting rid of all that stuff, I made that and sent it to him immediately. Eileen Dread here. Happy New Year's, brother. Good to have you in the chat.
New Year, sir.
Always great to have you on.
Hello.
Oh, Andrew Davis says he thought he should get the title shot first. Now we're
A
just going to have to
heel-
turn it into a triple threat.
Here's the thing: a heel champion flees the territory, goes somewhere else, starts a feud with Punk, loses in views, flees that territory because the tap on a non-title doesn't count. Runs to another territory, feuds with somebody else, and tells everybody that he beat Punk and he beat
black.
Andrew Davis.
Okay, but
That's how it is. Whether it
Right.
happened or not, it's kayfabe.
Okay, here's the deal though. What's more important than how many views it has? What's the actual watch time on your videos? Because you both did like 44-minute videos. Like, what's the actual watch time? Like, I care.
Average watch time.
And this
more
is
than
as
his.
a YouTube creator because it's not a short. Who gives a fuck about the views? What are your actual watch
I'm
times?
just gonna have
That's where
Ken's video play in a continuous loop so he gets more views.
There we go.
I would
There we
never
go.
do
Gaz has my
something
back.
like that. Oh wow, look,
kidding,
Ken's
I'm
on my
kidding.
screen. Anyway,
He has my
That does
back.
help
It's
the
good.
watch hours, but it doesn't actually help the views because it's only the one unique view.
yeah,
But it'll still help the watch hours.
Yeah, but watch
Well, it's
hours.
the only
in
one
my
that I've
opinion,
watched.
is more
But
important.
it'll send YouTube as algorithm a signal people like the video and broadcast it to a wider audience. Is what they'll do.
It's true.
why-
It's
that's
true
why I
because
do
they
it
will
for a while.
monitor. All right, guys. Happy New Year's and
Happy
Central
New Year.
Time as we are
Happy
Central
New Year.
crossing.
2024, Aaron.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Well, in Ken's defense as well, it's not actually a review of the line.
That's what
Like
I
an
kept saying. The
unboxing
title
thing,
literally says not a review because I couldn't. I conflict of interest, right? Even though
Right.
everyone messaged me, I liked your review. I liked your review. It's not a review.
Look, Friday just
hello
became Delta 17 day, though. I'm going to remember
Yeah, it was,
De-
it was a lot.
17
December
year.
29th is now Delta 17 day because like all I had on most of the day was Delta 17 videos.
Exactly. I was like, woo. I was like, how
And
many
you know
people
what,
do I
though?
know
That's
that were
not
doing
bad.
these? A lot.
There you go. There's Shepard right there, right?
Shepherd.
That'll be I'll be
That's
getting
right.
Shepard and the Shadow Dragon guy.
Awesome.
Shadow
Good to
Dragon's
know, Aaron.
cool.
Yeah.
Shadow
I still
Dragon
need
is
to
really
go. Is it
Mhm.
which one is the good lady?
Kestrel.
Kestrel. I
Kestrel.
still need to get a
I
Kestrel.
love the mask, guys. I love the mask.
I love the red one. That's
Yeah.
great.
And Oz has Jaguar on.
Jaguar.
As soon as Steve left,
Dude is just
No, I held it
so-
up when he came in.
works.
I did. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
And then I got-
coordinating that launch day was actually kind of tough because Lawrence was asking me when should I launch. I'm like, well, anytime after mine airs at 4 Pacific, and of course Dom and HCC thought because I said 4 p.m. my time.
There was a video that came up on my stream about it that was like I think on Thursday. The day
That's
before.
because that person went and bought it from the shop near Steve.
That is not what you said, Ken. I kept asking you when should you launch it, and you're like, I don't know, anytime during it. And I was like, when
Happy
should I
New
launch it? And
Year.
you're like, you can
But-
launch it
but-
before
but-
mine.
But
And I was
Lawrence,
like, no, Ken, when should I launch it? And you're like, after mine. I'm like,
Yeah.
exactly. Tell
after
everyone-
but you were the first one to ask Lawrence. After that, everyone else asked me. Then I said after 4 p.m. my time, and then everyone didn't realize I was on the West Coast.
Like I said,
So then HCC launched his like half an hour before mine.
I had complete permission from Ken, and as a matter of fact, Ken and Steve joined, but we did the first unboxing live on the Clubhouse on the other week when Aaron was streaming, and gotta say, that was great to actually finally, because I've been sitting on these and edging, just wanting to open them up, and I couldn't, and
Yep.
finally being able to just be like, we got them. Let's do this. Let's show them off. Let's get people talking.
Mhm.
And I'm glad to see all the other videos have launched.
There's
And
Leo.
now everybody, God, Leo's such a good one. He was so close to being the next one that I picked.
Mhm.
He's definitely next up
He
in the
looks
line
so
of that
good.
order.
Oh yes.
Look at the tampos.
I was gonna
Steve.
say,
He's got the muscles. He's got the muscles going on there. I see.
Oh yeah, right.
He's definitely thick like Boa.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was a really important day, and like even going to Joe Fest and like telling Hooded Cobra Commander, because he's like the main like O-ring GI Joe reviewer, and being like, "Can you stop by the booth? We have to talk business with you." He's like, "Yeah, sure." Like, "Do you like these figures?" "Yes, I do." "Would you like to review them?" "Okay, we'll talk to you in 6 months." And the fact it worked out was really, really great, right? And then you'll have some surprise, like pleasant surprise, well-received ones like Lawrence's, right? And then partnering up with like Toy Habits, because they have both the website and the site, and of course Mega J, because he's Mega J. So yeah,
Definitely.
all worked out really well 2 days ago. Like my phone did not stop. Steve's emails did not stop. It was
But that's
amazing.
That's a good thing. That means the buzz
Yeah.
is going. We're getting people
Yeah.
excited. People are wanting to get these figures in hand, and in just another couple of weeks, mid to end January, we're gonna be able to start ordering everything.
I
So
think you guys did a really good job of setting a specific date where people could start showing it. And for
Yeah.
the most part, because it's like obviously we got it early, so it's not like we ordered it and picked it up from somewhere, but everyone is, cordial that they're like, all right, no problem. That's why I was telling you, like, you should be the first one to drop your video. Like, you should just let everyone know, like, you can do it anytime after this. Mine will be done at 8:15 Eastern Standard Time. You can drop it then. Just because I felt you're part of that company. I mean, you even told me one of the reasons why you're there is because you have a social media presence. And to me, it's like you should have been the first one in general to drop it, and then let everyone else do it.
I really appreciated that. Yeah,
I think you guys did a really good job of just, it got blasted out there. So people in the toy community, I didn't really expect that many people to jump on mine and watch it. I mean,
Yep.
I've gotten some pretty good views with some of the smaller figures, but for the most part, if it's not classified, if it's not Valaverse, and now Gargoyles, it doesn't do that well. But this, this did better than almost every video that I've done, and it's still doing very well.
We were so happy for you when that happened, because I was talking to Steve. I'm like, there'll be one surprise video, like there'll be one that just kind of overperforms. Just watch, ended up being yours, and that's freaking amazing. So I hope every Delta 17 video you do becomes like that, and that becomes the new norm. And we just hold it to that standard. So
I don't think I didn't need to do the whole line because people wanted to see what they were about. And I know a lot of people don't like watching my reviews because I go on forever. I get really in depth into stuff. And sometimes I miss things because I'm doing it sight unseen. Like, this is how, I don't know what, how it's going to be. And I wanted to be in my room, in the Joe room, so I could grab everything and show you, if I grabbed, I had,
Right.
the new Joe O-ring. I had the old, the old one. So you could see the difference and throw them in a vehicle and different things like that. So I don't know.
Yep.
I'm not going to lie. I haven't watched anyone else's. It's when you start making so much content, you want to get away from other people doing content, I swear.
It's just the way it is sometimes, though, right?
Yeah,
You
but
get
it's
like a
been
little
very-
burnt out.
It's been very positive, I would say. And again, I stopped answering it, and I told you, Ken, you need to ignore certain things where the people say, this should be a $10 figure. $25 I can buy classified. Once again, do you not understand how an independent company, and I'm not just talking toy company.
And I appreciated that you were going to bat for us, Lawrence. Right?
And that is something that I will address tomorrow on the live stream. And I think I'm going to do a video about it once I speak to a few more people about what does keep up the cost in a smaller company. And again, it's not just toys; it's anything.
Yeah,
and I don't
absolutely.
know why-
Especially when you're not mass marketed at retail either, which means it's harder to push units.
Well,
There's so much involved.
Here's the thing people miss out on, right? Like they're like, oh, it should be a $12 to $15 figure. I'm like, well, okay, let's just dial it back a little bit here. Black Major, I have a lot of his figures, right? He admittedly, very publicly says he doesn't go for the best plastics. Then he also doesn't add packaging. and he's at $18 already, and people are paying it. I've paid it. So are we that bad at 25? I mean, people will say you don't have to justify it, but I'm saying let me just put it out there. If you bought a Black Ranger figure at $18 and he's admittedly not used, you know, the highest end plastic, not that we're using the highest, but we're using a little bit better, right? And he's not adding packaging, there's your scale and your reasoning right there. But again, people say don't have to justify it. But just
here's
thought
the
I'd do
problem,
that here
Ken.
with my friends.
It wouldn't
right?
matter what price you set it at. It would still not be,
Oh.
this should be an $8 figure. It should be a $5
Yeah.
figure.
Yeah, and it's okay.
It's our
like,
society,
like,
right? It's
like,
our
like I
society.
didn't respond to anybody who said it. Even people who messaged me directly to say it's too high. I was like, it's okay. It's all good, right? Don't you have that opinion? Just leave it out there.
I mean,
Some of
if-
these people will cave and go buy a $25 figure anyway and be like, okay,
Exactly.
great.
If people are willing to spend $20 for a 5 POA reaction figure, I'd rather shell out a couple bucks more and get a fully articulated O-ring figure.
Yeah, but
And
those
even
people
Hasbro's O-rings were $40 for a 2-pack, which is $20 a figure,
And they went up.
They make much higher. They make much higher quantities than the small boutique companies. So but again, just putting it out there, right? And people can draw their own conclusions and say, "Well, you're all too high."
Hairs on that.
Then
Well,
I
the
guess
problem
we're all
is,
too
is
high.
they probably have all your figures bought already, but they're still going to bitch about the price.
Yeah, but I mean,
And you know what? As long as they're buying it,
that's right. That's the
You know what
nature
I
of
mean?
it, though, right?
People aren't
If you would've
happy unless
charged-
they're mission, folks.
If
Let's
you would have
be honest.
charged,
So
if you
true.
would have
Aaron.
charged what they charged for these in the '80s, you wouldn't be making any money, and you would
Right.
be you would be
well,
eating
that's what they're charging in the
eating
'80s
cost
is
of
actually like
making them.
it's actually well below cost now too. Those figures don't cost $4 to make. You know what I mean?
And that's
Yeah,
that's a
that's what
whole
I'm saying.
that's a whole other thing. There was some guy that said, you know, I can go buy the Final Faction figures for $1 and they have decent paint apps. Like, listen, the Final Faction, they're super cool for a grandmother that's buying something for the grandkid to play at home, all right? And they're decently detailed, but let's be honest, they're $1.
Durability
They're $1 for a
and quite
reason,
frankly,
okay?
2 POA or
They're-
3 POA is not the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I hear people, and I swear this makes me want to scream, and anyone that listens to my live stream know that I go off on this all the time, but do not give me this bullshit about, well, you know what? I used to pay $269 for these figures back in the 80s. Yeah, well, great. I used to be
That
able
was
to buy a car for
1980.
fucking $8,000. Go try that now.
You know how much
everything's
an
not-
hourly wage was back in the 80s too?
Exactly.
$267.
Yeah, we discussed all that. It's like it's not the same.
Plus they
Yeah, but it
flooded
doesn't
the
matter
market.
because
I know.
those same guys that are bitching are the same guys that are going out and spending $100 on a Mafex or
Yeah.
Nesco. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Mhm.
It's-
They also flooded the market with this stuff. You walk into Toys R Us or Child World in my area. You walk down the aisle, and it was what? It was like an 8-foot section of just G.I. Joe carded figures.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're like
Yep.
$1.99. There was so
were.
many of them. You know, they were sitting in Toys R Us warehouses because they had a deal with Hasbro. They're just consignment orders. Send it there. When they grabbed it, they paid for it. So it's like they flooded the market with it. That's why they were so cheap. There's so much out there, and these like Ken and Steve can't flood the market with this stuff.
Like, just look at a G.I. Joe flag. How much was the flag? Has
It's like $109.
It was $109.99 back in the day.
Yeah. And the Terror Dome was like $50, $60.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
And it's a different time, a different era.
James Lucas says it right there. The Strike Force Alpha figures are $25. They're the same
Exactly.
price.
It's
right.
it's the
Call
standard price
sign
of it.
Longbow. The Kickstarter
it all
was
comes down to
25,
being
so-
competitive price, not actually, pricing for what your customers want to pay, because otherwise you're not going to make money.
And that's
Exactly.
what bothers me is that people, whether they refuse to listen or they're just too dumb to figure it out, that a small company that's buying way less quantity isn't going to get the same breaks. Bobby Valla, whether you like him or not, when he actually talks about the business, he makes a lot of sense and he breaks a lot of things down that helps people. And when he explains, like, listen, what I'm doing, my quantity, at least early on, it's not the same as what Hasbro's doing. I have to
Mhm.
pay, my figures are going to cost more because I'm not pushing out nearly as many.
Mhm.
So if you think that,
And he was lambasted for being at $32 a figure back in
Yes.
2021. And it's like, well, hold
Yep.
on a second here. If comparable figure sizes from a large company is 25 and you're at 32, you're not doing badly at all. And then he ended up dropping the price by a couple
yeah,
dollars
and
because
Fresh Monkey Fiction is
his
going out
orders
at
went up.
38 for theirs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
you
30,
don't see
36,
see people
38. Yeah.
complaining when they buy it. What is it? What's that line? Not Haya, the other one.
Joy Toy.
That's from overseas. Joy Toy. Those figures
Yeah,
you get
those
you
are-
get a single figure for like $30,
Yeah,
like
they're
this,
not
but it has
cheap.
a ton of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I mean, you don't hear anybody complaining about that because it's it's from overseas, it's a special figure. But
Yeah.
it's-
People
You know
are willing to pay more for import, right?
I
You know?
think you don't hear stuff from that because it's not something new, and there's not a bunch of reviewers pushing it out right away. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Mm.
I'm sure if Call Sign Longbow and Operation Recall ever send out their fucking figures, people will start bitching about it too. Sorry,
Yep.
that's my bitch. I've been waiting forever.
Or they'll realize that that's the price that the market is set at and just leave it alone.
I tried talking to John Kukovic today, and he is hoping to have the figures by Joe Fest. Right.
Good.
Yeah, that's
Not
true.
100% sure. They may ship in more than one batch, depending on what's tooled up and ready and the production run. Because
Listen, I understand this, but I'm getting a little. I understand there is a lot of things going on when you back a Kickstarter, but so help me God, if I get my fucking Dragonfly before these other ones that I purchased before the Sky Striker, I'm gonna go nuts. Like honestly, like
Right.
And that's
it's still in
different
the
from
Kickstarter,
your
like-
current status in what way?
How long
What?
did you wait for Roadblock and Destro from Mezco?
let's not talk about that. 2 years.
Mhm.
But
So-
at least but here's the whole thing. If I was to back Eternia, which I did not, but I did back the Dragonfly, the Hiss, and the Sky Striker, I know that it's coming. Now I have no reason not to believe that I'm not getting the Call Sign Longbow and Operation Recall and the Robo Skull and the Savage Crucibles. Look, there's four Kickstarters that I've backed. And you're just kind of sitting there going, all right, this is money that I've just kind of thrown out there. And that is my daughter's fiance. So, hey,
Hmm.
Dustin.
Oh. Wow.
That is my
Dustin,
oldest
welcome
daughter.
to the stream.
Mm.
I didn't even know they knew about it.
Mm. Yeah. So when it comes to these Kickstarters, one of the things, depending on where they are in the development process, right? Like Skeletron obviously had done some prototypes and everything, but if you're not too far down that stage yet, things happen, right? Like you design your figures, you get them 3D sculpted, then you talk to the factory. The factory then says, by the way, that can't, like the way the molds come apart, you can't get it that way if you don't have either more parts or less parts. So you end up doing some resculpting and redesigning over on your 3D sculpting, and then that backs up the process. Say that, so if that backs you up, then all of a sudden you get put in the queue behind somebody else, so you lose your initial spot.
Yeah.
These are the kinds of things that happen. I'm not saying that it justifies the wait. I'm saying it's how the cookie crumbles. And another
Well,
thing
that's
that
what
we-
Chartemis was talking about. Why he launched his Kickstarter or whatever when he did. Because remember, Lawrence, you asked him about why he launched it before Christmas, and that's what he said. Because he had planned it so he knew when he got the
Yes.
Kickstarter funded, he could actually get in line where he's in line at the factory at the right time. So
Yeah,
Well,
because
and
you're
that's
hitting these
assuming-
guys when they're just starting,
Mhm.
haven't done any work on it, just got designs for it. So you got to wait that period to make that.
That's
figure.
right. That's right. And that's assuming there's no redesign of the sculpt to make it fit
Yeah.
in the, to
That's
to
a
make
long-
it
that could be a long
optimize it in the
process.
mold.
And-
The
and
other
I mean-
thing is, if you do a Kickstarter with we had at least one factory project manager tell us, if you put a lot of unlocks, if you hold your place at the factory and you tell us it's 11 figures and you have freaking 9 unlocks and they all unlock, and we blocked out this time for you, we either have to bump the other guy back or bump you back. So there's always issues with holding the timelines based on that. Now, these are all multiple things that we've
I
heard.
mean-
I don't know each individual company's logistical problem though.
I mean, like how long did Steven take just to design his figures for Delta
So
17?
that's why we were so quiet, because by the time we told everybody about it, it was like, okay, so tooling's happening now. So
Yeah, so, but the
but
difference is that you're not doing a Kickstarter. You're it's all paid
yes.
for, right?
Yeah,
So when you're in a
yes.
Kickstarter, you need to show everybody
You just
what
held
you're
up
doing. Yeah.
Leonidas. I first saw the initial sketch for Leonidas in the summer of 2020.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
Summer.
a long process,
Right?
especially if you
Shepard
wanted
was
to.
a much
Right.
lighter color back then.
Yeah.
I first saw his sketch in 2020. I wrote Rooster's bio in 2021, right?
Mm.
And so yeah, we were very quiet until the start of 2023. So
And I fully understand, like, it's a Kickstarter and they're trying to get off the ground, so you're gonna wait. I understand that, and I give RoboSkull or Skeletron a lot of credit because they have been releasing product.
yes,
I don't think that some of them give you enough updates, and if Matthew is still in here, he can go off on the foosh. Every time that Robo and Veeves did a live stream, he was hammering him about where the fuck are my skeletons? You're not even giving us updates. Now they've left the foosh. Little did I know, I thought they were the foosh. But it's like if you're not giving updates, and an update here where you send me an email and I'm reading it, and I'm like, I don't understand what this means.
Mhm.
See, man, Matthew's here.
Well, I mean,
Gotta tell Matthew's here,
that's
mention
just
the
for
push.
yeah.
And the other thing too is like wasn't there a 6-inch military line from 2019 or so?
People have gotten burnt.
Yeah, they once got burned on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if the factory just ran away with their money because they didn't go to a reputable person. Because there's only a handful of
Right.
people in the industry that are like super duper trustworthy and can produce at that quality, right? Some of the other ones you go to, they'll run away with your money. I've seen that happen with some bootleg lines before, where larger factories won't touch them because they're bootlegging stuff. I mean, I'm not saying that these guys were bootlegged, but then you don't get a reputable person. They take your money, and all of a sudden you can't get a hold of the project manager out of nowhere.
Of course, then there's probably another whole facet to your frustration about the Kickstarters that you're also dealing with all these other pre-sales that you're buying into.
Yeah.
It's instead of it just coming out, now it's pre-selling. That's the new thing, right? So you're also dealing with that frustration on top of your Kickstarter, which is going to take a few years just to make sure they
None
get
of
it
the
right.
pre-sales are all
Truly launch,
not
right?
reliable for their dates. They're either getting pushed out. Or
Yeah,
getting released
exactly.
early,
Like
and
I've been waiting for the Maverick figure from Eagle Force like 2 summers ago. It was supposed to come out this past summer, right?
Yeah.
And now it's supposed to come out in January. And I just want my figure, but I'm patient. I'm not
Right.
sweating. It'll come when it comes. But other people might get angry, cancel their pre-sale, and walk away from it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Ken,
that,
you did a video about that, canceling a 7-year pre-order.
For Fans Toys. Yeah.
Yeah.
I pre-ordered that in 2016 and canceled it in 2023. Right.
I don't know if I'm that patient.
But not
Sometimes.
once did anyone hear me say about it until that day. And the only reason I
video,
talked about
right?
canceling it was because I got an equivalent one and then said, but Fans Toys will probably get out in 2024. And lo and behold, they probably will. Right. I just don't think they were going to hold their original pre-order price. And back then, $150 figure. Now with, because Fans Toys has been going up in price, right? What was a $150 figure is now the $250 figure. I'm not sure why. I don't know if that's just Fans
I
Toys
think
premium.
I paid around $250 for that Fan Toys Thomas figure there. But I had to
Oh,
pay it
the
later.
Astro Train, right? So
Yeah.
So
In
that's
fact, that was
so
one
that's
of
what
my
I was
top
worried
10
about.
figures of
Ladies
this
and
year.
gents, I am going to go to
That
bed.
was the
Okay,
issue.
Aaron. Yeah,
Aaron,
Aaron,
thanks for
happy
being
New
out
Year.
for years, brother.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Good journey.
Thank you.
Later.
Good journey. Yeah. And as I learn more about toy manufacturing through Steve and our factory and all that, I'm gonna unload all this information. I'd love to do a video on like how it is made. What is a paint master? What is the initial test shot? What are the final engineering samples?
That's
I just
what I like.
love to just put it in video form, the Ken style of video, and just
Let me
like
just
walk
say-
us through.
Perfect title. Ken Toy Connections, how it's made.
Yes, I think Ace did a video there at the factory of all the was it the Gullwing?
And he would be a great collaborator for something like that because he
Ron and Racer,
actually
I can't remember which
because
car it was.
not every factory will allow the client to walk in and do
Right.
that. They'll usually just send you updates because they don't want you walking through and looking at their assembly lines, right?
Nope.
I mean, I've never tried asking our production manager that, but when I talk to some people in the third-party Transformers game, they're like, yeah, no, you don't go near the factory. Like, the client does not go near the factory. Again, it depends on the situation. You know, if the client themselves, for whatever reason, owns some factory equipment at that factory, and I've heard of that happening in the Transformer world before, then maybe they're allowed to go in. But even then, they have to keep at arm's length, right? So anyway,
No, and I reached out to Lenny, and I haven't heard back. Well, I got to get a new Instagram. Well, I got the new Instagram. Got to figure out a way to get a hold of him again.
What happened to your old Instagram?
Oh, you know, some island asshole.
that guy again. Anyway, I got to change out some laundry, so I'll be back in 2 minutes. So.
But you know, I reached out to him. I'm like, I would love to sit down with you and do another interview and talk about how the toys are made, like from the beginning of your concept to when it gets shipped out. How long does it take on a figure? And we're talking Hasbro, not even like an independent that is doing it on the side and it's a labor of love. Like, how long does it take? To me, I think that like a video like that from, you know, someone at Hasbro or Mattel or wherever, I think that would really. What the hell is that?
Roman.
He's in the other room, but he's all military. He's all armored up.
Say, Roman's in cosplay now. He's on a pad. He's on a launch pad. Like,
well, it's good to see he's up with the toy lines there. Up with current.
That's why I got one. But I think if people actually heard it from him or from any designer that understands, like, hey, this is how we start off. This is how we do it. Like he said, the Paint Masters, it goes out. And then by the time it ships out, I think it would help calm a lot of people down. Other people
I think Carson's doing that with Recall. He does a lot of that. He has a lot of those images and the little video I remember seeing showing no, it was actually not a video, it was in a live stream where he's showing the masters of like some of the figures or his figure.
That is what a lot of people are talking about, is like the transparency of certain companies, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, again, going back to a conversation we had earlier about, you know, Eldor's issue with ordering from Mattel Creations, like just a little bit of extra transparency. Okay, well, like I can't order from Mattel Creations.
Well, you see that they didn't tell us that they stopped shipping to Eternia. There, I was up there about 4 a.m. in the morning, ready to buy the Lycron figures for 3 other fellows because I wasn't going in for that one. You see, so yes, I waited till the countdown went there, did the refresh, but well, yes, I was sitting there for about 10 minutes hitting the refresh button.
Right, trying to get this because there was no transparency whatsoever.
A few hours later,
they let you purchase it, but they wouldn't send it to you to New Zealand.
No, we couldn't purchase anything. It
was,
no, because
everything was saying sold out. Of course, they stopped shipping to.
See, I don't understand that by like the big companies like Mattel and Hasbro. You know, they're so huge, like pretty much sending stuff worldwide. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to send something like that to.
And that's the thing. Like I'm trying to say,
I mentioned earlier, a fellow here mentioned in passing that I think he talked to the New Zealand Post, and they're having a bit of a disagreement or something with Mattel. I don't know, but
all right.
There were several months at it where you couldn't buy anything.
Right, so the more you do with the Post than it is them.
Well, of course, after I contacted Mattel about the issue I was having. The lady said, apologies, and please select from a list of our items here as an apology, and we'll ship that out to you. But that's the gag, you see, because they said they can't ship to us anymore. And they could ship me out an apology item.
Yeah, exactly. Like just a little bit of transparency from the company will go a long way to kind of quell. Because, you know, if I'm a fan and I want to order this, and you're like, well, sorry, you just can't order it. Okay, well then fine. I'm just done doing business with you.
Right.
But if you explain to me why you can't do it, and if it's something you plan on resolving, then okay, well, look, yeah, this kind of sucks for right now, but we can do business in the future again, right? But by not being transparent and open about that, it just kind of pushes people away. Whereas when we get down with a lot of these smaller independent companies, you can ask those kinds of questions, and most of the time you get a reasonable answer. You don't always get a great answer, or maybe the answer that you want to hear,
Mhm.
but they're a lot more open to explaining what's going on, keeping you updated on what's happening and why you're not getting it. Like, you know, with Ace, if we ask Ace a question, he's not going to BS us. He's going to be like, well, this is kind of what's going on. And that's just the reality of the situation. Matt Rodriguez with Armies of Ashmore, if you ask him questions, he's going to be very blatant up front about what's going on, and he's willing to answer that. But for some reason, the big companies just aren't willing to do that. And I know a big part of it is, well, you got to watch your mouth because whatever you say, we can get sued for later if it's not correct, because they got to check with their higher ups.
Getting anything out of the big companies is tough. I mean, like the guys from Helidope will tell you that Hasbro wouldn't even talk to them, so they have to go through a third party just to get their Hasbro product for their store.
Well, you see, I pre-ordered the Wave 10 King Randall from a fellow over in Australia there, and that was around June, July of last year, and it was slated to come out either around November, December, barring no delays. Well, I'm still waiting. And he messaged me back because he's a bit not too good at answering the old communications, but he got back to me and said there's no update. And then one of the fellow asked in his Facebook page where the King Randall was at, and he said he's having trouble contacting Mattel or something.
So what other toy lines are we excited about coming out in 2024? Since I did just mention Armies of Ashmore.
Well,
Monster Force.
No one cares about anything else. No offense, Ken. Monster Force. I don't care. Like, just give it to me.
Force looks really cool. I wish they would do a smaller line instead of just a.
They are doing it. They're doing a lot of Monster Force 4-inch and 6-inch.
They're doing 4-inch and
come join us.
They're doing the Monster Force and the 4 inches under their World of Eagle Force.
Does somebody want to send Mace the link? Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
send
it to him.
Can I show something that I'm excited for?
Yeah.
I just signed up for this today. And see if I can pull the image up here. I'm waiting for this. And I'm super excited for this. Come on, turn. Ready?
Bring it out.
Yes.
Look at that.
You showed me that earlier.
The new -1.
Yes.
Sexy.
And I was on the fence. I wasn't sure if I was going to do it, and then I just decided to. Now I got to wait.
I think we need to do a Godzilla stream. Just saying.
Oh wait.
We're gonna assemble. Do a whole kaiju stream. That'll be good.
I am just so. I was massively. I love the legend. The legend. Is it Legendary Monsterverse? It's great.
Mm-hmm.
But after that came out, Toho, they're just the kings. They're the kings. They've always been and always will be. Right?
I mean,
you guys can see that, right?
I'll gladly say that with Legendary doing it does help keep it relevant.
Oh yeah, definitely. Right there.
You know, but -1 has been like everybody's been.
It's epic.
I haven't heard a single person say it was not a good movie. Everybody's been saying that's great.
It's just
So what were they missing? One of the monsters there, -1 or something.
No, it's got to do with the fact that it's right after World War II when Japan was taken down to zero, and now they're hit with this force of nature, this natural disaster, Godzilla, or unnatural disaster if you really want to think about it. But and that's taken them to now -1.
What happened in World War II that they were down to 0?
Oh, you know, a couple of big atomic bombs went off and you know, leveled a couple cities. And they were like,
okay, just a setback.
Got beat up by the French. What?
Well,
the French never beat anybody but their own royalty.
With that said, they did kind of start it.
They poked a bear. See, right there.
Yeah, I think so too, man. I can't wait for that to come out on TV.
Huge financial success too, because it had such. And again, like the amount of money that Legendary spends on making their Godzilla movies, they use like quadruple the budget that Toho did for -1. And like we're hitting even better numbers on Godzilla -1 than we did on the last two Legendaries.
And it was a subtitled movie. I wanted to go see it again the minute I was done watching. I wanted to go back in. I'm sorry.
If you love cooking GI,
Has there ever been a good American Godzilla movie?
Yeah,
Like,
Godzilla.
the legendary ones are
2014
really
was
cool.
great. Yeah,
were
got
those
King of the
American?
Monsters
I
is
thought
great.
that they were repurposed or something.
No, it's just like a retelling of like the Showa era Godzilla, really, because they're doing a lot of kaiju battles in that, right? So it's like
Yeah.
it's just their version of that, or you can even say the
Are they
basic
still
version.
doing the old fellow wearing the suit there, or?
No, it's all animated, man.
Can I show you guys something?
No.
Yes, you can.
Here. I'm just playing around with Junkyard. Let's see if I can get my camera over. Look, I got him posed on front leg.
Doing headstands. there.
Look, his mouth is not hitting.
Have you taught Roman how to do that yet, Lawrence?
Hell
All
no.
right. So which one of Mutt's hand signals makes him do that?
Hell if I know.
That
I
reminds
don't
me
even
of the guy
understand why there's so many damn hand signals. Because maybe if they had a file card, they could explain what one does. Maybe a website. It's crazy. You think you get one for like go to GoDaddy and get one for like $110 a year or something?
Here's the real test there, Lawrence. You got a little mini skateboard or something you can do the handstand on there.
Roman is scared shitless of a movie.
Appreciate that, Adam. Thank you.
Oh.
I need
Yeah,
to have
I'm-
Adam just start writing my commercials for me.
Oh my god! Yeah,
He sounds like a wise dog there, sir.
I took him to the skate park and he's fine. He just doesn't like if I point a board at him or there's one on the ground next to him. He doesn't like it. But I've gone to the skate park with him and he doesn't give a shit.
You used to see the old dog or two, on the skateboard there and the old YouTube. Seen a
But I
cat
see all these dogs skateboarding. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with mine?
He's not a bulldog.
Well, he probably does it just he doesn't want you to know he does it. So then you will expect too much of him. So like when you leave, it's totally like Andy's toys in Toy Story, where it's like Roman's suddenly like walking around on 2 feet. He's like on the phone. Like
Yeah.
I have-
will not
You know
believe
when Lawrence
what
goes to
Larry
bed,
did.
Roman's out doing kickflips on his skateboard.
Listen, I have cameras. I've
He's
seen what
obviously
he does when
jumping
I'm
on
not
the
home.
internet chatting. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, I have cameras. I've seen what he does. I want to do what he does. Nothing. Just lay there.
oh, I thought you were gonna say lick his balls, and I'm like, yeah, I bet you do.
He doesn't have balls.
He doesn't have any. Like that's not how that works. Don't they just like snip it? Like it doesn't. They don't.
No, they
actually,
remove the
like,
balls.
They take. Oh,
For
wow,
dogs,
there you go.
animals.
Look,
they take them right off.
Kayla gave us a full breakdown last
Yep.
night.
I don't.
This
I
is
don't.
true.
I
She-
don't have
she
dogs.
definitely
I
did.
got cats. They just snip it and the balls shrivel up like
What's-
raisins.
What is going on here?
They had actual photographs of the junk.
Yes, welcome to the clubhouse, brother. I know it's like you haven't come hung out with
That's
us that
nothing.
often, but
isn't
Yeah, it's
that
only your
like
second
that?
clubhouse, guys. We're breaking you in now.
Yeah,
that's
no,
nothing
like
compared
at
to what
some
he
point
Easy.
we
Like
forget it's about
first
toys.
clubhouse.
no,
No,
I thought you've been on the clubhouse
You
once
you,
before,
you were
weren't
on
you?
one. You were on one.
I was no, I don't think so. Only every
I
time
don't
was
think
like
you had the
dog.
camera
Anyway,
on. I don't think you had your
let's do
camera.
my top toys for the year.
Oh
I've got all
yes,
my shit.
please.
yeah.
If you got
Oh,
them,
yeah.
come on
No, I
now.
flipped it up. So I'm gonna cheat a little bit, because I picked like a top 10 and then some honorable mentions, and because that's what you do.
Hey, Travis.
All right. No, that's not what. Yep, there we go. Better. Oh no, that's terrible. It's terrible. All right, there we go. All right, and then how do I? Is there a way to do like a share screen or something?
Yeah,
Go to
it's down
present.
at the
and
bottom.
talk about it.
Present.
down there and share screen.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then you just select whatever tab
Accurate.
you have open.
Yeah.
You would think I know this. I have this whole like StreamYard thingy, whatever.
Oh, no,
All
I'm
right.
still learning things there. You're all right.
Share screen. Yeah, I'm aware. Thanks for telling me 2 monitors. I got it. Thanks. All right, now it's gonna let me. Yep, here we go. Excellent. All right, there we go. Got it pulled out.
Okay, here we go.
All right, so first we have an honorable mention, because this did not come out in 2023, but this is something I thought I would never have. Thanks to Cobweb, I was able to get this set
Well, that's good.
Um,
Yes, I don't think they lasted
without
very
having
long
to
when they
pay
came out.
eBay prices. So thank you, Mattel
Oh.
Store, and thank you, Cobweb, for finding these at the Mattel Store and thinking of me. Muchly appreciated. because Mattel distribution is horrific. Who would have thunk? So anyway, this is an amazing set. I loved it. Honorable mention, not 2023.
Wait. Who is that? I know the.
Oh, it's Shadow Weaver and She-Ra.
Shadow Weaver. That's right.
Yeah, this from the DreamWorks version.
Okay.
I like
They're
how
on the
the-
Netflix
I like the-
children's cartoon there. Yeah.
The effects on the Shadow Weaver on the ground there, that looks pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that's awesome.
Right?
Yeah.
This is a really cool set that not a lot of people even knew happened.
Almost like a Morticia
Yeah.
trails coming off there.
Okay. Thanks, Allison.
Is Allison frozen?
I think she might have been. She might be.
Oh no.
Oh.
All right, we'll give it a bit here.
Yeah.
If she's not frozen, she's doing an amazing job of not breathing and not moving right now.
Yeah.
Maybe her
gift.
computer's having trouble coping with all those tabs open, maybe.
When
That
someone
does
freezes,
happen.
when someone freezes, you need to get
And we
Ted
lost
to
her.
do a Moss Man to come in and go,
Oh.
oh no.
I want to get, that's going to be one of my goals this year is to get a soundboard too, so I can do that. And I will have him recorded saying that.
Oh no, I'm frozen.
Oh no, I'm frozen.
Well, the old Arnold Schwarzenegger there, Mr. Freeze.
Stick it on, chill out. Put the cookie down. Just
Yeah,
a
it's not-
dramatic pause.
I think soundboard will be coming early 2024.
Yeah, I
Well,
definitely
it's
need
about
to get a
damn
soundboard.
time, Lawrence.
Well, you guys want me to go to Joe Fest? What am I
Yes,
supposed
We
to
do. It's already being planned out
Go to
now.
Joe Fest.
What?
Who said
Yes.
they wanted you to go to Joe Fest?
All kinds of people.
I said it. How about that?
Travis
you're
Moody
back there.
mostly.
Oh,
Like, he
good.
won't-
All right,
I'm
we're
gonna
back.
need an armrest while
I
I'm
heard
there.
Viper Island's going to be at Joe Fest. I can't wait to meet him.
Yeah,
Oh,
right. That guy
let's
can
do
never-
this. Let's do this.
All right,
let's
I'm
get back
gonna
to
go
that.
borrow
Sorry,
a
my
wrestling
internet
ring.
was like, girl, no.
Yes. Yeah.
So
We assumed as much.
We were waiting and like for a moment there we weren't sure if you were froze or not, but we were all commenting on how good that set was. And then it was like,
Yeah, right?
Allison, are you still here?
yeah, no, the internet was just like, hey.
I thought I
This is
froze
too
really
much.
good when I hit the table over here, but yours was like way better.
Yes, I had the
Okay.
same trouble there last night, Allison.
Yeah, no, my internet, it's, well, everyone's on the internet because nobody has lives.
Ted has the Rona, so that's where Ted is.
All right, so honorable
Well, I
mention number
predicted all the
2
way up from Eternia here, so.
is Glinda because I don't have her yet, but she's amazing.
Oh, yes.
I will have her one day soon. But technically, since it happened this year, Glinda, epic. All right, number 10, Shadow Weaver.
Oh, she was a good one.
You know,
Really
like
good
she's on
one.
here twice, but this is Masterverse. It's good. Also has a benefit of not being a Mattel a Maddie Collector exclusive. So this one is 100% free of the nutlick tarnishness. So love her. Also, I
And
don't have a
slightly better
Mattel Maddie
articulation,
Collector
too.
on because I'm not going to spend $500 to $600 on an auction figure that's less than 20 years old and not Star Wars. Number 9, Fangor. Enough said. Although he lost points because standing him up next to impossible.
Or at least, at least
What?
he's not Origins Leech there.
Wait,
standing there
uh,
as a
Why'd you
trouble.
say
Is
his
that like
why-
the feet on mine are weird? I have to like he has to
Oh.
go real spread eagle and like it's like he's about to do some sort of snake sex tantra trick and it's weird. So anyway,
Allison, you may
Um,
need to reach out to Adam. He is asking if you have a Glenda locked in.
I do because of you. Remember we chatted, Adam?
Ah. There we go.
Yeah. So unless you forgot, but I thought we were locked in. Anyway, number
I got it.
7. I think we're on
Nice.
7. Yeah. Zorana. I haven't opened her yet, but she's magnificent. I finally found
That's
her.
my girl right there, Zorana. I got an autograph from the voice actress.
Nice.
Joe Fest.
Oh,
Yeah.
Nice.
That's right.
Ooh.
Zorana is
You
really
were pretty
when I
stoked
got-
that day, man.
Oh yeah.
She's
Me
how
and
I
Hans
went
been
all
talking
in
for a while.
as a kid.
I think that was on the Saturday, right, Cass? Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
She had the benefit of substituting for whenever I would play Return of the Living Dead with my GI Joes. She also was trash, so it helped. And then of course next Frogmonger, because Frogmonger is epic. He didn't rate as high as I thought, because once I had him in hand, I got he moved out of the display a little bit quicker than expected. Next up, Motherboard, because she is also epic. This is also the one character in Masters of the Universe Revolutions where I need that as an action figure pronto. And I didn't I'm making an Origins version of Motherboard, but I had no concept of how I would manifest her and as for Masterverse scale. And they did so good that I've pretty much abandoned the idea of doing an Origins Motherboard, and I'm just going to use her for everything because she's pretty cool. People have complained that the body is whatever, or the wings are whatever. Those people can eat a bag of dog shit. So anyway, if you don't like her, that's fine. But when you're whining about nitpicky things on a cool figure, I'd have no respect for you as a person.
Fair enough.
As someone who eats dog shit, yeah, I might have some, respect for you doing that. Next up, Shooter, because she was my first classified pre-order. And that was when I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I think I'm a classified collector rather than a classified cherry picker. So anyway, my computer found some junk files. Anyway, I like this figure a lot. People complained about the shoes, but I like the shoes. It's different. It doesn't look like every other G.I. Joe. I know this will get recycled through other figures, but I don't have any of these figures.
Footwear there.
Yeah, they're cool. And if you don't like them, just pop the feet off and put different ones on there.
The feet remind me of Namor's little wings on him.
They look kind of like. Go ahead, Alex.
You need good traction if you're going to shoot people and then run. So I'm just saying, you're going to get farther with that than you would in some boots with some
That's probably
heels.
why she died.
I'm looking at you, Akiko.
Snipers
They
don't
look
run.
kind of like Zoomies, which was like that. Lawrence probably knows those popular skate shoes in the mid
It's like-
2000s.
It's like the Joe Tracker.
Mm-hmm.
I can appreciate people
Yeah,
not
DCs.
liking them, but it seems like a really weird thing for people.
Well,
to
I
get
like the old selfie do-up shoes that old Marty McFly had in Back to the Future there.
Now that would be cool if they had an action feature like that. But you know what? Yeah, have some comfortable footwear. You're going to be doing a lot of walking.
I also like the exchangeable hair on her that comes with the gas mask and the gas mask. It was just overall really cool. Really happy with it. It was nice to get a woman of color in G.I. Joe on my shelf that wasn't Akiko, because Akiko is from that movie that I didn't like. And we need more. I need more Black women action figures on my shelf because it's a little too much whiteness over there. It's like the Mayo Sapiens are taking over. All right. Again, this is a figure I've wanted since 1980, whatever. Diana, I had to heat mine up, which I'm going to disagree with anyone who says it's normal to heat up an action figure when it's mass produced. If this is on a toy shelf at Target, I should not have to heat it up. Collector's
agree.
toy, completely different. Diana, Hasbro, store shelves, I should be able to move her arm because kids do not know. And while we all want to argue
yes,
kids
of
aren't the people this is for, if you're putting in the toy aisle where kids are supposed to buy shit, it needs to be kid friendly.
Well said, Allison.
If you stick it in the collector's toy aisle at Target that is scary and weird, that I hate going to because it's always some dude breathing through his mouth and sweating weird, then yes, we can heat her up, but that's not where Diana was. Mine was
Look, you have no problems hanging out with me on Saturday nights here. You can deal with me in the NECA aisle, okay?
You have your mum looking for a hairdryer, and she's like,
Yeah,
"Where's my
right.
hairdryer
Anyway,
gone?"
I don't mean to
Oh,
offend
oh,
mouth breathers, but I'm sorry if you were offended. Whatever.
It wasn't really. I was just playing.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm going to blow dry my hair now.
There's nobody on this stream or on any stream I've been on that I would consider a weird mouth breather. So even if you breathe,
Except
through
for
your
Lauren.
mouth, you're a weirdo.
Lawrence is a little weird.
Lawrence has his moments, but you know.
Well, but he's closer to the ground and he can smell stuff before the rest of us do. So, like,
Yes,
he's
that's true.
impactful.
That's true.
Right. When he's
He
mouth
doesn't
breathing,
have
it's like at chest level, so you can't really hear
It's
it.
like
as
when you send the canary into the coal mine, or you
And it's
save
usually
pigs
kayfabe.
to find truffles. All right, so Diana, she's super cool. I've wanted her since like the 80s. Like, glad to have her. Next up, Ewok Village Princess Leia, or as we called her in the 90s, Ewok Celebration Leia.
That's right.
This is one of the best face sculpts of Carrie Fisher we have ever gotten. There's a little bit of her daughter in there, so I think they used the stuff they did for Rise of the Skywalker to do the flashback scene. I don't
yeah.
care. It's amazing. I love it. The reason this is not number one is that fucking plastic bullshit nonsense. Soft goods, Hasbro. Skirts should be soft goods. Capes should be soft goods. At this scale, if you can't do soft goods, it's a problem. 3 3/4.
This price.
The price as well. 3 3/4 I get, because sometimes the soft goods look stupid, even if they're good soft goods. So I'm willing to accept plastic skirts and capes and whatnot on 3 3/4 so it looks better, but there's no reason you can't make a soft good skirt look good at this scale. Give her a whole ass dress, people, and put a bra on under there. So that's why she's not number one. And then my number one figure,
I just like the fact that she got that dress because the Ewoks obviously ate some other woman that wore the same size.
well, yeah, exactly. Well, and it's stitched up. It's a little cinched and stuff.
That's my common belief is that's definitely how that went down.
Well, she's cool because they didn't try to eat her, and then they tried to cook her friends to like as part of the feast to celebrate her and 3PO. So, I mean,
Now-
Ewoks kind of, whatever. For number one,
the Ewoks probably wicked there probably stopped by the old indoor tailors there before they made their way to the village.
oh yeah, like
They got
they
tailors.
just took
They
all their
definitely-
little hoods and stitched it together to make a dress. Whatever. They were crafty, those Ewoks.
Oh, yeah.
Number one
Ain't that
figure is Lady Slither. People have had complaints. I accept the complaints. You're valid. It doesn't matter. She's super cool. Like, this
Right.
is my favorite figure of the year. There's a caveat we're about to get to it, but this was really cool. Like, more Lady Slither. I mean, like the buck for it, like those fur underwear that she has for the other part. That's the first time we've ever gotten a lady fur bottom for
Right.
to Origin
Proper
scale.
fur bottom. Yep.
Yeah, I need to see more lady fur bottoms. I need a Battleground Tila. So anyway, and actually, because I have an extra Lady Slither, I could probably use those fur trunks with the new Origin, the cartoon Tila, and make a Battleground Tila. So
Yes, I got
For
two
sure.
figures myself.
So- all of these were like single figures, but my number one all-time toy line of the year, Legends of Dragonlore. I couldn't pick a single figure because this fucking toy line is magnificent. Like, this is what toy line should be. It's fun. It's both nostalgic, but it's also new. Like, it's new stuff we haven't had based on shit from the 80s without being a complete ripoff of Motu. And as some people are like, this is a ripoff. They're wrong. Some of this does come from Mark Taylor's sketches, which is fine because it's sketches of toys they didn't make in the 80s. So it has the feel without being a complete ripoff. 2 or 3 of the characters they did have to change after a cease and desist from Mattel. And in my opinion, the figures that they changed are stronger for it. Yondara, however you say it, is actually cooler in this form than she was as Shirella. So
Yeah.
same with Barbaro, not Keldor, and the only one who suffers, in my opinion, is Onator, and that's just because I really wanted that green alien Webster figure. But Onator
Right.
is still pretty cool. So
Yeah. I
these
like.
are-
No, go ahead, Allison.
this is the one toy line I feel like a lot of people slept on, and you shouldn't. Go order these from Big Bad Toys, or pre-order the next few waves. We need more of these. And that's that. We're good.
I think the dragons are coming out too. They said soon, right?
Yes, the dragon.
Yes,
It's all
dragons are
exciting.
on the way.
So,
I'm actually.
So did you get all
really,
these ones
really
there,
ex-
Ellison, or just
I
one or
have.
two?
I got the early bird, so I even have the cardboard stuff. And cardboard castle, the cardboard figures. It's epic.
I gotta
You
say,
check it out.
I do like the revisions they did to Obscuro, because when he was just Durlock, it was like, I just got a Keldor figure,
Yeah.
like 2 weeks ago with the Rise of Evil 2-pack. So getting an actual completely different villain by the time that these launched is just so much better.
Durlock was boring to me. I like a Socorro, however it's pronounced. Like he's more interesting to me in that form. Like I like him. He again still has sort of a homage feel to him, but he's still super cool. He's much cooler this way. Like, and the divine armor is just, what's the word? Fucking magnificent. That's it.
Right?
It's
What a great
curvy,
build
it's
a
not
figure.
curvy, it's
And I
just
love,
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I love the fact that their Build-A-Figure is purposefully made so that you could swap out the body pieces with the other parts of the figure, because like the idea is that you want to get all the parts of the sacred armor. So like, Barbaro could have the helmet and like one of the arms, because he's only got those two pieces of the armor, whereas one of the villains may have the other ones. Now, I don't know, Thanos, you're going to have to help us maybe next weekend. Tell us how that works for the female figures as much. Like, because I could see where maybe that doesn't look as good as just putting an arm, on them. But they are a cool line. It's great, and I'm glad that they actually made it.
and Kareem is whatchamacallit, translucent. So
Right? And we all know that's a big thing for a lot of us here. Wraith Mace, thank you for joining in on the clubhouse,
up,
by the way,
guys?
brother.
and that's
Hey,
Happy New Year, guys.
How you
hello.
doing, man?
What's going on?
welcome.
What's up,
Hey.
Ken?
Does everybody know Wraith Mace? Or
I know him by the name.
he does
I'm a
some
Yeah.
gaming.
lurker.
He
I
does
don't
some
believe
gaming
I don't believe we
streams.
cross paths there.
Yeah.
Elder is awesome, dude. That's so cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, thank you there.
I think my favorite character out of that Legends of Dragonor is the Pantera, the female
She's
cat.
super cool.
Heard she
I
was
also like
pretty
those-
metal.
I like those dio stands, the rock formations they were standing on there. It reminded me of those ones you can get off also the Amazon. You get them in different colors there. Little rock stands, put your figures on.
Yep, I have that. I need to.
Oh, you got one of those? Oh,
Yep, I'm gonna spray paint it pink and gold to make it part of my crystal castle. So,
Oh,
but
That'd be
at some
magnificent.
point that will all be behind me instead of a printer and boxes and shit. So
Right.
You gonna get your
All right.
room fixed up for the New Year house?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, because I only work. See, I'm off tomorrow, so tomorrow's going to be like an all day, just kind of working in here day, and then I only work 2 days this week. I'll be off Thursday and Friday
Nice.
because it's my birthday.
Nice.
Birthday.
So you are working tomorrow or no?
No, I'm off tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll be working
good.
Tuesday, and I'll be working on Wednesday,
Nice.
and then I'll be off for the week.
When's your birthday?
Thursday.
Okay, I'll be sure not to check Facebook to know when your birthday is, and I'll let you know like 2 days later. Happy birthday!
You're welcome, brother.
Well, you're a petty motherfucker.
What?
You heard me.
No, I deserve that. I don't check my Facebook every day. Completely missed everybody.
yes,
else
I had to
posting
remember
about
that
his
with the old
birthday.
Facebook and the happy birthday, especially for
That's
those
all right,
friends
though.
that are in other parts of the world there. I have to remember it's the day after.
okay,
So-
but Facebook also doesn't show that shit anymore consistently, which is why I missed
No,
people's birthday.
You're absolutely correct. Like,
You have to search birthdays to find them.
It'll tell you after the fact. So and so's like if you go to your homepage, it'll then not your person, but like your feed homepage. It'll then, oh yeah, so and so's birthday was like 3 days ago. asshole. It's like, thanks, Facebook.
Now you tell me.
thanks. You're gonna show me ads for shit I mentioned in passing while I was in the bathroom, like after a ill-conceived stop at Taco Bell, where my phone was like 3 rooms away when I was screaming for the love of God to save me. You're gonna show me churches in my area, but you can't remind me that it was somebody's birthday. Thanks, Facebook. Thanks.
Right.
Anyway,
Well,
I'm not
fortunately for me, part of tomorrow's job is I did find where I could look on Facebook. So if I'm your friend on Facebook, I will be putting all of the birth dates in my calendar, my paper calendar. I'm going to be writing them down so that way I can actually remember as I look at each fucking day. And if you're in the Frenzied patron, I'm going to blow your shit up on your birthday. Actually, I should watch about that phrasing. I don't know if YouTube likes me saying that kind of stuff.
I just got dinged for the bill for your Patreon.
Well, we're not kicked off
today.
yet, so I'm good.
Yeah, which reminded me to quit some other Patreons before the year ended. Get it right before the billing cycle.
Oh, you see, it all mounts up there, sir.
What Patreons?
I gotta say, that was a very satisfying message there, Ken. You're in a safe space, but if you don't want to put it publicly,
No, it's the year end, so I reset a few, right? So I know people are just joking around, but it's one of those things like I reevaluate at the end of the year. Then sometimes I even rejoin the same one a year later. So
right?
Hey, does anybody
So
have?
besides Lawrence's, which ones did you quit, Ken?
I don't have a Patreon.
There you go. So I didn't quit Lawrence's, right? But even then, like if I'm just resetting for the year, I might rejoin in 12 months.
Sure.
I will say it's really weird with like channel members. Like there are channel memberships that like almost every single month they drop off being a channel member and then become a channel member again like a day or two later.
They might just not have it on auto renew.
That happened to me once there
on
your channel there, sir. I didn't have quite enough gold there for the payment to go up, but I sorted that up.
No, I haven't. There's a few people that like it just like it shows like they're no longer a member, and then they're a member like right away again, like a day or two later.
Yeah.
So I think that's a YouTube issue, but it's not.
I don't know what it is. Like Palpatine has been a channel member of mine since almost day one, and
Is
then
his
all of a
good?
sudden it said he rejoined like a week ago. I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay, so he's the one I was talking about. He was the first channel member.
Uh-huh.
He's still a channel member, but I swear at least 6 times it said that he's no longer a channel member, or it shows that he rejoined.
Yes,
like at least 6 times.
Sometimes what may happen too is like with me, right? Like it hasn't happened in a while, but before, like when money was really, really tight, like say the bill hits today for the channel membership, right? Because it's to the day, and I don't get paid until like Friday or whatever, right? So it'll try to charge and it won't go through, but then it will charge again. Now, mind you, the off chance that I don't have the buck or two or whatever the channel membership is on that day. But I mean, that's just kind of what happens. But then it re-ups and charges it a day or two later. Not trying to put anybody financial business.
But that
on
happens.
anybody, but it
Like,
does happen.
I got a random message like 3 months ago that like Allison Troy has joined your Patreon. I'm like, what? But she was already a member.
Yeah,
and then
well,
all
that
of a
was Patreon keeps trying to charge an old credit card I haven't had forever.
Yeah, it was
and
weird,
I go in
right?
and change it all over, and every month or so it'll default to the old one, and then I have to
Yeah.
go in, and then it's like, oh, log into Patreon. I'm like, I haven't seen anything. It won't send me a note saying your payments failed, so I can fix it. And then I'll log in and it'll be like, because I'm like, I haven't gotten anything from Patreon. And then I'll log in and it'll be like, your payment to 17 people have failed. And I'm like, but why? And I'm like, I have removed that credit card 3 times.
My
then
Netflix.
all of my payments
But you know what? The fact you support 17 people, that speaks highly of you as far as supporting your content creator.
I did go about a month ago. There are a couple Patreons I was on for like more than $5. Well, let's rephrase that. More than $10.
Mhm.
Or I was paying like 15, 20, whatever. And I'm like, and several of those creators have really big Patreons, really big, like lots of
They won't miss
membership.
one person, right? So
Well, I dropped down to the lowest tier, like the $5 tier or whatever. And then
Quickly.
I go in and I'll take like that 10, 50, however much it was, and I will divide that up between smaller creators.
I gotcha.
Where I feel like my money is like for
Okay.
you, like I'm still on a lower tier. And it's not because I don't think you deserve more, but it's because at this right now where I'm at, I'm like, I would rather spend that money on like 5 really tiny creators who only have like 10 or 15 Patreon people because my money is going to help that person get a little bit further.
Right.
So that's, I try to help the little guys right now. And there are only 2 or 3 people who are, there's nobody I support for more than $10 right now at this point because it sort of shifted when I started making YouTube where I was, now that I can sort of see the back end of it and sort of realize how it all works. I'm like, I would rather spread that out because it may be like, say, $5 less for this big creator, but that $5 goes a lot farther for a different creator. And that was when I went and supported you on Patreon. It was literally because I went and cut somebody down to $5 and I'm like, I got an extra $5 to pay somebody for.
Yeah. That's
what YouTube channels am I getting the most value from? Who do I want to see make more content? Whose content actually makes my day happier? And that would come back some money from me.
Appreciate that wholeheartedly.
You're on my list of people to up my pledge once it's time to do the next round because I feel like you get a lot. Once Lawrence has tiers or a Patreon, Lawrence will get a little bit more money because I feel like right now I feel like Lawrence is creating a community and content that resonates. So that's what it sort of is. Like I try to help as many of the little guys as I can.
Well, that's kind of you. Very kind of you, Allison.
And we appreciate that. We really do.
You know, like I think half of you on here I'm probably supporting on Patreon. So
you are one of my
and if I'm not, it's not because I don't appreciate your content. It's just like I haven't redistributed funds and I haven't I have not gotten an I shouldn't say that, but nobody from my work, I haven't gotten an actual bonus in like 2 years because we took a hit during the pandemic and it was like either we fire some people or I don't get a bonus. So I don't get a bonus because I would rather not fire people and not, you know, it sucks, but it's better to employ people than
Sometimes myself, I'll do it on a bit of a rotation there. So 1 month might be one channel and so on.
What were you going to say, Lawrence?
So Pop Blender was gifted a membership. Now, I don't know if he's doing this, and a lot of people don't realize this. You cannot join a channel unless you're on a computer. You can't do it from a mobile device. YouTube hasn't figured out a way for them to make more money by just putting it on the mobile
button.
device.
Really?
On a mobile device.
But I think
maybe not on Apple. Really? Huh.
I think it's partly the
I can do it.
settings.
I was gonna say maybe not
I
on
did it.
iPhone, but Punk with
I did it.
Toys. There should be a join button. There's a join button on yours, Lawrence.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I joined yours on my phone because I was.
And that's new because they must have recently put that in there.
Yeah,
I will say it was a more recent thing. Well, I don't know when. I can't remember when I became your channel member, but I know it was within the last like couple months that I joined yours. And it was one of those newer updates, like the one that drove me crazy, where they moved the live chat.
Oh,
like I keep going back to look for it, and I can't find it still.
And then,
so real quick, I just did want to do the shout out to Happy New Year's to the Mountain Time Zone. 6 minutes in, but happy 2024 to our mountain friends. Kenny, if you're still watching.
Yay, happy New Year.
Fancy shit.
Happy New Year to all the Donner Party survivors.
So then on my channel, Big M says, "Hey everyone, I've never seen Big M before. I'm putting 2 and 2 together and assuming that is my daughter, since obviously her fiance has found the channel. So I might be completely wrong, but
if Big M is your daughter, she does have a very kick-ass avatar.
And I looked at that and I thought that was kind of unique, but since her name does start M, and then Destin was just on, and I've never seen that person before. So
Megatron.
Yeah, it's definitely not a name I've seen on your streams.
yeah, but it's
Right.
just kind of coincidental, and I don't know why she would go by that, but obviously they found it. She'll send me stuff when I'm on here. She'll be at the bar and she's like, "Look, they're watching GI Joe, and they have the GI Joe just streaming." She's like, "Oh, now they're watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now Power Rangers is on." I'm like, what bar do you go to? Like, if anyone's wondering, it's my old list.
Yeah, I was about to
Obviously,
say, I
not,
didn't
not
realize
the
your
ones
daughter
you
was-
see strolling through here.
Lawrence, did you see the classified Rolling Thunder that guy made?
I saw, yeah, I've seen him drop it in some of the channels, or some of the Facebook pages where
By Pixis Designs. Oh my god, dude, that thing looks nuts.
it's, I don't
It's
need
like
anything that
50 pounds, dude. That thing is huge.
I haven't looked anything into it, but I saw he had it like facing the his tank.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I'm not strong enough to lift it. And he's like, it's like 50 pounds. I'm like, what the hell? So, I mean, obviously, it's all 3D printed. And, you know, but I reached out to him. I was like, hey, I'm like, how much is it? And he's like, oh, it's probably about $1,300. So just to get, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just to give you an idea of, like, when you're comparing it to, like, a HasLab. Not that I'm saying that they're ever going to do a HasLab Rolling Thunder, but that would be cool. But, you know, it does look pretty impressive, though, what he put together.
And that is why when before the his tank went up, and then when it leaked, and there was the one guy going around on all the Facebook groups saying, I 3D print these for $250, and I guarantee you theirs won't have working treads, this and that. But when it came out that it was $300, and I remember like looking at it, and I've done some 3D printing, but my buddy does a whole bunch of it. I'm like, $250 is not a bad price, especially at the time. Now, in that past 2 years, things have really changed. But people don't realize, like, when someone 3D prints something, there's a lot of failures.
Oh, yeah.
People aren't doing it to not make some money. They're doing it to, they want to make some money off it. I mean, it is their time, their electricity that they're using, all the plastic. I hate when people just assume like, oh, it should be like $20. Like, and you people live in a different world than the rest of us.
Yeah, dude, that it's like I said, I was just looking at it, and you know, obviously, if you get in close, you'll see like the striations from the 3D printing. But
yeah,
I was impressed with it. It looks really cool.
Oh yeah, you're hoping on a bit of a wing and a prayer with the old 3D printing at times. You know, the power goes out and it stops midway, or
oh god,
it runs off the sides or whatever. Or the plate is not heated right.
I can imagine that was so. So does anybody have any one thing that they're looking forward to for 2024 that's being released? Something that hasn't been released yet, but something that's going to be released in 2024, or something that you think might be released.
Monster Force.
Yeah,
Monster
Force is the big one, but that's a whole line.
We were talking about that.
Spout and Cyclone and Ascender from Origin. But yeah.
I'm just going to throw in there too, Cyberzoic.
Oh, yeah.
Friggin', Creative Beast Studios with Cyberzoic right now, finally getting something Dino Rider-esque.
Oh, that's right.
That's coming 2024.
Don't tease me, Ken, until I see
it.
Oh
yeah, Robo Skull. Yeah. How long is that? That's been what, 3 years?
Hey,
I think
as long as it comes out right.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it launched before the Sky Striker.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because you're right. Because I was contemplating both the Sky Striker or Robo Skull. I should have gotten.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
you're right. And didn't Robo Skull also have the option to get a classified set, like a 6-inch figure with it?
No. So it automatically comes with an O-ring figure, but they also make a 6-inch figure for it. So
okay.
So you can pull the seats out. It'll have interchangeable seats, but they are making a 6-inch figure, a 6-inch scale figure. Now I finally was sold on that when I saw Destro with it, and I went, okay, But I will say this: if it was happening today, I would not back it just because of all the classified stuff that I see coming out. I have no reason to wonder. Now I can take it back and forth because I collect both lines. Once again, crazy concept there. But it's just like they just posted pictures of it next to the Hiss tank, and it's big.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Huge.
Ken,
I was
ring
listening.
that drum. Ring that drum for RoboSkull, Ken.
I was listening while I was emptying the dryer upstairs. But yeah, I think what it is, it's gonna give us the old Palatoy Red Shadows feel to it, because you're gonna get the Skeletron character, you're gonna get the Wolf character. You know, you never know, you might get Baron Ironblood in some capacity, right? So
Any ideas for what the Joe HasLab will be this year? Do you think it will be? I don't think it'll be 3.75 because I think now that Super 7's got it, they're probably just going to be running with everything for that. So for classified, Lawrence,
Yeah.
what do you think? What do you think is going to be the announcement?
Well, I really thought that it was going to be the Thunder Machine. People are saying no, that's not going to be the Thunder Machine. That's going to be released. I think the Thunder Machine would be great because it really is modular. I mean, you can have a classic one and then have, you know, a new Challenger front end to go on it, different rocket.
Right.
But everyone, I mean, it really does sound like that's probably going to come out, which shocks me that they wouldn't do it in classified.
You know what's interesting is they came out with so if they kind of go by their Transformers lines, right? They came out with the Megatron Hiss tank, and then they came out with the Bumblebee Awstriker, right? And then they
Also, to empower the Primes, they came up with the Legends class Viper, which was the purpley looking figure.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Mold. The same mold as Power Glide there.
So personally, they did Cobra.
Didn't they do the Triple T as well with Sergeant Slaughter?
Yeah, but that would never be that would never be.
I could not see
I
them
think it's
doing
going to
that
be a
as a-
moray.
That'll be a bit of a big one.
So here's what I'm thinking now. They did Cobra, then the Joe. My thinking was, well, you have the Thunder Machine, that's the Dreadnoks, but they're going hard with the Iron Grenadiers right now.
Okay.
So I'm starting to think that they're going to do not Destro's little flying thing, but what was his...
the spoiler?
Yes.
Or the Demon.
The
No, you're
Demon
right,
is the big one.
spoiler. Yeah, the Despoiler.
Now,
Or the,
that was-
AG, or the AGP.
So now that was, I
No.
don't. See, those were
No?
after my time, so I can't tell you which one is which.
No, they're gonna go classic, Joe. If you look at what they released, you're gonna go
I agree
classic.
with Gaz.
It's
I'm
gonna be a
telling you,
Cobra,
thinking of
right?
moray. They've
I'm
done
thinking-
the land,
I'm
they've done
thinking,
the
yeah.
air, now it's time for the sea.
I'm thinking
No.
Moray, maybe Rattler.
No,
Moray-
you gotta think iconic vehicles. Look at what they came out with: the Hiss and the Dragonfly, right? So the next one's gonna be Cobra if they stick to that, right? So
Rattler.
what's more iconic? Exactly, what's more iconic than the Hiss? It's the Rattler. They'll come out with a Rattler.
Wow, can you imagine that? It's
That's
classified.
huge.
I just think it's too big.
No, because you think about it, right? They're not going to do the Thunder Machine because they just did it as a Transformer. They announced the Triple T as a Transformer, so that's not going to be it, right? So you gotta look at it. What are they going to do? And they're doing iconic vehicles. They know that are going to sell.
Yeah.
And what's going to sell more than a Rattler?
If
Very
you take
few
the fact
things.
that they said they're already going to do a Snowcat and
So-
release it on Hasbro
but-
Pulse,
but-
then
Yeah,
you got to
yeah.
go bigger than that, right? So,
So
Rattler,
the only other thing that's more iconic or equally as iconic would be a Joe vehicle, and, that's the
And
way
you're
up.
not looking at
Well-
anything smaller or Vamp size now because you Vamp's coming out
But-
at $100.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Thunder Machine can possibly, if they're going to do it, they're just going to sell it. They're not going to do a HasLab for it.
Yeah, they're gonna
They'll
do it
just
the way
put it
they're
out.
doing the Vamp, right?
So the other one that I could possibly see is the Havoc. It's
Yeah.
large. It's
Maybe.
very iconic.
What
You're
about
getting
the
closer
Night
to
Raven?
86.
Night
I
Raven
think
is
the
a
Night
classic.
Raven will
Thinking
be
that
too
big
big.
black jet plane there.
That thing's already huge at a 3 3/4.
you just you gotta
Because
look-
I
you
know
gotta
it
look-
did get released in the Rise of Cobra line. I had that.
You gotta look at the feasibility. Like you were just talking about the Rolling Thunder, right? 50 pounds. How big is
Yeah.
that thing? Are you gonna buy that? Really? Do you really want
would.
that? Where are you gonna put it? You know what?
I
that's
still
all
think
I'm
they're
asking.
going to go with a watercraft. Just
I'm gonna
to
put
knock
my
a hole
desk
hole
in
in the
there.
wall or something.
So I believe heard this. I believe that the Joe O-ring stuff, Hasbro is still going to make the vehicles for it. So they're going to come out. I believe the whale's coming out. I forget. I think the Mobat and one other one. And Prime has been what, Mobat Prime.
Guys, do you think it's going to be direct store release or will it be HasLab like the Sky
Probably
Tracker?
HasLab because I can't see like the problem with like direct store release, right? I know everybody wants it in the stores, but this isn't like unless you're in out of the US. I'm just talking about the US because that's where I am. We don't have Toys R Us, not yet anyway. It's supposedly coming back certain places, right? We have Target and Walmart, your biggest toy sellers, right? You walk in there, you got 2 aisles of boys' toys, 2 aisles of girls' toys, and a couple aisles of like little kid toys. They're not going to store that stuff on those shelves. They got like 2 foot.
No, but they
do, right? They're not
do
going to
put bigger stuff in. There's an aisle for bigger toys, and I have seen them there. They put like. That's where they found Castle Grayskull. That's
right.
where you found Snake Mountain at retail.
How many of those are you going to see on the shelf? How many are they going to bring in?
Problem
You're
is,
gonna say-
I can tell you, Walmart Market will not take a risk on that big of stuff when they're selling all
Exactly.
these goats at clearance
So where-
prices.
where's the most logical place for them to sell that? Their own storefront, which is Hasbro Pulse.
Yep.
But
That
they're
I
not
can
going to touch an O-ring HasLab. They're not doing O-rings anymore. So they're not going to do an O-ring.
No, I know that they're not doing O-rings. They're going to do the vehicles for O-ring.
Okay,
They're not going to do the O-rings because they just
but
farm
that's
that
one
out.
rumor. So I'll be interested to see if they actually do. That's one rumor that someone has said. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's a rumor, but it's probably more logical because if you look at they're making the Transformer stuff O-ring, so you're going to have a mold for an Off Striker. You can make the Off Striker.
Yeah, but Hasbro could actually take those molds, license it out to Super
And
7,
anyway,
and release it under Super
anyways,
7.
isn't it just like making an action figure where your actual mold for your action figure is like 6-inch, and then you got to downsize it to make the O-ring figure. If they're going to do that for a vehicle, it's the same thing.
Right? And one of our stores here, they've got the main separate aisles, the Legos, the girls, and the boys.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
you
at the very
actually
back of
have
those.
Yeah.
They got the bigger shelves for the more larger sets. And I remember going there at one point, and I saw this fairly massive jet plane there that looks like you could fit a couple of the classified figures in.
Right.
The only problem with it is truly at a retail space, though.
Yeah, so it's the retail space here because we don't have a Toys R Us anymore or any of these big toy stores that would have that space. That's
Yes, the warehouses are quite large.
Yeah,
store
exactly.
buildings.
And then you have your buyers from Walmart and Target. They're not going to buy these things because they're thinking about moving this stuff. And that's why you see a lot of things going clearance in there because they need to move it out so they can bring new stuff in. Right?
That's why the Vamp is being sold directly through Hasbro Pulse.
Exactly. So that's where you're going to get these vehicles. They're going to be through Pulse, or they might sell them like you might find them on Big Bad Toy Store and other stores, other things like that. But you're not going to see them at retail. Maybe you'll see a couple of them at retail, but the bulk of it's going to be sold online, and that's where you're going to get it.
Plus, my Walmart sat on the Hiss 3.7 for a long time. I mean, there was like,
yeah.
And this is New York, and they sat on those things for a long time.
Right.
I can tell you,
same down here in Maryland.
As someone that was in retail management for a long time, no buyer is gonna waste the retail space on something that big with that big of a risk. They can't even move the figures now. They're not going to do it on a vehicle.
Yeah, because you're gonna fit like maybe 2 of them on the shelf at a time.
Yeah, and each company they rent those spaces, right?
Yeah.
Hasbro rents the 4-foot section or 8-foot section, whatever.
Like I said it earlier, like I don't know how many of you guys, how some of you guys are aged during the 80s when you could actually walk into Toys R Us or Child Ward here and literally an aisle for GI Joes, like literally.
Oh, yeah.
That's all you had is like an ocean of GI Joe.
Yeah, there was
and
Toys R Us Kids World, man. You just walk down an entire aisle of Joe stuff.
Yeah, an 8-foot section of just pegged figures with like smaller boxed items below it, like 2 shelves. So you had like a couple of, and you're always thumbing through them to look for Snake Eyes. Hope you can find them, right? You never found them, though, right? But
Until 89.
Yeah, those days are gone. Now it's online. You see all the figures they have, and you choose which ones you want. Bang. I mean,
So here's the question: do you guys think the market after the last two GI Joe classified HasLabs blew up, do you think the market would support 2 classified HasLabs in 1 year?
I
I
hope
wouldn't
not.
take that. I
No,
wouldn't take that
nope.
chance. No. I wouldn't do that.
And the
Well,
reason
you
I
see,
say that
the
is just
stores
because
over here,
Wow.
they no longer sell the classified figures. The last one I bought was the Lady J, but she'd been a
well,
shelf surfing there for quite a while, and she was the only one. So sometimes she'll be in
Yeah.
the Star Wars section in there. So I decided
Yeah.
to pick her up there one day, but no, I've never seen another classified there since. I think
I
they're
think
rather
I think it'd be
expensive out here, also about $50 a figure
yeah.
often.
so
I think
here's
I
the
think
thing
it'd be
about
a
the
mistake if you
crowdfunds like HasLabs and everything else, right? You're pulling from the same group of people.
exactly.
Now, mind
Yeah.
you, GI Joe collectors are a little bit more specific for the most part, but you're still pulling from that. In order for a HasLab to truly make it and make it as quickly as they do, they also have to pull in the casual markets as well, like people who collect more than just GI Joe. Okay, because there are people who don't collect only GI Joe that were like, I need to have that HasLab Hiss. You know,
hmm
to really make it successful, it's got to appeal to a casual person as well. And when you're pulling this many, like, let's look at how things went last year, right? Started off with a bang with crowdfunds and HasLabs, and everybody was getting them almost back to back to back. But by the end of the year, when we were all cramming them in at the end, people really had to start picking and choosing which ones they backed. You were seeing them back full tiers all the way towards the beginning of the year, but towards the end of the year, you started to see a lot more drop off
hmm
where they weren't hitting those full tiers. Now, again, GI Joe managed to pull it off, you know, getting everything for theirs because they got it very dedicated, but you still got to pull from the casuals as well to
Yeah,
hit it as quickly as you do.
And like I said, the majority of GI Joe collectors are just that, GI Joe collectors. They're not toy collectors. They don't understand what's going on in the industry, so they don't care about anything else. So
But you got to
funds are
remember
going directly
these,
to GI Joe.
but these HasLabs also don't go directly just to the toy collectors because you have toy shops that buy more than one.
That's true. I have my
No, I
local
know, I
shop
get
bought
that.
like my local vintage shop bought 3 hisses.
Yep.
I think 3 or 4 hisses.
I was gonna say, I was just at Uncle Bob's Vintage Toys. He bought
Yes, you
several
were.
of them and had
Yeah.
one sitting on his shelf right in there, and he had another one that he was selling as well. The
Well, I think
toy shops are buying them because there is actually a whole market of collectors that don't know about this awesome thing we call the internet or use it as fluently
yeah.
as we do,
Yeah, it's true.
that are slightly older that are still into this stuff. And for those collectors, they go to these toy shops. Like, you know, you go to Sarge and Red's all the time because they're a fantastic toy shop. How many did they buy? You know, you've been able to get several of these HasLabs with all of their tiers from Big Bad Toy Store because Big Bad Toy Store's ordering them, which is great because for some people, the complaint is that they don't have the money at the time.
Yeah.
You know, it
exactly.
hits during this or it hits during that and they don't have it. Well, now you have another option because you can get it from these retailers that are buying several because they know that some people aren't going to get it at the time. And it
Mhm.
works and they are selling and they are moving. But those people are the ones that are buying more. As a matter of fact, Alan from Eternia Toys, he bought several of the Eternia playsets. That crowdfund from Mattel, he bought a bunch of them. And he's got to pay shipping on each individual one, too. He doesn't get a break on shipping for that, by the way. So,
See, the fellow in Australia, I got the Serpentor off. He was also ordering in the the his tanks and what have you.
Hey, I
Right.
want to give everybody a heads up. Anybody I know for people who don't have like Ollie's or like our Canadian brethren, if you ever want, there's a website that I've ordered from. It's called Kids Warehouse. Literally just search
Yep.
Kids Warehouse, and they still have like the classified figures for like
get them like
$6.99.
$8.99.
Yeah,
Yep.
dude, $9.99, and I've ordered from them. And what it is it's Hasidic Jews own this. They get overstock from like Walmarts and stuff like that in the New York City, Brooklyn, and tri-state area, and so they just throw this stuff up on their site. So if anybody ever wants something cheap, they have everything that Ollie's has and everything, and they're actually cheaper too. So it's kids.
In some,
I've
yeah.
not heard. I've
You
not
still
heard of
pay a
that
little
shop,
bit
but
more with the
I've
shipping.
heard of the Kid In website.
Yeah.
I've not seen if they've sold any GI Joe, but I've looked
Yeah.
at the Master of the Universe line.
Yeah, I'm looking
Kids
right now. At
Warehouse,
the
I've grabbed a
Outback.
couple.
Yeah.
Wow, the Megatron Transformer,
Yeah,
$45.
dude. Yeah, I
Yep,
picked
Yeah.
two of
you get
those.
it dirt cheap.
See what happens? See what happens when you
I hit
What
that
website?
and not get it at
It's
get it
just
Kids
at
Warehouse.
Yeah,
Real
just search
estate.
kids. Just Google Kids Warehouse, and then just go to
Everybody
Boys
get in.
Toys. Yeah, like I'm looking right now at the
I bring them up
Tigers.
every once in a while.
Yeah, the Tiger Force Outback. which
Holy
is the
moly!
superior one, $6.90.
I bet the shipping to Eternia will be horrendous, though.
And everybody was clamoring for that guy and paying like above retail for it. Now he's like
Yeah.
$6.
Yep.
Yep.
That's what happens when you don't have to get it at release. You just wait and then you get it.
That's where I bought a bunch of those Falcon Secret War style figures, not because I wanted the Falcon figure, but because, and I'm not talking Falcon Classified, I'm talking Falcon from Marvel Secret Wars. I bought a bunch of him just because I wanted the damn birds. I was going to paint up all the Red Wings.
Speaking of Falcon, there is another thing that I'm actually anticipating. It's another pre-sale I did, and hold on.
Oh, same thing. If you look at Transformers, same thing. Dude, they have so much stuff. It's
They do.
hysterical. Yeah.
Yep, I picked up
Marvel,
quite a few
everything.
things from them.
Yep.
They had some good Masters of the Universe like a year ago, but that's dwindled down to just barely anything left. Now, one thing they did that I hated was they had the first release Rey Mysterio from the WWE Masters of the Universe. They had that one pictured, and then when I ordered it, I got the second release.
That's
And for people who are Masters of the Universe fans, know that first release Rey Mysterio had the reverse of the wings and the backpack, so you could create that look for Stratos. So I was really excited that they had it dirt cheap.
Battle ran there for $7.99.
Yeah, if you look too, they also have if you want to make some good Crimson Twins with suits, you can get the Crimson Twins for $6.99 a piece, and then you buy the Marvel
The
Legends.
Tombstone.
They actually have the Hammerhead.
Hammerhead.
Yeah, that's $8.99 on the site. So you just buy. I bought two of those, two of the extra Crimson Twins for heads, and bing bang boom. Then I have my my suited up Crimson Twins. I was like 20.
Yeah, it's not much. It equals out to be about the same price of a regular figure, and it's not bad.
Here's another figure that I'm actually looking forward to. That's coming out this year, and it's this Winter Soldier.
Oh, that looks cool. I was actually looking at because I haven't gotten any amazing Yamaguchi, and I try to get like one that I really like for each particular character. That looks cool.
Yeah, this is like this is my favorite Marvel character, and I'm like, I guess I'm gonna go for it. So I pre-sold it, but it looks so amazing.
So Thanos is mentioning that you can get stuff from them through Walmart's app.
Oh,
you can get the Kids Warehouse stuff. So you get it at that price, and then if you order over $30, you get the free shipping. So that ain't bad. That's actually a pretty good way to get around their shipping, which, mind you, their shipping isn't a lot.
No.
And it comes fast. Like you'll order it and get it in the same week.
Yeah, if you call them, it's usually a Spanish woman you'll speak to, and you just I remember because I bought like $200 worth of when they had kinetic sand on there. And I was like, listen, I'm buying a ton of this. And they're like, oh, we'll ship it out to you for free. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, all right, great. I'm like, this is like, I'm buying like a ton of this. So this is a lot of pounds. They're like, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. So again, it's you give them a call if there's anything that you want. And they update their stock every couple of months. So once Ollie's.
It's like once a quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just go through and snatch up a lot of the warehouse stuff. Now, whereas like Ollie's and stuff is getting them mostly from Hasbro Direct. I believe you're right, Rathan, when theirs is like overstock from Walmart and stuff, which is why you can get it through Walmart.
Yep.
And if you notice, their prices line up a little bit more with Walmart's clearance pricing too. It's almost like they might be a subsidiary.
Yeah, again, so it's the Hasidic Jews own the Kids Warehouse, and Hasidic Jews are big in the tri-state area, and so they have relationships with the owners of Walmarts and Target and so on. So they'll always get their overstock first.
Yeah,
which is why you'll see there's even like a ton of Transformer stuff that's on here.
Yep.
It's just
Well,
it's a lot of
Transformers and Power Rangers just popped up on there this past year.
Yes, you're right.
As the other stuff has been dwindling, like G.I. Joe just showed up there last
I
quarter
was
when everybody
surprised
was
to see
getting
it.
them.
Yep, I was surprised to see it up there.
Yep.
Oh, yes, Zaymot and Tomax don't have those ones.
Yeah,
it's not like around me. Ross only had Tomax
Especially
or
not Black
Zaymot. I
Ross.
can't remember which one they had, but they only had the one twin. And it's like, but I need both if I'm getting them because they're mirrored.
They should have done that as a two-pack.
And I bought the if you look at the Marvel Legends, they have the Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and all I wanted was the ring because I do a lot of Warhammer 40K, and so that ring is perfect to be like a step through in a diorama for your figures.
Yeah,
so
very cool.
like if you do like the rings are perfect. So again, it's a little pricey, $20, but if you look on like eBay, they're like $20-$30 just for the ring, and then you can just sell off the figure.
You
So
sell the figure off in a lot or something.
Yep.
But they also had, like, if you're into the retro carded stuff, if you go under Fantastic Four, you get the entire set of the Legends Fantastic Four retro cards.
And that Thing figure, I prefer the first one that came out, but that Thing figure is awesome.
Yep. Kids Warehouse is a really, really good deal. So
They're good. Like I said, I've ordered from them. Like just like you're saying, you've ordered from them too. They're solid.
they're fast. They are very fast. Now, I will say about that Rey Mysterio WWE, I wrote them back feedback that the pictured product was not what I received. And they said, "We're sorry, we can refund you the money." And I was like, "No, that's okay," because I still got a figure out of it, so I'm not mad about that. But they did switch to the updated Rey Mysterio, so that way it wasn't misleading other people.
Oh, that's cool.
Bit of bad
Yeah,
news there. Don't ship to Eternia. Oh.
Sorry about that, Eldor.
Speaking of the Eternia, when is that supposed to ship? The
First quarter next year, or this year for me.
2024.
Yeah,
So next
first
three-
quarter,
next 3
so
months
probably
kinda
around
thing.
March,
Wow, that's gonna be
March,
crazy.
April.
Lawrence, did you buy the Eternia?
Coming out.
Oh hell no! No.
Why? You
no,
can put it right on top of your flag.
All right. The flag's already out of space because it has 4 skyscrapers on it.
It's got a-
Conquest and
Got a couple sets of legs
You might
just
sit up top
falling
of the
on
roof
it.
there, Lawrence.
I might be. I've been contemplating whether or not just selling off the origin stuff that I have.
You know what, Lawrence? I understand, man. But, if it's still making you happy, though, enjoy it while you got it.
Well, no,
right?
that's the whole thing. It's like I got everything. I'm sure there'll be more stuff that comes out, but there's not much more that I'm really interested in having.
I
And I'm
agree. That's why I'll pull it back on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I literally have a bin sitting next to me. I bought my son all of the WWE Masters of the WWE Universe and like the first 5 lines of Origins, and so he's played with them and he's done, and I'm just like, all right, I'm probably just going to sell them off because I think he's finished with them. So
Let me know about some of them WWE guys, because I still want several of those.
Well, everyone's gonna want the Undertaker Scareglow, right?
yeah, I got the Undertaker.
Got that.
Scareglow.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Jake the Snake was another good one there. You take his face off him. So.
I will
Yeah.
not be selling
Or
Scareglow.
Mr. T.
I didn't get the
Mr. T is a big one.
I got the Goldberg.
All right. Now that we're talking, there you go. There's
Oh,
Sarge.
Sergeant Slaughter.
Sergeant
Actually,
Slaughter.
I wanted him.
The belt is out.
Yeah.
Cool one.
He's out
Hold him
again.
back up, guys.
Oh,
There
Yeah,
you go.
One of the
that
best.
is
favorite one.
awesome, dude. And I'm because
One of the
I'm a
best.
huge Man at Arms fan.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for
every Man at
Zazel, I
Arms.
wouldn't have got this. He told he
Oh,
he
yeah,
sent me a
Zazel
link to
too.
get it. Yeah.
Yeah. He was one
Finally
of the
got
ones
the
I was
belt.
trying
Now
to
we're
find
talking
him by.
wrestling again. I can bring out the belt.
Well,
There's
I
Ken the
did want to
champ.
ask. I did want to ask everybody, because we're coming up to our final time zone. We still got a couple minutes. What are your favorite memories of 2023.
Oh, that's easy.
Oh.
It's easy.
I kicked off something off my bucket list this year. I've never been out of the United States, and so I went, and I've always wanted to go to the Caribbean. So I was able to take my family this year to Atlantis in the Bahamas. So that was awesome. So that was probably my favorite memory from this year. That was sweet.
I'm sorry about the road rippers there.
Good.
I'll go next up. Joe Fest.
Yep.
I met
Yep.
this guy in person right here below me. Met Zazel,
Oh, yeah.
Adam, Hans Chow. It was great. It was a great time. Looking forward to doing that again.
Yep.
Allison.
Very soon.
Probably when we got this little guy.
No.
It no longer fits.
Yes,
in my
he
home.
was. I saw he was holding on for dear life there before when you were.
Oh
moving
well,
your
we've
chair
got
around.
fireworks outside, so he is. This is his. He's
Oh.
6 months old, so this is his first real fireworks because he was born after the 4th of July. So
He is become your co-pilot on our streams here for the hangout.
yeah, and he used to not do this, but he is now to the point. It's also Matt is in bed by now, so there's no human over there playing video games for him to hang out with. So now he comes over and chills out. As soon as Matt went to bed, he cried for a little bit, and then he came over here, and he's technically not high. Sorry, back to bed. You're good.
Eldor, how about you? I know you've had some ups and downs this year, my brother.
Oh yes, a few family members passing away in relatively quick succession. There, it was quite unexpected, but it happens. I suppose it's
Sorry about
the
that.
circle of life, as the old King of the Jungle says, the old Mufasa there. But yes, I can't recall any one a good memory except, of course, bringing up one of my top 10 there tonight was the Holy Grail for me, as you say in the collector's world there, the collector grail, what have you. So this was finally picking up the figure of myself there.
Eldor.
But
Very
yes, I was
cool.
quite surprised there the other day, before Christmas. I think Kenzo, he has shared on me on the IG there a photo that Axel Jimenez, I believe his name's pronounced, doing the starting to work on the old artwork for when they release my figure out in the Origins line there. Hopefully with the Powers of Grayskull card art to go along with it. And yes,
There's
looking
not many
forward
of
to
us
seeing
here.
what other characters they'll finally release out there, maybe Shirilla and what have you, because that the line never really kicked off back in the 80s. Only a couple of things were made, and so yes, it'll be
For
fun
sure.
to see what happens this time around.
Elder, you're awesome, dude. I just added your figure to my classics collection this year too. I think in January I picked it up. So
Very
Classics. Yeah.
oh god, dude, I don't know. You can't. I'm gonna start talking about classics forever, but yeah, Eldor, that's awesome.
John, what about you,
I
brother? You've
did,
been
however,
quiet.
pick up the loose classics Eldor. Also, just missing the book though. But yes, I had that, and I made my own custom version using the Masterverse Fisto head, just painting, giving him grays instead of his ginger color there, and did my own soft goods for that. Gave him his robes, but I'm just waiting for them to release a grey Hordak, so I can take his legs off and give me the grey pants there. I'm just using one of the He-Man legs at the moment with the robes off Trapjaw. Came with his cult accessories there in the Masterverse in the meantime.
Very cool.
So yes, got all of me, you might say.
John, go ahead, brother. What's yours?
Well, let's see. My downfall this year, obviously, my hand surgery.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, my uplifts. My kid, the family, and I went to New Orleans this year. We enjoyed that. And last but not least, this is my first full year on YouTube as a toy tuber. I am at 90 subscribers. Not that I'm really,
well done there.
but I'm at 90. I'm happy with that. And at the end of the day, meeting and networking with everybody in the toy network and all you YouTubers, all y'all are great. Love y'all to death. Happy
Let's
to
see if we get something else to pop off here then. You said you're at 90 subscribers?
I am at
See if we can
90.
get us to 100. Get you to 100.
We've got 36 people watching right now. If everybody could go to Figuratively Speaking's YouTube channel, and it might be a little bit of a tough search because of the fact that he's under 100. Let's get him over 100 before we hit the new year on the West Coast.
Is it figuratively underscore speaking? Is that your one?
No, so it's going to be figure
Hang on a second. I'll just get the link there.
Ed, you're a wrench, or Eldor, you're a wrench. Can you grab his link and drop it in the chat
I'm
for me?
just getting the link at the moment.
Perfect.
Thank you, my brother.
Instead of my email.
Yeah, just drop it in the chat here. We're gonna get John over 100 before we hit West Coast. John, you're gonna hit that 100 tonight, brother. We're gonna do it for you.
Yeah, John, let's get it. We'll get you up, and then we'll get you to the point where you can get some member subscribers. That'd be cool.
Absolutely, man. That's what we're about within this community, helping each other grow, hitting these goals. Man, I thought you had already hit 100 at this point, brother. So I'm glad to see we're getting you there. You know, I finally hit my 360. I'm proud of that. I'm happy of that. It's a slow go because I understand my content isn't exactly for the casual streamer. You know, we do these 6, 8, 9 hour live streams. So, you know, but I'm getting there. That's my big goal for 2024 is actually getting all of the short form content, starting picking up these casual viewers. Yeah, we're going to be jumping in it. We'll be dropping that link in, everybody. See, everybody wants to link it up. We're going to hit that. Ed, what about you, brother? What's your favorite memory of 2023?
It's a quick question.
Oh,
There it goes there.
Let's see. I would
Is that you?
say that I quit a job that I hated after 15 years. Woohoo! That was a good thing. And then going to PowerCon.
Quickly, if you're watching on my channel, you have to go and.
I'll do it. Oh,
Wait,
no,
wait,
not
yeah,
a model.
Oh, okay, yeah, oh yeah. Well, actually, you can't do it. Ed, can you?
Yeah, I'm going to copy. I'll paste it over there.
Yeah, you can put. Okay, you're a moderator.
What was your subscriber count?
90.
90? You're at 119.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, 119, bro.
You obviously haven't been on YouTube in a while there. Just like
that right
myself,
there.
I've been a bit busy of late. I did make it over 200 subscribers, but then a few dropped off there.
Look,
Never
if
mind,
you
it
are well, let's get Eldor back up to that 200, and let's see if we can get the Thanos copter up to 669, and then he's not allowed to have anymore. He says he just wants his solid 69. And he's happy with that.
But I've got a few not quite review videos coming up. Mostly just some custom figures that I'm working on. Then I'm still planning to do the wee Lego video build of the Point Dread. So that'll kick off the new year, I suppose.
Very cool.
Adam, we're gonna talk. I need you to start writing ads that I can play at the beginning of each of my streams here. I'm gonna ditch the intro and we'll do Adam's ads. If you love,
Hey Thanos, I just subbed.
There we go, guys. We're gonna hit it. All right, Ed. What's that memory for you this year besides the the job? Is that the best
going
memory you
to
got this year?
PowerCon, man. Going to PowerCon.
Yeah.
You, Lawrence, the guys from Hella Dope, everybody else we met. It was good. That was a great weekend.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Ken?
Well, funny to say. Yes, I had a favorite memory. One of your adventures there, going out in the old forest and with your son there and meeting that old fellow over the altar.
Oh yes, that was a good time
And
too.
watching you running back to the car there.
Ken, how about you, my brother?
Pull up the share screen.
Well, where's it at? Hold on. There we go.
Oh, cool.
Right?
there we
Look
go.
at that.
There we go.
That's a framed picture, buddy.
Oh,
You
yeah.
better have that thing framed, Ken.
that was
Yeah,
a
indeed.
big
The old
moment.
Sarge there, yes. And Kelly, his daughter.
Oh, HCC, there he is.
I
Very
can't
cool.
believe you guys all still like Sergeant Slaughter. That guy turned his back on Hulk Hogan in the USA.
It wasn't real. It wasn't real. It's all just make believe.
Shut
Oh,
up, maggot.
it wasn't.
Screw Hulk Hogan, man. Sarge is the man.
Sarge is the man.
It's
Gaz
just,
touched on it
it's
earlier.
all to
He's a
sell,
traitor,
all to sell a story,
Colonel
you know.
Mustafa and General Agnon.
Yep. So Gaz touched on it earlier, and that was like because I got to hold the belt because the short guy. There you go, Gaz. Right.
your pop.
Because the
Sergeant
short.
Slaughter is cooler than Hogan.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
So I
Takes
had
me a
the
little bit
classic
longer to
line,
click it on the
Sergeant
phone.
Slaughter. I had to get him. He came with his
It
little
was
mini
cool
figures
to
there.
get to hold the belt,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
GI
I
Joe
got
belt,
another
because the short guy got to stand in front and hold the belt. There you go. I got that one too. Yeah, and that was cooler than even the belt that I've got right now because it's his GI Joe Hall of Fame belt. And yeah, I mean, you could see Gaz, right behind / beside me in that photo. And that was just an epic weekend, and that was taken on the Sunday as we were finished tearing down. Like, I left the Delta 17 booth and let Steve tear down so I could run take this photo.
Oh, jolly good. Yeah.
Such a good friend, right? And yeah, that was just such an epic moment. You can't really describe it in words, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, I've enjoyed the lives that he's been on with Zazel there, and one
Yeah.
particular video is talking about his
Yeah,
stories and what.
And
have you.
Zazel's in the photo there too, right? Right next to the
Hey,
Sarge.
one quick note. By the way, Delta 17 is blowing the hell up. Awesome job, Ken. Those Lawrence, I saw your review on the figures. They look sweet. They look solid. They look amazing.
I do like that vintage quality.
Thank
to
you,
the,
man. Thank you, man.
The overall
And
sculpting,
yeah, I mean, Wraith, you and I talked a bit about it on the side there. And I know you've got your eye on the Shepherd figure.
Oh, dude, I got my eye on the whole set now. Once the orders are ready to go out, I'm ordering my full set. I might
So
order
you say
two.
the name, I'm
One
just
to
gonna-
open and then one to have
There you
carded
go.
still.
Shepherd.
So that was like a perfect weekend. Like we got to pump the brand initially. We got to meet Sarge. I got to hang out with Gaz and the whole crew. I got slosh drunk. I was hungover like crazy on the Sunday. Gaz has officially seen me hungover, not just complaining on the phone now, but me sluggishly like trying to eat breakfast next to him on
Just the trifecta.
on
Like,
Sunday.
hey, Cobra Coach Club.
Yeah.
There you go.
Once you get the Cobra Clutch, you get one of those too. And
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, just everything about that weekend. It's like I told everyone, like I left a piece of me there. It felt like, and Han said to Zazel before he left, like, "Will we ever be this happy again?" It's almost a bit sad that do you ever think we're ever gonna be this happy again? He said that to him at the bar, because the Marriott Hotel, the bar is right. The hotel rooms are connected to the convention center, so everything's within walking distance. You're
Oh,
not
that's
carting
convenient,
across
I suppose,
town. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I called Gaz because I thought somebody was going to punch me, and he's like, "Oh, okay, I'll come back you up." And I'm like, "No, I think I'm back in my hotel room. Am I in the right room?" And Steve's like, "You're in the right room." I was really, really gone, right? So, yeah, the whole weekend from when, yeah.
This rolled around, Lawrence. What's yours?
I'm sorry because somebody told me they're like, yeah, when I went to Joe Fest, I saw Ken and he was a little drunk, and I went over and helped him out. And he was like, "Hey, I know who you are."
That guy's if that guy's initials were B and B.
Yes.
That's how I met him, and he's actually pretty tall in real life. So I'm like, on the floor already, and he's just like, "Hey, boys, no silly
Very
stuff,"
large
kind of thing.
guy.
Because we were getting a bit clowny, silly-ish, and he was like, "All right, let's everybody sit down, sober up a little bit," and I messaged him the next day to say thanks for peeling me off the floor because I was about to fall over. Kind of thing. Right? Because he got me into a chair. I won't forget that. Like he didn't like pull me onto this chair, but he kind of like guided me. Like it's right here. If you're gonna fall over, at least sit down, kind of thing. So
You're never too drunk until you fall off the floor, Ken.
no, I was about to. Bobby D saw me. Oh, off the floor. Okay, yeah. Sorry, not on the floor.
Oh, you just said his name. Now everyone knows who you're talking about.
Oh,
It comes with collecting a lot of action figures. You know, you just put one on the shelf and you know when it's going to fall over and you quickly, up to catch it.
We'll get Ken a Hexa stack next year. That'll keep him upright.
yes. Yeah.
So, Lawrence, is that your greatest memory of 2023? It's just the story of Ken.
The hero there.
So family wise, it would be going to Florida. There were some really good times there. And again, it was, we've gone there before, but this was the first time since it was just me and my two kids. Their mother didn't go with us because we're not together anymore. So, but that was a lot of fun. We had a lot of good times. The most awkward moment of the year is when Ed does when my dad's wife said, "Let's say grace," and she looked at my son and said, "Andrew, why don't you say it?" And he said, "I'm atheist." And 6 people in this timeshare, and it felt like when an athlete gets injured and the whole place goes silent. I didn't have a chance. I was in the moment. I was in the midst of saying, "We don't say grace," when he just blurted it out. And he just blurted, like, the way it was just like that loud blurt out. And I was like, but not dealing with my kids, because it feels awkward saying something is your best moment when you have young kids and it doesn't involve at least one of them. It would be going to PowerCon. I didn't really care about anything at PowerCon other than meeting so many people, and it was just a lot of fun. Ed was great. Ed and I talked for so long. Going to dinner with Ted, Aaron, and Travis. Well, going to the bar, which I didn't realize the bar was that far away from where the place was. And then, Mega J, Oz, going to dinner. And then, that was the week after Florida. The week after getting back from Florida, I went, fuck it. It's a 4-hour drive. I just drove 18 to 21 straight hours, taking, stopping and sleeping in the car. I can make it to.
And you got out of Ohio safely that time without your car breaking down.
Yeah, man. And what was the first thing that I messaged you when I got there?
Yeah, I hate this fucking city.
Yeah. And now you know that it's not a joke. It's not.
Right.
But
So-
that was just fun. Like, it was just.
That was a great
Getting to
weekend,
meet
man.
people that you've got to know, it's nice that you can say when people go, "Oh, you mean those online people that you've never met?" No, I've met some of them now.
Yeah.
Right.
You can't take that away.
Right.
I hope we'll all, a bunch of us are going to meet up by June, I think, right? Right now, I think I've only met Gaz in person, I think, among the crew here.
I'll be at Joe Fest. I got my ticket and my hotel already.
There we go. See, we're making this happen. So,
Allison, any chance at Joe Fest? Wraith, any chance?
I don't. Probably not this year for Joe Fest. Possibly, but probably not. I am gonna make it down to the Bay Area in March, hopefully to meet Kayla and Brick and Michael from Toy Habits, like all the Bay Area peeps, but probably not Joe Fest this year.
Yeah, I'd
our
love
West
to go.
Coast Avengers.
How
team.
far from the Bay Area are you?
I'm in the Portland metro area, so
Sorry, you said that
if
already.
I,
Okay.
if I do,
Yeah.
when
I got
get
a
away
sister.
in Southwest. It's like an hour and a half, 2-hour flight.
Okay. I got a sibling in Sacramento, so I'll let you know if I'm in that area because I'll probably meet with
let me
Michael from
know
Toy
because
Habits.
I definitely.
Yeah.
Well, also you're not far. I just need to get passport stuff squared away again. I haven't had it updated in It's
Mhm.
my passport is expired, but once I get it
Yeah.
updated, I will be going to Canada. So
Awesome.
Why?
Awesome. Come see
because
Toy Traders.
Speaking
Yeah.
of,
because the air is clean and it's not America,
It's
and
not
I would
Ohio
like
or
to
can
see
hang out
more
here.
of the world than I've seen.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I
Actually,
speak the language.
actually, Oz, if you can full screen me for a second. One thing I forgot to mention, and Gaz remembers this exact purchase here. On my Joe Fest memory, Gaz, what's that over there?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
the rescue cop Sarge from
You were
Fun School
debating.
India.
You were
Yes, I was
debating that
debating. And
and
Glenda.
Glenda.
Glenda, right? So I got the rescue cop Sarge. That's upstairs, the super cop, and the rescue
And
set's back here. So
and Sarge was blown away by that when you showed it to him.
that's right. Remember what he said?
right?
He had
Yeah.
never seen this or the super cop in person
Yep.
before. And I was the
Yep.
first person to ever show him that because it was based
Yeah.
on his likeness. And
It's pretty
what
dope.
happened was I didn't know if he was just being nice, but I asked Zazel the other day when I was on the phone with him. I'm like, you remember when Sarge said that? I'm like, yeah. Were you not in his garage like a few days before Joe Fest? He's like, yeah. Did you see a super cop or a rescue set? He goes, no. So he probably, I mean, maybe he saw one. He was just being nice, but I know that I didn't see one in his garage. So I'm like, so he didn't have foreign stuff there. He goes, I think he only had like the plastic. No, he had one or two foreign Sarges, but it was all domestic stuff in his garage. So just thought that was really cool. For him to
yes,
say.
a fellow over here was selling vintage G.I. Joe Sergeant Slaughter with the Triple T vehicle, but I missed out on that one. But I think one of the guns or something was missing or broken. But
Yeah.
well,
This
no, it looked in fairly good nick.
Is it that one?
Oh yes, yeah.
So we've got a minute to go here, guys.
Oh,
Counting it
yes.
down. We're about to hit it
Here we go
again
again.
in all time zones in the U.S. The final time zone we're coming up to, and of course we'll, for those of us who don't mind hanging on a little bit longer, we'll keep it going a little bit after, of course, the new year. We know how these long streams of mine are. They're very rarely under 5-6 hours anymore. It's just what I'm known for. But we all have so much fun hanging out. Brick, although not live with us, has given us that countdown.
That was another big highlight for me, meeting Brick here in person. Brick, that was amazing. Just hanging out with you for like 6 hours that day.
Right?
Brick is good people, right? That's one of the between Kayla and Brick and
17.
Michael, I'm gonna have a great time in the Bay Area. So
We got 10. We got 3. See, it's funny. I'm seeing them on my YouTube screen before they pop here. And it is
I hear people.
New Year.
Happy New Year all over the world now.
that's literally underneath.
Happy New Year.
And it's a reminder why I don't
Happy
win.
New Year.
So
Plug with my bootleg Toy Frenzy tumbler.
That's a guy like that's a
I'll give you
that's a
a
guy
penny
like
sticker
me
for
as
my
well.
chalice here.
All right.
oh, I'm glad I used birth control. My personality. But anyway. Ugh.
There's still 4
Now
more times.
I'm finally
Why?
letting out a yawn because now I can finally be tired because it's midnight.
How big is Earth
Happy,
there?
Happy New Year, everybody.
Oh, boy.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
As said, I'm liking this tradition. The whole modern format of the Ostradamus Toys Hangout started with a stream just like this 1 year ago, where it was like, oh,
yeah. Eldor
we'll
was
just-
definitely here for that one.
yep,
Right.
yep.
I
Zazel was
think
on
the
with
first
us too
one,
last year.
Yep.
First video I was with Oz was the when we started the Legions class there, but
It was.
I found out him through the Skelevator channel. But yes, I came in there for the last New Year's thing.
Mhm.
Right.
Shindig there.
And yeah, it's been a heck of a roller coaster ride over the last year. Had some crazy moments there with a certain individual who was live with us last year.
Oh God.
That made things pretty rocky, but we've managed to make it well past that and into good times. This year, the best memories for me was shortly after all that other stuff was going down. I started this little thing on IG called the Toy Network, where I started branching out to a lot of other aspiring YouTubers and started building this up as a networking way that we could all connect together, join up for big mega streams like this, or just even network a little bit more, on the sides here and there, as far as like, hey, let's work on this content together. Or, hey, let's work on that content together. But to get this, there are many sides to ToyTube, depending on which circles you run in, who you watch, and the different content there is. But trying to set up like this core base of really amazing channels across. We've had some people drop off, but we've had a lot more people keep joining in, and just building up that network and building up those bonds of all these amazing channels, getting experienced channels like Punk here and Ken down here to help smaller channels such as John and Eldor, Ed, myself, Allison, helping us be able to connect and network and help grow our channels and just have a really fun experience. That's like one of my best memories. But then taking that Toy Network to the next level and getting to go to PowerCon, which if it were not for some amazing people within this community, some amazing people on the stream right now with us tonight, which fell through, wouldn't have happened. And, being able to meet so many people, getting a chance to meet this guy, getting a chance to meet this guy, making plans to meet this guy next year. Originally, it was at possibly PowerCon 2024, but then when we found out that wasn't going to happen, we started to work things out. We're going to do a meetup at Joe Fest instead. Like I said, PowerCon not being here is not going to throw off my plans too much for the next year, but I want that Toy Network to continue to grow. I want to keep helping everybody continue to grow.
We had Taylor and Johnny join in there, and I was on there. A few of us were on their channel live for the first time playing the games. And we
Absolutely.
had a fellow there recently, yesterday, that came on with us. I forget his channel name. But I do follow him.
Reploid
yes,
Bill.
that's a fellow, yeah.
Having Bill Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures.
Yes, he shouted him out there in the group, so he joined via you, I think.
Yep, definitely. And if people are interested, you hit me up on my IG. We're always looking for more people. And you will notice a lot of these people going across everybody's streams.
Gaz, are you in that group?
Continuing to meet. I don't think Gaz is.
I don't have a channel. Well, I have a channel, but I don't do anything.
So why not?
Why don't you do anything?
I don't know what to put out for content.
Do you do stuff on Instagram?
No, not
Or
really.
you're just in the community.
I'm just in the community. Yeah. I usually show up in his or Zazel's streams.
I know your name, but I've never.
Yeah, I've seen you in Ken's streams.
Gaz has set such a high bar for how I love seeing somebody moderate a channel, being on top of everything. And it's funny because then, beautiful wrenches like Eldor and Ed always take it to that next level. And another person who's right on top of that level of mod is Matthew Matson. He is another outstanding mod where you guys are like always on top of it, posting links to whatever it is we're chatting up
he's
about.
modding for Lawrence there. Yeah.
You guys it just set a whole nother bar. Like, you ever talk about how the band isn't shit without the roadies? You guys are fucking phenomenal.
You gonna start singing?
I do have my work cut out for me on when Adam goes live on the Wednesday. There, I drop in all the links of all the people that come in, and as well as sharing his Patreon and IG account links. So
Gaz always shares the links. Scuba Pete is like an all-purpose mod, right? And I remember somebody said something really inappropriate. I put the person in timeout, and Scuba Pete comes in. He's like, "There's no timeouts here, Ken. That guy's banned." I'm like, "Okay, you've got chat control. I'm on screen."
Hey,
so
I trust my wrenches. Like if I've given them authority on my channel and they say you're gone, I back them up. Sorry.
Well, when you decide on a moderator, you definitely want to pick someone that understands and they think the same way you do. And I don't need to tell Matthew or Ed here, and Matthew he's been the moderator. He was the first moderator. I don't need to tell him. I never needed to tell him like get rid of that guy. Now we have a pretty good community. We've only had to do it a few times.
Yeah.
And the reason why, Matthew and I already talked about it before. I made Ed a moderator. I'm like, you need to let me know when you think it's time to have a second one, because eventually, it's, the way the channel's growing, it's going to grow to the point where we need at least, a second one. And I made Ed one before. Matthew and I already talked about it, but he wasn't sure if he was going to make the stream. So I just made Ed a moderator and kind of hit him up and was like, hey, just so you know, I made you a moderator. If you have a problem with it, I'll remove it. But yeah, if you don't have someone that, is thinking the way you do, it's not going to work out. Because
Yes, I know. Oscar Thomas Toys. He also mods for Ed and there sometimes.
He mods for me too.
There was an old fellow that popped up there. So me and Oz were, do you concur there, Dr. Oz? Over the IG.
Yeah, exactly.
We're keeping an eye on
having less mods, like 2 mods, would work for you, Lawrence, because you know exactly when you're live every single week, and those mods know exactly when to be ready. And if one mod's not ready, the other one will be. If you're not on a regular, like I was on a semi-regular schedule, but I was kind of moving everything within this 1 or 2 hour time slot, and then eventually I just wasn't regular anymore. If I go on a time and I don't even tell Gaz, he doesn't know when to expect me, but let's say Oz is there, let's say Wilhelm is there because he's also a mod. So if you have several mods when you're on an irregular schedule, chances of you having backup increases. If that makes sense.
Or one of you might be AFK for a little bit, like checking your laundry there, or making a cup of coffee there.
That's something that I've been thinking about talking to Geek Dad Life about, because he only has Colleen and one other mod, and the other mod doesn't even talk in the chat, so you don't even know. There's like an invisible wrench basically, but he's also live every single time at the same week, so they know to predict that, right? His wife knows she gets the kids to bed, she goes in and mods, right? That's almost like it's every single week. But yeah, like Lawrence, like I said, in your case, you're probably okay. But me, I'm gonna switch to an irregular live schedule, and if it just so happens that Oz, Gaz, Wilhelm, and Scuba aren't there, but Zazel happens to be because I'm, conducive to one Australia time zone, or Largo, or Ryan Sweeney. Like I just named like 7 mods exactly for that reason, right?
But again, it's people that
of me.
Well, they're naturally going to be more scared of you than they
don't
are.
come in and fuck with me. There've been more than a few, but
we'll see. Sometimes I just like fuck with the people back, like send them an invite and let them sit backstage. As the most recent, whatever little fuckstick Blocky. And then the same guy trying to pull the same stuff last night, and it's like, really, you're saying the same exact thing you said under this other name, and
you were saying, well, that wasn't me. I didn't know he said that.
I'm not a troll. That's
exactly what a troll would say.
Yeah, I just want to say Happy New Year to everybody. It's 3 a.m. where I am 3:10, and I am going to sleep. So have a Happy New Year, guys. And I'll be jumping on your videos and streams over the next couple days. So have a good one, guys.
Take care, you have a good one.
Always feel free to come hang out at the clubhouse, brother.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Cheerio.
Here we go, folks. Look, Thanos already on it, letting people know Turtles of Grayskull are up for pre-order on Big Bad as of January 1st. Midnight Pacific Standard. So if y'all want them Turtles of Grayskull, go pre-order them now for retail price, not the markup.
I'm torn, sir. We'll leave it at that. I'm not sure.
Wave 1 is in stock. Thanos, grab the link, drop it.
How many moderators do you have?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, everybody, I think.
No, I don't give it out quite that freely.
I'm not. I'm okay
Punk,
with that.
you
I'm not
came
asking-
in after I
Everybody in
had.
the toy community.
I don't want to.
You came in after I started having problems with people. This was around the time I was having problems with that individual. I was like, all right, I'm going to start making some people.
I think you modded me up there after
need
that.
that.
That fella
And,
that had the
you know,
lapse in judgment there.
I want to give a big shout out.
The prolapse. Go on, John.
I want
That
to
was
give
my
a big
first
shout out
stream.
to Brick. Thank you very, very much. This is my prized possession of 2023. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, there
Right.
goes the link. Yeah.
I gotta say, just building up this community and getting to meet people has been one of the best experiences. I've met so many people within the community over the last year, from going to PowerCon, having extended chances, like even just yesterday, meeting Corey from Make Shape Create. And then we went up and we were talking with Uncle Bob for quite a while and hanging out with him. And now he's going to start putting me in touch with a couple other people, again, just further within the toy store community, because although Baltimore has a lot of Walmarts and Targets that never have shit, you know what? Some of these other toy stores, they might be a little bit further away, but it's worth the distance if you're actually going to be able to grab stuff you're looking for. So that's never a bad thing. But truly, just watching this community grow together over the last year is the best memory that I have for 2023, because it's been great. Ken, you and I started off just barely knowing each other towards the beginning of the year. Now we talk like nearly every single day. John, helping you get your start, getting your channel going. Eldor, we started Legion's class at the tail end of last year with Brick and Jesse and Sean, and now we've grown like we're a known show within the Mythic Legions community that they all like to tune in and catch that. Getting
I
to
like
meet
that. I like that
Ace.
Legion's ladies show that someone told us about. I think it was Jesse. So we all went on there. And
I've
the
been
good ladies had their own Mythic Legions group there that they come on and talk about things and what have you.
I've been promoting that Legion's Ladies show too, because that's one thing we don't see, with the exceptions of Allison and Kayla really getting involved more within the toy community. You don't see as many women within the toy community. Like, you catch occasional ones on the Enablers, and of course we all know Abby on Toy Anxiety, but like, this is a whole stream dedicated to women who are just as obsessed with Legion's figures.
And they're also working on behind the scenes all the soft goods there and what have you.
Yeah,
all the
well, yeah,
custom
you got people who are actually working on the line too, which is also great.
Yeah.
And getting to meet Ace was another big highlight. Like, seeing Ace's stuff over time, seeing what Ramen Toy was doing, getting to know Ace through going on several live streams with Jay and Ace, and then Ace even coming over to hang out at the clubhouse before it was the clubhouse, really.
Yes,
And
we're still
then
here, sir.
getting to meet him at PowerCon and all like that, and seeing some of the great stuff he's been showing off. He showed off quite a
Yes,
few.
he had a good
juicy
setup there with him.
prototypes.
I see there.
Yeah, those prototypes were amazing, absolutely
yeah.
awesome. I don't
Bad
know
to
if
the
we're going
bone.
quite till 6 a.m. there, Andrew, but we definitely go for a while.
You never
brother.
know.
Hey, who knows? Look, I'm going to say this right up front. This is not going to be a night we're breaking any records.
No,
That's not
I'm
happening
getting,
tonight.
I'm getting a bit peckish thing,
I have
Look.
to prepare for 9 p.m. coming up.
That's
and
true.
try
Where
and-
Lars is
and
going to
try
go for
and-
another 3 hours.
Yeah, and try and get off early enough after midnight so I can actually go to bed and get
Wake up
back
and work.
onto my work schedule.
Oh.
I can rough it for 2 days of work with almost no sleep.
Yeah, but I also have Thursday coming up too, which I know that's what's going to run long.
Yep.
Who's on
Well,
Thursday?
What?
Who's on Thursday this week?
Ted.
Ed.
Oh, hella dope, Ted.
Yep.
Hella dope. There you go. See,
Yeah, go
Kev
talk to
saying,
Hello about getting Delta 17 sold to them.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Right now, Steve really wants to focus on brick and mortar stores, and he doesn't exactly want to do his own someone else's online shop before his is ready. So we've got a few brick and mortar stores lined up. I know I haven't responded, Hello, even though they said, "Hey, we really want to carry the stuff." But we're
Are
just
you guys doing brick and mortar stores in the U.S. though, or just Canada?
we got one in Canada right now who we actually meant to tell them nothing till early January. They just put it out 3 weeks ago. We are talking to brick and mortar stores in the U.S. for sure. We've got at least one large store lined up, and then
That's good. The brick and mortar stores in the U.S. are hard, man. It's a hard.
Yeah,
Here,
these guys are quite
listen.
interested. So
All right, listen. I'm going to give you one to try.
Uh-huh.
In Michigan, Nerd Out.
Nerd Out. Okay. Do you know the owner?
I don't know him, but I mean, I've gone there. He purchases a lot of the smaller lines. He had a walk-in, for a while. He'll get Boss Fight Studios.
Mm-hmm.
He has Joy Toy. Like he gets a lot of that stuff. Sergeant Red's May. The hard thing with John is that I become friends with him, and I don't want to tell him to go buy something that might not sell. You know what I mean? Like
in his area, right?
Yeah,
So,
like it's. I don't think a lot
like
of people
we know this stuff's going to do well online, or we know this stuff will do well
Yeah.
if it's a specific vintage shop that has a lot of walk-in traffic of people who are 80s action figure fans. But if it's a store that's going to mostly be like Marvel Legends,
Well, John,
modern stuff.
Sergeant Red.
you
Did anyone see on Christmas Eve a toy store near you? My store, Sergeant Red's, was on it.
yeah.
My people at Cherry Bomb Toys were in an earlier season too. So
You know what?
Yeah.
So there's Applejack's Toys in Ohio. They're in Columbus and in Cleveland. Two
Mhm.
branches. They're a good
Yeah, have you
store.
been to Toy Department in Ohio there, Ed?
No, I haven't been to the toy department.
Okay, yeah, because they're pretty big. So
Yeah.
Happy New Year, there, Brick Sir.
Yeah,
That's
Happy New Year,
right.
Brick.
Frick is signing off for the final bit here at
Happy New Year, Brick.
2023. He has been streaming all day. And people call me a madman for the amount of streaming I do. Brick started with Allison and I this morning, and that was this morning because he's West Coast. Then finished up with us, went on, did his own stream with Adam, and
Yes, I got it on that one.
yep,
What you mean
it
is
was
yesterday morning, Oz.
yeah.
that's true. Yesterday morning, I haven't been.
By the way,
sleeping well now.
Allison, if you want to do a coloring stream with Death Sparrow, I'm relatively free over the next little while because I'll have the house to myself for the next 10 days or so.
Yeah, I will ping you shortly, and we'll make it happen.
You're
What's that?
muted, John.
So we can expose you.
Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were talking to us, brother.
Oh no! I was talking to my girls.
Happy New Year's, ladies.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Don't mind my hair right now. I'm taking it down.
That's
That's
okay. My
good.
hair's a mess too. All right.
Get a new hairstyle there, maybe, for the new year.
That's what I'll do.
Eldor,
I'll
you
start
need to
growing
send
mine
Oz
out.
one of your helmets. Then he can just wear that helmet all night long.
There we go. Normally I have my beanie helmet on, but I left it off for tonight. Decided to
Sometimes I had the hood
share
on,
some
but it gets
glare.
warm.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
warm
Like, yeah,
time,
you look
you know.
weird. Like, I was wondering what seemed different about you.
Yeah, because normally I have a beanie or a bandana on tonight. And this is actually why I typically wear that, not because I try to cover up that I'm bald. Everybody knows I'm bald, but it's because the glare that comes off the top of my head from the light that's up here.
Yeah,
So
Lawrence
if
had
anybody's
the same
ever
problem.
questioned
His is just
why
right
I
back
do
here.
that,
Yeah, yeah. You're only gonna see mine if I'm like this talking to you guys. Then you see it glare.
so definitely 2023 has been an amazing year. Got to meet a lot of legends, a lot of people who I've gotten to know over the year, gotten a lot closer with. I'm looking forward to see what happens within 2024, since 2023 has been just an amazing growth again for the channel, for the community as a whole. Again, like most of you guys I spoke to in chats here and there at the beginning of the year. Now here we all go live and we hang out together and we discuss this even more in depth than what we normally do. It's fantastic. And finally, Duffman Dioramas is joining with us.
Oh,
Good
very
to see you,
good.
brother. Glad you could join us.
Happy New Year, sir.
Always picture him crashing through like Duffman
Yes,
from The
I
Simpsons.
see him quite a bit on
Duffman.
Random Dioramas show. there.
Random
He does his,
dioramas.
does his custom dioramas and things.
Duff
So he
does
does
some nice
random
dioramas too. You
Yeah.
should check him out. He did. I think he did the Ghostbusters Firehouse.
No kidding. Oh man.
Oh.
Duffman, you gotta come on and hang out with us sometime, man. I know Random is another great there's so many of us now all the time. But Friday nights I like to be able to switch between him and Lawrence, in the Punk's Pit and check out and relax. A lot of times Random's doing some soothing jazz music and then it ends up lulling me to sleep. I gotta be careful when I do it. Because then I end up missing Mega J or I don't get back to Lawrence's stream afterwards.
Lawrence, what are you doing down there? It looks like you're whacking yourself off.
Scratching my palm.
Save it for
No, I was not. I had pants on and everything.
John, I'm sorry if your girls are still there. Ed.
Sorry. We're after hours. Come on, it's 3:30.
That's
Time to get rowdy.
It's 3:30 a.m. our time. So, this is when the really interesting conversations really start.
Right.
This is when
know
seahorses
what
start
happened.
getting molested and things like
Yeah,
that. start to
right?
happen.
Never happens on screen. It's only off screen, but it leaves more to the imagination. Thanos is ready. He's like, it's first quarter. Where's my boxes already? I wouldn't be surprised if we get an update from the Four Horsemen later this morning on when we're getting them. I know it got pushed back just a little bit.
Well, we need our Rising Sun. Well, I mean, sorry, you already have your pre-orders there, but eCollectibles hasn't put up their pre-orders for the
'cause
Rising Suns yet.
They won't be doing it until after the 14th. Four
January
Horsemen is
15th.
running it through to the 14th because
Perfect.
they knew they put it out right before Christmas, so they're giving us some time to recover, which is what I've been waiting for. And I was lucky enough. Another amazing person within the community, Emerald Knight Photos, surprised me with a Christmas gift. I got a nice $50 gift card from the Four Horsemen, so it's gonna help me pay off that bear that much faster because I'm getting that damn bear.
Yeah.
That it
I
won't
need
be out until like
Atlas. I
2025.
need Atlas and the bear and Scapular from that wave for sure.
Definitely.
Right.
Yeah, they are all gonna.
Actually, I basically got an indie shelf set to go. God, I gotta move the camera. But if you look right here, the shelf right there, you can kind of see the Mythic Legion stuff.
Yep.
Right. You see a little bit of Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, and right in the front row here, there's a few Delta 17 army builders there. So I've got like my indie specific shelf like set up right now. So
The indie space is growing, though. That's the challenge right now. Indies
I'll tell you, there's no
are
room for a
really
Robo
rising.
Skull in there. Let's put it that way.
No,
That's gonna hang from the ceiling.
definitely not.
Right, but you might be able to see the headless horseman back there, kind of raised up, if you see like a dark silhouette. So
Yeah, you
maybe
hit it with the
noble
UV light.
bear. Say what?
That's all I'm seeing at the moment, sir. A lot of silhouettes.
Yeah, I got to get the camera like up close with my cell phone and everything. Because right now with the fixed camera,
Yes,
I
sorry,
can't-
I didn't have my
can't get it back
magnifying
close.
glass with me there.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so
Duffman
Absolutely,
saying he
Duffman.
doesn't collect the Mythic Legions yet, but he's getting that damn bear too. I got to tell you, that bear is going to be one of the hottest things of 20. Now, mind you, when we pre-order it, it's not going to be here till probably around
My
2025.
eyesight's not as good as it used to be.
Poxis is going to be Q1.
Mm-hmm.
We're definitely going to be getting an in-stock sale probably immediately after, like this week. Actually, it might pop up an in-stock sale because they tend to do that right after the new year. Then we're going to see, of course, and this is becoming the problem with Four Horsemen and Mythic Legions. Now, mind you, I've only been doing it a year, but I'm already starting to see the developing problem. There's always something in stock or on pre-order, and then we're getting surprise drops in between, which is why I've been like, I'm backing off of Origins almost completely at this point.
Yeah. I think the new wave of collecting is going to be the brilliant sculpting of companies like the Four Horsemen. Gaz, question for you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm ready.
With Four Horsemen coming to Joe Fest, what are the chances I'm going to get you into Mythic Legions this year?
Maybe that much. I don't know.
Gaz is going to start hanging out in the clubhouse, and by the end of the year,
really good there, Ken. So
I'm going to tell you. I'm basically a kind of a one type of guy. I just collect Joes, O-ring Joes, and I have
but you have a Godzilla, you have a Grimlock.
Godzilla. That's about the only thing I'm getting. A Transformers.
You have Hobbs, if that counts.
Oh yeah. Right.
We'll lump in Ace Hunter as part of Joe for the purpose of this. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's right.
Yeah,
So
I got him. I only got him so that I can make Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah, I know.
6-inch form. That's the only reason why.
I love it.
We're gonna make those two ride a bear.
They would look good riding a bear.
I'm actually looking up Four Horsemen right now to see this bear. I've never seen him.
Go to the Rising Suns wave.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't seen the bear.
I've not.
Yeah,
seen
you got to go to Four Horsemen for it.
The thing about me though, is like,
you know what?
I like the way these figures look, like Mythic Legions and all that stuff. These like fantasy characters look, and they look great. No offense, Eldor, but I'm kind of like a sci-fi guy. You know, rockets and spaceships.
I'm a sci-fi guy there too. No offense taken, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
I say the same thing.
I have a little bit here.
But Gaz, you saw me at Joe Fest. I have no willpower when it comes to.
I know that. That's why I was trying to stop you. Wait, are you talking about?
If Gaz is talking sci-fi, Cosmic Legion.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's the bear.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm a bit like Ken there. I collect a bit of the Transformers and so a little bit of the G.I. Joe and all sorts of things.
The Transformers thing I couldn't stop myself. Like
if this was a polar bear and I could get like a barbarian girl, I can do that vodka ad from the 80s.
They are gonna
as a matter of fact, there is a snow elf or a frost elf in there. She's in this current wave, and people have already done where they've added paint apps to this bear using the existing photos from Trevor here, turning him into a polar bear.
Talking about this
one?
This
the frost elf, the little Nordic queen. Yeah.
You know what ad I'm talking about?
Now,
right?
here's
remember the.
Yeah. We were just talking about that last night. Yes.
We were just talking about
that.
Oh man, you work on a stage wheeling.
So hold on a sec. Here's something else that you haven't seen yet, right? You're only seeing
Is that Cosmic Legions?
One. That's Mythic Legions. All that's Mythic Legions. But you're only seeing one facet of the bear. Wait until I show you this next picture here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's going to take me a little bit. Type it all in. They didn't have the parts at the time Trevor took those pictures, which is why they're not included. Oh, come on. My computer's now deciding to run slow. Did everybody log on? So, yeah, they didn't have these pictures available when they made the initial announcements, but they did post them during Legion's weekend. So if anybody has seen their troll figures and you have any idea how big they are.
I've not seen them in hand though, but I did. The biggest Legions figure I have is that ogre that came in the wave, the reinforcements wave. So
there it is.
I can only imagine how much bigger trolls are.
Oh,
well, yes, they had him standing
so there's
up
the bear.
Is that the same bear?
The bear
Yep.
stands. It's the same
Oh,
bear. It
same
comes
one.
with a swappable piece so that you can stand him up. And he
Cool.
stands taller than their trolls.
That's huge.
That's Jeremy Gerard's.
So
Yeah.
you've got Jeremy Jordan there for scale.
That's pretty dope.
Wow.
Well, there's one of their standard figures, and there's the bear behind him.
Wow.
This is a 6.5 inch fig in front of this bear.
That's pretty badass.
Are the dwarves still full height? Are they still 6.5?
No.
Yeah.
No, they are scaled. So the
Yeah.
dwarves
are like
are
4.5.
smaller, the goblins are smaller.
That's pretty cool.
And
I
the
gotta
hobbits
admit.
are even smaller.
Yep.
That's pretty great.
See.
All right. I think
Yeah,
I got to
so
bounce.
we
I think I got to bounce everyone. Starting to fade a little bit here.
Oh yeah.
But
All right, Ken.
All
Tommy's
right,
fading
Ken.
a bit at the
Happy New Year,
moment.
buddy.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Ken, sir.
Take care, Ken.
I know it's
Good
only
day.
12:30 on the West Coast, but got up early today. So.
Hey, man.
Yeah,
Happy New Year.
I'm gonna bounce too. I am
All right.
exhausted.
All right.
All right.
Cool. Well, let's see you,
Well,
see you as well,
gents,
Lawrence, and everybody else.
It has
Okay.
been amazing spending New Year's with you guys. Thank you for being here tonight
Mhm.
and wishing you all the best in 2024. I'll talk to you both
Yeah.
later today.
Happy New Year, Lawrence, sir.
Happy New Year,
Happy
You
New
guys
Lauren.
gonna do anything stupid? Do I have to remove my stream from this, or can I leave it streaming on my?
No, you can leave it up. That way people who are
Right.
on your channel can still chat and
Hear us
everything
talk
if they
bad
want to
about you.
migrate one
Yeah.
of our channels.
And if you're
Talk
still,
bad
if-
about
if,
me.
if I wake up and you're still streaming, then I'll just hop back on. So.
Oh, there we go. Right. Why not? Well, apparently we got to stay up at least until 6 a.m. for Andrew.
All right. Awesome. I'll have a quick nap and head over there. Oh, Boba Hicks. Happy New Year, bud.
Oh, Boba
Boba
Hicks,
Hicks.
yeah.
Happy New
New
Year,
Year.
Bubba Hicks.
New
All
Year.
right. Okay.
All right, guys. Take care. I'll see y'all.
Taking the
at
belt, going to bed.
tonight.
Non-title match, Lawrence.
Good journey,
He's
Lawrence.
out of control.
Isn't that the
That's what I'm
Intercontinental Championship anyway?
So
I only
That's the workhorse.
I only
bro. It's got
wrestle
more
for
Who,
the
who tapped out
I'll
there
race you
first?
up the ladder for it. Anyway. Cool.
Okay.
How many belts from wrestling places do you have, Lawrence?
I don't buy any of them.
I'm just saying. He's got one. You don't. Until
Yeah.
you get one, you don't get.
But
to
did he
keep
buy it or did he win it? There's
I
a
don't
huge
think-
difference.
He has one. I don't. You don't. Like the belt is like magnificent.
If DiBiase
Well, I
can
think-
buy
I
his
think
$1
we need
million
to make a big
belt,
story
I can
about
buy my $100 belt. It's all good.
Exactly.
And with that, I'll try to keep control of myself and my belt.
Because he's
What-
out of
what-
control.
There we go. There we go. You make a new song for that. All right. Take care, everybody.
Yeah, let's do it.
Have a good night.
All right.
Love
I'll
you all.
see you guys later
You're the
on.
best.
Okay.
Take care,
See you,
guys.
brothers.
Oh, he's.
See you,
I
man.
just
Hey,
realized I have
Lawrence.
wrestling toys that aren't Masters of the Universe. So really quick.
Yep. So anybody who's still watching on Punk's channel, you're more than welcome to stay over there if you want. I can still highlight your comments and everything while it's streaming. If you want to migrate and jump over to my channel or Edge channel or any of the fine channels that are simulcasting at this time, you're more than welcome to as well. But so some figures that I have that I didn't actually throw in my best of 2023 is because they're not fully or officially out yet. This is still hands down like my favorite Legions figure right now. This is one of their ogre scale figures. Now I got big hands and you can just see how massive this guy is. This is their ogre scale, which is not their tall scale. Allison getting the wrestling represent.
I don't know what his name is, but like he was $2 in a dump bin, and he was vaguely attractive. So I'm like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, there you go. Show a fine scaled specimen. So next to one of their standard figures, this is how tall this guy is. Now he's coming out later this year, Cosmic Legions, but they did a pre-sale of him and Operative because they are Masters of the Universe homage figures. So this guy's Whiplash, and they were sold as a 2-pack. It was him and Operative, which is Manny Face's tribute figure. So he didn't make my list for this year because technically he's not out yet. He won't be out until next year. Only people that went to PowerCon were able to pick him up. And of course, the reason this was not on my list for 2023 is because these guys will not be available to the public until later this month but these are going to be definitely on my tops list for 2024. And that's before the year even started. These two guys are already going on there. So I can't wait to see what else we get our hands on. I know, again, for Four Horsemen, I'm big into skeletons, and then Necronominus stuff's going to start rolling out this year. That's going to be a great way to roll out towards October. Silver
Happy New Year, there,
K.
Kayla.
You are welcome to join us if you like. You got the link.
Yes.
I think
Happy New Year, Kayla.
I think highly articulated Adam. He was planning on jumping on with us, but I think he got partied out with the kids.
Oh,
I see.
So
Not a problem. Tell
Does-
them we said Happy New Year's.
Your mom
Happy New
could
Year,
jump
Kayla.
on stream with us. Oh, wait.
Does anybody here collect anything out of the WWE Superstars line?
I don't specifically collect
No.
them, but I have a couple because I like using parts for my masters.
I have that pop-up person with all the like voodoo stuff on him. Like I've got that because he looks good with my villains. I've
Yeah,
got all
Papa
the matches
Shango.
with WWE.
Papa Shango,
So-
the Godfather.
So
Yep, that guy. I need the chunky buck from that so I can make my take a pig head and stick it on there and call him Big Boar.
that'd be awesome.
I didn't even think about that. Now I'm going to need more than one of those.
I did. And also I need an extra pig head and an extra snout spot so I can make hogwash.
Oh, yes.
Anyway,
Great.
Yes, I've been hunting down for the Masterverse pig head because I want to get the scaly loincloth to go into my King Hiss custom there.
So with that WWE Superstars, there were 2 leaks. They have already been confirmed.
Oh, it's a problem with the plumbing, is it?
Yep,
Kane's
Kane's
gonna
coming.
be the first of this year, and then British Bulldog is coming next. And
Nice.
they haven't made an announcement for any others in that next wave.
nice.
Yeah. See, I've also got Mankind as well. Well, I'm definitely going to pick up that Kane because Kane and Undertaker are my faves. So
Yes.
I have Mr. T. That's the only one I got.
I wanted the WWE Masters of WWE Eternia Mr. T figure more than the Superstars.
Yeah, I have that one too.
The reason I wanted that one was because I wanted the Jitsu glove and I wanted the freaking Fisto fist. Now I can find Roman Reigns and he's got the fist, but I wanted the Mr. T one because he came with both, and I just love that. And if you guys have watched,
Happy New Year, sir.
if you guys have seen Mr. Home Arcade's latest video, by the way, if you haven't seen that yet, go check out. Yeah, go check out Mr. Home Arcade's latest video. He just put it out earlier this morning. Well, yesterday morning. And it is hysterical. He's got a Hustler.
He's rather good there.
Flipboard makes an appearance towards the end of the video. He's got Masters of the Mini Comic Rob doing a voice. He's got Mega J doing a voice. He's got Mad Hatter, Flipper Frank doing a voice himself on there too.
So I've voiced old Zodak for Robert there a couple of times.
That's
now.
right.
Oh, there's down South 97.
That's right.
I love Mr. Home Arcade's videos. He puts a whole nother take on anything that's even referencing Masters of the Universe. I absolutely love it. All his stuff is really funny.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. So, Gaz, since you're not so much into the fantasy as much, but you're more sci-fi, have you looked at the Cosmic Legions?
I have. Yeah, it reminds me of that French artist style. What's his name? His style is I like his
Moribus.
artwork. Was it
Moribus.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Over here, thank you. Yeah, it reminds me of his style, and it's kind of cool, but it's just not my cup of tea. You know what I mean? It's cool stuff though. I like it.
Not your cup of Earl Grey there.
Yeah, Earl Grey. Yeah. I'm more of
So are
a.
you strictly O-ring then, Gas, or do you do like the modern construction 4-inch like Eagle Force?
See, the interesting part is when I started collecting Joes again, I was collecting the anniversary stuff, the 4-inch stuff.
Yeah.
And then I bought a couple of O-rings. I had a couple of O-rings, and I bought a Mauler. And then I just got that bug, and I just started buying the O-ring stuff, and now I'm just strictly O-ring. So I'm excited about Super 7's O-ring.
All the
Hopefully they're good, right? And obviously Delta 17 and all the other stuff that's coming out. So it's all great.
I wish they had made that announcement about them getting the O-rings when they launched the Cobra Mothership crowdfund. Because although I'm not necessarily interested in the mothership myself, like it's not going to be something I would put in my collection. I wanted the people that wanted it to be able to get it. I wanted to see that in people's collections.
When they announced that and said it could be used for either or, and they would make either or, it was like, they should have just committed to the O-ring and been done with it because they knew what this was coming.
Right. I said two things I think that really didn't help them with that was the fact that they didn't announce that they were going to do O-rings. If they did, I think they would have got a bigger sell.
Yep.
And the fact that the time of the year they did this in, even though they give like 2 months, but you're going into Christmas for like in the price, obviously, I think was a little too much.
Of course.
$500 at tax time in March is a lot different than $500 at Christmas.
Yeah, exactly. So.
My personal impression of the O-ring thing is they didn't have clearance to announce that they were.
They didn't have it the clearance
before.
yet, no. But
but I mean,
I can either confirm or deny from official sources, but my impression from a conversation I may have had with somebody behind the scenes at Hasbro is they didn't actually the dots were not all in line for them to announce it until the moment they announced it.
Right.
So they let us know, and the way, because I expressed this to somebody that I chat with from time to time, and they basically broke down like the contract to do the mothership was fine because that fell under reaction, which they have a license for. The O-ring stuff was in negotiations. There were contractual things happening where it's like they either had to do the mothership then, or they would have had to wait a really long time before they could do the mothership. Again, I don't know how accurate the person I chatted with is. I trust that person.
I would say you're probably right because Brian Flynn doesn't sit on any information. If
Brian Flynn is notoriously not communicative, but this person I spoke with works on the Hasbro side of things, allegedly. And I trust that person to, I mean, again, I can't officially say anything, but that was my takeaway from the conversation we had. So,
and then you saw that huge buzz with the O-ring Viper that they were going to release with it. You saw that massive buzz, that massive push. And
as soon as that was announced, it was like, whoa.
Yeah, so and I think it was just a shit situation for everyone.
Yeah.
You either do it now or you have to wait like a year and a half, 2 years for it.
Well, we all know how difficult
Hasbro is. I've been following on Instagram for a while there. He makes a lot of his own army vehicles out of the cardboard there. I think he got mentioned earlier on. Working on his mothership there, and he was doing the old violence or stress test on it. He was dropping on the floor and hammering nails into the side of it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it might not be the last time we see it either.
I think he was plating it up in metal or something such.
So down south was asking about that figure that I had posted up. That was Scapular, as Thanos dropped the link in the chat. Now, mind you, he was just dressed up as Santa Claus. He wasn't actually, he doesn't come with the stuff to make him Santa Claus. However, again, if you're not familiar with Mythic Legions or their Figure Obscura line, they do have 2 versions of a Father Christmas that they released. And since I'm just scrolling through now, because I was looking at their pictures of the bear, this
that was cool.
is here are all the toy photographers that did some pictures of their Father Christmas. I love that with Dubin's bird. Like, it's just incredible.
I love the
This is
backdrop
one of my
Random
favorite.
Diorama made for his father.
Superman.
Oh
that's
yeah.
great.
Where is it? There we go.
Mhm.
And then we've got, again, just him looking right there. This is another really good one. Kid catching them. This one riding Alder the moose, because they have a
Yes,
moose.
I got Alder
They have
coming
a moose
soon,
mount.
My
They
father
have
Christmas there.
one of their hammers, one of their troll hammers is like 2 moose heads fused together. Like, or no, was it two like actually it's the half giant, so they're ogre scale.
Yeah.
It's a war hammer that is like 2 skulls of a moose or a steer used. These are just great though. These are all that one's great. I hadn't seen that before.
That's great. Did anybody do one where was it Santa versus Mars or what was it?
Elf there.
Buddy the Elf.
Yeah.
Buddy the Elf.
Here's that Jacob Marley, some of the great pictures that have come out with this guy.
Yes, I've been watching old Trade Me out in our neck of the woods, our version of eBay.
Hey, I have that
The
figure.
fellow will put old Jacob Marley up there because I bought the Father Christmas and the Sun Kong off him and a few other figures.
I love that picture right there.
Right?
He normally brings in the Figure Obscura figures. He's been fairly consistent. He had the old Red Death for sale there. So I hope to get this one.
It's a
For
really
sure.
awesome
I mean,
figure.
it's worth it.
Somebody
Like,
should
they're just
take that
doing.
Santa. I was gonna say somebody should take that Santa and do a Santa versus the Martians. Like, that old
Right?
movie
I mean,
that
with the
was really
Cosmic
bad.
Legions they got now.
Oh, had aliens and cowboys. Why not?
I just watched that on Mystery Science Theater 3000
Yeah.
recently. They
Oh,
did their
yes.
whole 7.
Well, they're still running that show there.
thing. Yeah, they just crowdfunded for another season.
They also have a
Hold on, I'll
YouTube
have to
channel
look them up
where
then.
they stream some stuff on there too. Well,
Yeah,
they
they've
do.
Yeah, I
been-
watched their YouTube channel.
I may have it muted in the background right now as we speak because I don't think it's ended yet. Let's take a look.
All right.
It's pretty cool stuff, man.
They're done. Oh, it is the end of the year. Okay. It ended at midnight my time, jerks. Anyway.
Yeah, Figure Obscura is what really pulled me in. Like, I was aware of Mythic Legions when they did the very first crowdfund, but I just wasn't actively collecting. So then they came out with that Headless Horseman, and that drew me in last year, and I've been hooked ever since. Like,
The nice thing about collecting Figure Obscura, though, is you could collect it and be a completist without investing a lot of money.
Right.
And you still get
Right.
3 or 4 great figures a year, right?
That figure won the didn't they win the Jeffries Awards over on the Toy Anxiety there last year,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, the Headless Horseman won a lot of awards last year from a lot of
Doing fairly
people.
well
It
for
hit their
itself,
top.
yeah.
That's why I said, like, I felt kind of cheap voting for it another year, but at the same time, it's like, it's just that good. This is one of their new guys they got coming up here.
Ooh.
See, there's what I'm talking about. The hammer
yes,
for
I see that,
the
yeah.
Oh yeah,
ogre.
yeah. It's like two.
It's just
two mountain
cool,
goats, right?
right?
Yeah, that one's 2 goat heads.
Yeah. But see, he's got these extra little skulls you can just strap onto his belt.
It's pretty
Oh, yeah.
cool.
The trophies there.
I'm sorry. I have the hardest time like stopping staring at their friggin' figures because they're incredible.
Their statue was rather impressive of that blue alien fellow they had displayed there. And then we had
This
an
is
action
stuff-
girl and her partner cosplaying. I think she was what's the name there? She was cosplaying Alethea.
Alethea. Yep. And
They had the Green
some
Ogre at
bits and bobs.
PowerCon, the statue. That thing was gigantic.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
this will be the second time they've cosplayed Mythic Legions. Is it the other time? Yes, there were
Well,
those two.
This is the first time.
characters
Yep. You had a little goblin builder and a skeleton builder. Like, this is just the community that surrounds them that makes it so great.
there. Very impressive.
Ranger bear.
Yeah, man. I can't get enough of this bear. Like, this right here. You know, like, before they made the announcement, like the weekend before, Ken did a TKO with Brick and Adam and myself. And we, we were just throwing some ideas around of what we might be able to see. And I hadn't realized that several other people in the cabal had also mentioned, but I had jumped out there and said, what if we get a bear mount? And then they showed this thing off like 2 days later, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah,
Like,
I see this. I see this, and all I think of is just a Grizzly Adams back in that time, right?
Right.
Right.
It'd be cool to see a bit of a bear out of the was it the Golden Compass or something that the bear soldiers.
Yeah, Golden Compass. Yeah.
Have someone do
People
a
are
custom armor.
already sculpting armor on it. They just need the sizes down.
Oh,
I love
nice.
how many people are joking around that they want to do a cocaine bear.
Oh,
That was my favorite movie of last year.
You could do like
I
a
don't know
Somebody
why.
did that picture.
That's a
Did you
great
see that
movie.
one, Oz?
Yeah,
Where they
I'd
took
seen it.
that picture right there and photoshopped it into the cocaine bear.
Yeah, see, this is their next wave coming out. So you get a dwarf 2-pack here, you get some more Viking looking guys. Like, this is the
I mean,
whole
I want that Viking guy for sure.
Rising Sun. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
good to see more female characters being brought out there.
Yeah.
If you guys are liking this kind of stuff, we try to do Legions class once a month, where this is like literally all we talk about. And honestly, a lot of other streams go this way too, period. Just because, again, these figures are freaking phenomenal. Here he is.
Oh yes, that's the one I showed off
Yeah.
last
Ooh.
night. Although you couldn't see it
And-
properly.
I can't wait till Belulith comes out. She's from the Necronominus wave.
Yeah.
There's Poxus again.
I just ordered him.
Reinforcements too. It's from their Cosmic Legions, guys. You want some
I like
sci-fi
the first of
critters?
the critters for Cosmic
pretty cool.
Legion that they're bringing out.
Yeah.
And you know,
Like, these are
the
just
thing that I really like about the Mythic Legions, now that I've really started doing like research on them and looking at the characters, they have an actual backstory to every character, not just the faction.
Except
Well-
your Legion building figures, of course.
Right.
But,
Right.
yes, the main characters
right.
had their own
Legion
stories.
builders don't have backgrounds, but yeah, all the other characters do. There is lore written about these if you're down for the lore. And you know, there's like a whole world built around this, and they do the same thing for the Mythic Legions too, or Cosmic Legions. Like, that's
You'll find
literally
many
called book one,
customizers
book
there.
two.
They'll create their own stories for their customs and so forth. So there's that too.
Right. Because they leave it very open, right? Because a big part of the idea of playing with your toys and building your world is that, you know, if it's all set in stone, there's not much fun to the imagination there. So you get to build your own stories, kind of like how we played as kids before we may have been ingrained, like, this is how this character has to act or has to be because of all this extra media attached to it, which is kind of nice. But I mean, you choose how to play with your toys any way you want. If you want to follow the lore, you follow the lore. If you want to, you know, make up your own headcanon, right? Like, that's half the fun. We all do that. Like, you know, again, Gaz's
Just take it and
headcanon,
incorporate it. Yeah. Just take it and incorporate it into your own world.
right? That's what I love doing with these. Like, you know, I've got a figure that I kind of molded for myself here. And as more parts are coming out, I'm going to be adjusting that figure and doing it. You know, adding things like, because I don't like necessarily like all this heavy plate armor, and a lot of what they got out is heavy plate armor. So now with this Brogdir character, he's got the fur boots. So I'm like, yep, fur boots. I'm putting them on my guy. I'm gonna have
Why
some
not?
fur boots. He's gonna have them.
What I'd
And
really
then you
like,
have people like Toy Dom, who uses the full scale figures for his
His game.
tabletop like gaming.
Yeah, he's got a nice little thing going
We
on
did.
there.
He did bring out some.
Dom's always great.
For one
What
time,
I-
we did a live D&D game there.
What I'd really like to see is a Mythic Legions done with all chainmail.
Not quite all chainmail. Hold on a second.
You will get
Put
some
that down.
chainmail detail like around the shoulders or around the loincloth on some pieces, but not overall.
There's that
I
one
believe some of
dwarf
the
that's
knights
got
have
mostly all
some of the
chainmail.
knights will have like a chainmail head sculpt, I guess. But
You want more of a King Arthur style knight, right? That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. I mean, I just kind of, I don't know. It's just something about the headdress of the chainmail and maybe down to the torso.
You need to look at
You want that
again. A
strong
lot of it's plate, but
You need to figure
they
like that
do
Count
have-
Cagliostro that Spawn put out many years ago. That was an awesome knight figure.
That'd be a dope one. That Sean Connery movie, like the Green
yes,
Knight.
yes, Sir Elijah was what I thought of having the
Yeah.
headpiece.
Yeah, it's like that's a
Sir-
Templar Knight, right?
Sir Enoch.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
cool
they've
stuff.
got
Sean Connery.
Templars.
Yeah.
Yep. I spent 30 years on the rock. So yeah, this
Oh,
is
Red
the
October
Order
standing
of
by.
Aetheron.
Oh, I can't do as good as you, Oz.
That was pretty impressive, Oz.
The name Spawn.
Careful what
The
you
name's Spawn.
shoot at.
James Spawn.
Most things don't react well to bullets.
So you've got plenty of Templars here, and there's actually a reason that in this mythical world of mythos that they have this cross. This cross is not a biblical cross. It has different meaning for the faction, which again is one of those really cool things about this. Like it takes something that's familiar to us and then puts it into their world.
There
and
was
then
an
they
issue surrounding one of their horses, though, in the soft goods. They went back and changed a
This-
few bits.
Oh,
in there. They had a pre-sculpted armor
Deacon.
piece that they added on.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Deacon right here. So when they originally showed this off, this horse also had cloth goods on the head, and it looked a lot like a representation of a horse of a certain group of assholes, racist jerks.
I can see
And
that.
they got some feedback about that. So like real quickly the cloth goods went away, and this was something they were already working on, and they immediately put it. But here you go. Like you see the cross
Yeah.
is actually the sword. So that's something really cool that they do.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah. And like John was saying, like they've got biographies,
Mhm.
little pieces of lore. You can find all this information on the Source Horseman.
I believe
is
a book
their-
is in the works also.
Yep. And Jeremy is working on getting that book out. He's writing it, taking all of the notes from Eric Treadaway, who's basically written and designed most of these. Is one of the new guys that got coming out here, Sir Andrew. This guy is awesome. So he's meant to be a named character, but they give him this alternate head so that you can army build this guy. But
Nice.
he's a special knight. So yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like they believe in army building, right? That's why they call this Legion. Like you see
Right.
how many of these almost like generic looking knights, Steel Knight, they just did. Actually, let me pull back up. Oh shoot, I closed out Instagram altogether. Hold on. I'm gonna pull back up their Instagram real quick. You guys got to see this new Valiant Knight they just put out. Like seeing some of the articulation that they've managed to do.
So I heard they changed up some of the articulation there.
some of the posing you can get with the new Valiant Knight, like moving forward, the Valiant Knight is like the standard of their articulation, because that's the one thing some people will say, like they don't have the greatest articulation at this point, but they're listening, they're hearing people, and they're working on it. Thank you, Thanos, dropping them links.
All right.
Here we go.
Well, you beat me to the punch there. Oh, yes.
So getting that pose there.
So
with the
those were
double
the
grip on
helmets
sword
we
like
got
that?
with the first release of Father Christmas there.
Yes, they are. This is exactly why they released them. So you already have like alternate heads for these guys. They just released this at Legion's Con, and he's coming soon with the Reinforcements 2-Wave. And these pictures aren't doing it justice. Let me see. Was it Dorklayer that may have done it? Let me see.
It was Dorklayer and Legion Shop. Not Legion. Maybe it was Legion Shop. I'm not.
Could have been Legion Shop.
Might have been Legion Shop.
But Bill over at Dorklayer does an amazing job here. I think he was the one that actually showed the.
He did the one with the
He had
thing
the
in the hand. I
picture of
believe.
it. Yeah, that's the one that I'm looking for. So this is all stuff from them at Legion's Con, which, yeah, this brand has its own convention that they do once a year. Maybe is this it? This is Valiant Knight. No, it's just kind of showing it off a little bit.
Maybe it was on Trevor's page.
You know what? Trevor did share it, I believe. But I'm pretty sure it was Bill that had it, though. I'm just trying to remember. Now, a lot of these you can see customs here, because a lot of people do crazy, wild customs for these figures.
A few companies out there doing their own custom heads and all sorts.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, the Four Horsemen get behind the customizing community because they realize, like, here we go, a little Star Wars custom going on.
Oh yes, yeah. I've seen that one.
Nice.
Right? Like, it's just fun. These guys are great.
Yes, Emil's a good one. He does did the Mario Brothers and all,
Oh, yeah.
all those
Emil
sorts
does.
of, tribute customs there.
Yeah, Emil Wickman is one of the biggest customizers within the community. Wolf King Customs sells a lot of custom parts.
Oh, there's Buzz Off. Yes, saw that one. That's good.
That's a custom. It's not the actual homage. Not yet, anyway. We're getting there, though.
Yes, yeah.
All right, so I guess he didn't have the picture.
Oh.
Let me see if I can find it on Trevor's. Real quick.
I don't see it on Trevor's. I'm looking right now.
Man, who was the one that showed it? Let me check Jesse's page. Maybe he had it.
Yeah, it might be on Jesse's.
If not, then I'll check Jeremy Gerard's page himself. Actually, Thanos, if you have the picture still, because I think you sent it to me before, could you try sending it to me again?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say you might be able to actually find it in the chat.
I think that's what I may have to do. So I'm not seeing it on. Like, I remember that weekend, like everybody had it, and now I'm not finding it on anybody's page.
I'm going through the chat right now, so hang on.
I believe you have a word for that, sir. The Mandela effect, is it?
Yeah, pretty much. I just, again, it's phenomenal what this new articulation does for this figure. Like, it kind of puts it on that AWOC level. Not quite, but pretty close. And you're talking about a figure that's wearing full plate mail.
It'll be hard to move out.
So that's really impressive to do.
Wow, going through this chat's taking longer than I thought. We talk a lot.
What? No way. What do you mean? We converse daily? What? I would never believe such a thing.
Right? We don't like each other that much.
Maybe Sven had a picture of it. Trying to look up everybody within the community who I've talked to recently to see if they're showing it off.
You know, I wonder if Joe shared it on his page.
What
Joji?
was it there?
It was just that picture that somebody had it like all folded up into the palm of their hands.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know
And
what?
it was
does
like,
ring the bells.
actually, you probably just look up hashtag Valiant Night. And
I was just doing
probably
that.
come right up.
Oh yes, pulling the all night hours there, Duchess, my lady.
No, Joe doesn't have them on his page either.
Well, at least it'll be soon be midnight for us over here.
Right. So now suddenly Down South 7 is all about legions. This is what I do. I'm sorry, but you'll love me for it later.
I will say they look very
It happens,
impressive.
eh?
So the
You know
door
what
clear's
we're
got the
doing.
one where he's kneeling down with the sword in front of him.
Right. Yeah, but that one was on their page too, but like somebody had it where it was all
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The one there he's sitting in the palm of his
Yeah.
hands. Who the hell was that?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who had that picture.
Hold on.
And
I
they're
might be
not
getting
in my
close.
recent search history.
Yeah, I might be getting closer. Hold on.
Man, I'm gonna have to go look at Facebook. Because I know if I go into the Cabal, I'll find it.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
What is it? Valiant Knight in palm of hand?
Yeah. Valiant Knight.
There's some awesome pictures from Legion's Con of the Valiant Knight, though. Damn.
There are so many. Like it. Oh, now it's taking so long for my computer to load.
Nah, it's just I just come up with some of these images that you got that were already on your that you already showed. Black
Wonder if some of
background.
they didn't take them down.
Yeah, they wouldn't have taken him down. I know it's on somebody that we see all the time in that. So it's got to be one of the people we watch all the time. But what
Right? Yeah. it's
person
one
it
of the
was, I
guys.
don't remember.
Of course, the problem with going through the media at the Mythic Legions Cabal is that it gets so
So
many
what exactly
posts.
was he holding a picture of something in his hand, or was it the actual figure? Or?
He had the figure sitting
It's
like
the
Indian
actual
style or
figure
crisscross
in the
apple
palm of
cross
his hand.
in his hand.
Yeah.
Oh,
Indian
such a
Like,
style.
okay.
Yeah, with his legs crossed and everything. Like
yes.
he was all
No, the only one
folded
I've
and
found so far, there's a fellow holding a knight in his hand, but he's doing like a karate kick there, by looks of it.
tucked. I see Brick had posted his coloring page of Poxus and the Cabal.
I know Thanos shared that picture into the chat. So
Yeah, like I could have sworn that was in there. Like it seems like so crazy that we're just looking
sitting
for
here
this
looking for
one thing. But because, like, again, you don't see this kind of articulation in this kind of figure.
Oh, yes, I can imagine, huh?
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad one there, Eldor, where he's like doing the ninja kick.
Yeah, not exactly cross-legged, but you know.
No, not quite, but I mean that's kind of close to.
Probably a good position of the legs that you probably don't usually do or get.
Yeah, he's doing that whole damn thing. Like that's what really makes this one picture amazing, though, because it's like you would not think that you get a figure. Oh wait, D-Amazing? Not the one we're looking for, but some good ones on D-Amazing. Okay, so it's not quite that. Ed, if you could go to D-Amazing and pull up his stuff and share screen, and I'll put you up there while I'm still hunting for it in the Cabal. I can't imagine they would have pulled those pictures because that's a good selling point on the articulation.
Oh, here's one. It's not in his hand, but he's sitting cross-legged. I'll just send you the link there also.
Thank you, Eldor.
Oh, not a problem.
Like we're spending like 40 minutes looking for this, and there's 24 people watching us do it. I love you guys. You guys still watching us. You're amazing.
So should make a bit of a game of it.
They're like, we are
like Kayla's games there.
I just said that they're all probably looking for it as well.
All right, yeah, this is a good one to share. Yeah, this again, it's not quite the picture we're looking for, but it's very similar to this. Like, and again, with their current articulation, you can't quite get it to do that.
Yeah.
But with the new articulation coming out with that particular figure, and again, this is like plates. So like those joints, like the way that where they're at to not break the sculpt. Because you know how like a bad joint can really break a sculpt.
Right.
It's just, you know, it sucks when you see that. So like the idea, I'm actually gonna check out some of the pictures now. Nathan's Toy Nation. Who we got here? We're about to go get Nathan's Toy Nation a bunch of follows because we're going to check out what he's got going on. I'm liking some of his stuff that I can see here. He's got some of them Storm collectibles. He's got Masterverse. Oh, man, he collects a lot of stuff. Look at this. He got that Foosh skeleton head going on. Oh, man, he put the translucent head on a Cosmic. That looks really good. Now I'm worried about space vampires. A little Skeletor here using a couple of Cosmic pieces. We got Planet of the Apes. Skavar from Armies of Ashmore. Here's some of those other pictures with some of those leg poses again. The new Valiant Knight using an older helmet. So, like, even the older parts, like the way they designed the system. Look at that. It's just,
that's pretty good.
Again, being able to do that, that's nuts. Like getting that kind of articulation on these figures.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible. Look at that, man. This is Microsoft, the embodiment of Microsoft, Master Chief and Dom. All right, we're giving this guy a follow because I like his stuff. I want to see more of it. All right, everybody, go check out Nathan's Toy Nation on IG. He has no idea that I'm doing this, but we're going to give him a follow because he's got some great stuff going on. All right, let me bring up the ones that Thanos sent over here. So D-Amazing, I know I'm following him. If this don't get you hyped up for Legions in 2024, I don't know what will. We're still going to pull Allison in. That just means we're going to ship Allison a figure or two. Don't worry, Allison.
Yeah, she could go for that frost elf. That'd be a good one for Allison.
Right. I mean, I know she is content with the Cabal Creations coloring book, which is an amazing. That's another thing. The community made a coloring book based off of artwork from the community.
That's cool.
I'm working on a bit of a drawing for a Castle Grayskull for myself and Ellison
Yeah, we
to
need to
color in there.
make that happen.
Neve and the female dwarf from this new wave are fantastic. Absolutely. So that's another cool thing about the legions in general is that, like, you know, G.I. Joe has gotten much better about pumping out some more females into the line, which is great. Not a lot of toy lines have a lot of females in it, but Legions is not shy about making them. Like, they are good to put those figures out there and keep pumping them out. So how did I miss the posing in The Amazing? Like, I scrolled all the way back to the point where I was looking at PowerCon stuff. How did I miss it? Seeing that stuff from, like, New York Comic Con. So Legion's Con wasn't there yet. Oh, D Amazing's got some pictures that Griffith toy. I have to check those out. And now we got the awkward silences.
Yeah, everybody's looking at something, right?
I suspect to doze off there.
Okay, it's not his IG, it's his website. Got it. Thank you, Thanos.
Oh, well, so I think I hear old nature calling there. Tommy's giving me a bit of a growling noise, so I better get some grog into it. Bit of dinner there. But yes, I think I'll sign off as it were.
All right, Eldor. Yeah, we'll probably be wrapping it up soon here, especially since we're not being able to find the.
All right. Well,
I'm going to be fine.
Not
I'm
exactly.
on a mission.
Happy New Year to you all. It's been a good show.
Take care, Eldor,
And-
brother.
And here's to what's to come for this year then. All right. Good journey, everybody. Cheerio.
Good journey, my friend. Thank you for joining us tonight, brother.
A pleasure, sir. Yeah. All right.
All right. I'm almost back to the beginning of November in the chat, so we're almost there.
Almost there. Was the first week of November?
Yeah.
See, I don't even know why I tried looking it up on friggin'. Anytime I try to go look at something on freaking Bing, it's lame.
Bing is the worst.
Well, like I just already had it up because that's automatically where Instagram takes me for a web browser. Is that? And
Lame.
yeah, it just automatically takes me to that. Yeah, he does have some really good pictures of the Valiant Knight. Actually, control minus, shrink down a little bit. You can see some of them here. But the toy photography behind these figures too is really, really awesome. I'm not shilling or nothing, you know.
Mhm.
But this has become my obsession from 2024, or from 2023 into 2024 is these figures.
All right. We are there. So.
Let's go look at some vampires. See, I almost picked up Baron Vulgar yesterday. This evil-looking twisted some.
I will say this: they have some pretty decent looking figures.
And the soft goods are some of the best. This is the vampire that I'm trying to get. Valak right here. Like, because again, critters and all, right?
Right.
But one of the cool things is we just, we were talking last night with Joe, and he mentioned the fact that, like, I could take this head and swap it with Dubin's bird's head. Like, you can actually take it off and swap it. So that way it's, again, just a little extra option to have. Silithia right here. Horsemen of Famine. So basically they represent famine by vampires, which just makes sense. And
Yeah,
these
I
are
guess so.
skeletal arms she has protruding from her back. That's really
cool.
Really cool. This is her horse. Yeah, I'm excited about them. And then Congregation of Necronominus. So this is all your real undead, your skeletons. This is one of the figures I'm excited about coming out next year.
Oh wow.
Two different heads. All these different hands, different weapons. Little, like, almost bone nub wings. So there's an adapter that you can take, and you can add a torso to the horse. So you can actually take the trapeculi apart and attach it to the skeletal horse.
That's pretty cool.
Right? And then you can also take some parts from, where is she?
I wonder if somebody who owned
There
that picture took it down, because it's not even in our chat anymore. I know Thanos shared it.
Yeah, maybe somebody did. Maybe they did for some
Oh,
reason.
you know who
take
might have
that.
posted it though? What was that girl's name? That what the hell's her name?
I don't know, Ed.
Oh fuck! She's friends with Brick. What the hell's her name? Sorry, I can't remember.
I'm
Yeah,
spacing.
that's something that would give you nightmares right there. Look at that thing. It's got like two heads.
Yeah. Well,
That's
because, like,
insane. That's crazy.
Belulith is their, like, Beastmaster, right? So she comes with, and again, because I'm obsessed with critters, like, she comes with this little skeletal bird. She's got this cage right here inside this cage. And yes, the bird does fit in the cage. But inside there, you're not getting a good picture of it in here. Let me see. Did they show? Yeah, here we go. You can see it with her stuff. So it's like this little snake.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's some pretty cool stuff.
But yeah, you can take parts off of this and swap it. And then I don't know. The undead heads pack. So you can use these heads with the Trapiculi as well. And yes, there's a gorilla
That's what I
head
say.
they threw in as a last minute surprise. You got a vampire head, you got an orc head, more of a dog like head. You can swap all those out on the Trapiculi. So like you can create some crazy custom skeleton beasts. This guy right here, Skeleton Raider, he's one of the new waves coming out.
Looks like
get your
those
more
skeletons
standard looking
from,
skeleton out.
Looks like the skeleton from was it Jason and the Argonauts?
Yeah, that was their idea.
Pretty cool stuff.
Maxilius the Harvester. He's one of my favorite out of the new wave.
Yeah.
You go like 3 different looks. So like how the Legions have them, you can make them look like regular Death or just a regular plain skeleton. And he comes with this wicked other head. No eyes.
That's pretty cool.
How creepy is that, right? Like, this is why I'm excited about this wave. Then you got the man himself. Where are you, Necronominus? All right. How did I lose him? Here he is. Like, what the F is going on with this guy, right? I hear you on that. Like, that's the only regret about that Valak character is that the cape, the soft good, is not quite as cool as Dubon's cape. And Alithia was his first pre-order from the line. I hear that. So, yeah, he's got all this crazy ornamentation. He's got these giant wings. And yes, you can take his wings off and you can go put them on the Trapiculi. Like, again, they just got this pop and swap system.
It's pretty
It
cool.
just works. So, yeah, I pre-ordered a lot of this wave as it's coming. Dude, this guy's huge. He's another one of those ogre scale guys. He's one of the children. So Necronominus has 6 kids, 6 children of Necronominus. Not Tibius. Is it Tibius? Yeah, actually, I think Tibius is one of his kids. Brother Mandibulus, Belulith, Barodoc, or however you're supposed to pronounce that name, Morguleth, and of course, Thrasis. So again, they're all named after like bone type stuff. You got your thoracic spine, your tibia.
Yeah.
Freaking dwarf skeleton too.
Daddy, I had. Yeah, put that on.
So yeah, if you guys have not been keeping up with your legions, definitely check out more of the Mythic Legions. This is a Pixel Dan tribute figure.
Oh, really?
He's hard to come by. Yeah, he's hard to come by now. And that's where it gets scary. If you like try to go back and get a lot of the older stuff, they can be very, very pricey. Keltis here, which is their Skeletor homage figure, Ken managed to steal one of these, and I will say he stole it because he did not pay that much for it. This guy normally retails.
Yeah, I heard about that.
This guy's normally like over $500 to get, and friggin' Ken managed to get him dirt cheap. So Scapular, the Crypt Breaker, like his original version. This is his new version coming out. Not only does he have like his skeletal look, he's got this whole dual look now where he's looking like an immortal from 300.
Oh yeah, I like that look.
Yeah. And you're getting all this stuff, like all these extras with him. And that's a $37 figure right there. So like, yeah, some people think they're like crazy expensive. When you pre-order from the Horseman, they're not that expensive. They're
Right.
really, really not. It's getting them on the secondary market. Like even the retailer's pricing isn't too bad. Here's your Stinkor homage. Xylona's Flock. Get a lot of your more fantasy creatures. Yes, it's Mossman tribute homage. And he's flocked.
What the flock?
Stratos homage. What the flock? Xylona right here. This crazy weird stuff.
Yeah.
That's just one of their lines. They're running 3 concurrent lines. They're doing sculpting for Armies of Ashmore. They did some sculpting for Savage Crucible. They're sculpting for everybody out there, which is crazy.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thumbed through this stuff. It's all right. It's pretty cool. I mean, I like the alien. Like it's very alien. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't not
It
Alien the movie,
is.
but like very like out there. But it's still
It can be,
like
but
connected to their Mythic Legions too. Like it has that same feel to it as well.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, they're weird, they're creepy looking. They're like, what are these? But like, you know,
They can
you can still
easily
see where
just
they're sharing
slide
some
in.
of the same
Yeah.
parts.
You can easily slide up. Like at least a lot of those alien creatures you can slide right into your Mythic Legion stuff. Like these guys right here, maybe not so much.
Right. But yeah, another one of the things, like this guy right here just kind of reminds me of Space Marine from StarCraft, like with a suit. And I can already see people are going to be making a Cobra Commander custom for Mythic Legions with this helmet. Like, it's going to happen. But that's really cool, though, because, again, like, you get that option. So, like, this is your head or this head, but then this head, you get swappable faceplates. And they got, like, these crazy port systems. So, like, see, like, this little peg right here for the Cosmic Legions. None of these pictures show it off real good. But so on the suits, see, they got, like, all these little peg holes.
Yeah.
So, like, different hoses and different peg systems. Like, in one of these characters, like, there's, like, this hologram of, like, planets or whatever.
Oh, I've
And,
seen that.
yeah.
Brick Something's channel. I think it's that orange guy, isn't it?
Yeah, it might be him, actually. Or at least I think one of his pictures has him looking at it.
Yeah, it's
No,
like a
not
planet.
him necessarily. Right, yeah, it's just cool because it's like, all
Was it
right,
the-
that's a neat
was it
little
that
thing that
girl?
they put in there.
Is it that girl character? No, go back.
Go back. Yeah,
Yeah,
wow.
the previous one that you had, not this one. The last one you went to.
I think it
a
was this one, right? Grave Ring.
Yeah,
Or,
that
right?
one right there. I think so.
No,
No.
no. Oh wait, yeah, you can kind of see it right here. Here it is.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like you put that in like one of the wrist pegs, so it looks like she's got like this digital thing coming up.
Yep. It's clever. It's good. These guys do
Yeah,
like
like,
comic
they got
or anything like that, or
Well,
Do they have, like, comics, short
that's what we.
stories, books?
So as you go to the Source Horseman page and you start scrolling down, they do drops on here where they actually see they call the waves like Ox Crew Book 1, right?
Yeah.
And like they'll drop like little pieces. Here we go. So if you go into the article right here, this is an excerpt from the book
All right.
for Mythic Legions because they are writing a book. And as you can see, Nate Barch is already doing art as well for it. But like you can find all this stuff is on the Source Horseman, which is the main homepage of their site. And you can read all of this stuff. Maybe that's what I should do. Start recording some videos where I'm just actually reading this stuff.
Be a good
There
idea.
we go. I found out my narration channel since everybody loves my voice. I'll actually shut the camera off. You won't be able to see my face anymore. And I'll change my voice.
That's pretty cool.
Does this mean you'll believe me? Yeah. Okay. There we go. That's what I'm going to start doing. I have to start bookmarking the page and I'll start reading out these stories. There we go. Short form content. I'm doing it, guys.
Do it.
Do
Give
it,
you
yeah.
what you guys what you need. This is really neat too because they've had a long history with ZoloCon. If you guys are familiar with the like Zolo world. So Warrior Beasts came out. They were like one of those generic knockoff He-Man lines. So this guy might be a little familiar. Well, since they got a big relationship with ZoloCon, this is their ZoloCon exclusive for this year.
That's a cool looking figure, actually. The colors.
Yeah, like it's pretty neat. I was looking at it and I was like, man, I really kind of want these wrist wraps. I want this. And I'm going to make like a full barbarian Santa. Right? Like strap Santa up. Because I got that Father Christmas, the first one and the second one. So, yeah, check this out. But I guess we should probably just go ahead and, oh, you know what? I wonder if maybe somebody dropped a picture in here. It's mostly just words. Oh,
I can't find that
don't
damn
know.
picture anywhere, man.
I know, it's crazy. I'm wondering if somebody did just delete it. Like, all right, we can't show off this hotness anymore. We're running out of Valiant Knights. It's possible. So again, a lot of these people are all from just, people within the community. If you're familiar with Toy Culprits, that's him right here. Met him at PowerCon, got to hang out with him a while. It was really cool. See Jesse, just shove it right here. The Dooch. All good friends. Jeremy DeWitt. So we'll be inviting a couple of these guys on to hang out with us at the clubhouse, talk Legions again real soon. Bill from Dork Lair. All right, folks. Well, I guess we should wrap it up for the night. Thank you all for hanging out with us this evening, as late as we are up. Thank you all for bringing in the new year with us, as this was, I actually think this year topped last year. Of course, even though like for the last hour or so, we've just really been looking at Mythic Legion stuff here, trying to find one damn picture. Went down a whole different rabbit hole. I know, I think it was the Legion's weekend clubhouse hangout. We went over that picture. So you can go back to a couple streams and try to find it. Maybe I will, and I'll, screenshot it and send it out. But, well, folks, Happy New Year. 2023 is over. We get to launch into 2024 and build on all the memories that we started this year. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.
Oh yeah, happy